Did you hear? A new arrival low-level apprentice dispatched Hu Feng and another 2 people to spend the night in the latrine the moment he came. Real or fake? A newcomer is so impressive. Heh! Don't you think it's incredible? Competing in fire control, 3 people. Added up were not his match. Competing in combat strength, 3 people added up were similarly not his match. It's nonsense, isn't it? These 3 added together, there are few who dare to provoke among priest apprentices. Heh, you go to the latrine and take a look at the 3 of their miserable appearances and you would know. They are still there right now. The news of Yi Yuan beating up Hu Feng 3 people spread throughout the entire trainee area very quickly. But he himself did not have any awareness and slept beautifully, then headed to the Tianlu Pavilion. Tianlu Pavilion was the place where the priest temple stored classics, pill formulas, pill refining techniques, fire controlling arts, as well as basic medicinal theory, etc. Everything that one could wish for. Since Yi Yuan came to the priest temple, he naturally would not give up on the chance to learn the demon race's alchemy skills. With his temperament, he naturally started learning from the most basic stuff. Yi Yuan was clearly those things that he secretly learned in the priest apprentice examination were all relied on his powerful alchemy Dao realm as well as exceedingly high horizons, forcefully adding some human methods onto demon divine pills. But that was already his limit. Wanting to improve further was impossible as, well, wanting to make the priest temple attach high importance on him, he had to learn from the beginning. Of course, with Yi Yuan's present realm, learning naturally yielded twice the results with half the effort. Halt! Yi Yuan had just entered the Tianlu Pavilion and was stopped by a white-haired old man. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. He actually could not see through this old man's depths. Senior. Yi Yuan gave a bow and said, this white-haired old man was at least a rank 5 expert too. The white-haired old man glanced at Yi Yuan and said coolly, you don't have a single contribution point on you, so you can't enter the Tianlu Pavilion. Yi Yuan was taken aback but understood very quickly. This white-haired old man must have sensed that the contributions points on him were 0 through Tianlu Pavilion's array formation. Senior, could it be that I became a priest trainee and don't have entry contribution points? Contribution points, this way of doing things could be applied universally in any faction. It was just that Yi Yuan forgot to check his identity token yesterday and did not expect that he actually did not even have a single contribution point. This priest was also too stingy. Rubbish. You don't have any contribution towards the temple. Whence the contribution points come from? A trainee who just came in also wants to enter the Tianlu Pavilion. Truly nothing more than wishful thinking. Get lost, don't obstruct this priest here. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded out behind Yi Yuan. Turning around to look, it was a young man dressed in priest attire, his face proud, nostrils almost reaching the sky. Yi Yuan ignored him, but asked that white-haired old man, Senior, is it allowed to use contribution points and have wager battles in the temple? The white-haired old man nodded his head slightly and said, it's naturally allowed, but in the temple martial arts fighting is forbidden, only alchemy fights are allowed. The moment that priest heard Yi Yuan's words, he immediately burst into laughter and said, what a joke! A low-level priest apprentice who just entered. Who do you want to have a wager fight with? Yi Yuan beamed and said, you! The priest was taken aback, then immediately laughed loudly and said, you want to bet with me? Ha ha ha, you don't even have contribution points, so what are you using to gamble against me? While talking, Yi Yuan fished out a spirit fruit. The priest's expression could not help changing and he cried out in surprise, Crane Age fruit! Yi Yuan smiled and said, Lord Priest is so knowledgeable. Senior, how many contribution points do you think this Crane Age fruit is worth? This Crane Age fruit was what Yi Yuan bought in Riverluck capital city back then. The cost was extremely high. The white-haired old man looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. He did not know where this kid's confidence came from, to actually dare bet with a priest. But he still nodded and said, "If it's the crane age fruit, it's worth 500 contribution points." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said to the priest, "Lord Priest, let's not waste time too. You offer 300 points. I'll use this crane age fruit to bet with you. How's that?" The priest's eyes revealed a covetous look. Looking at Yi Yuan like looking at a fool, he smiled and said, "How did the temple recruit a fool? Since you're giving this priest a treasure, it would be rude for this priest to not accept it. Okay, this priest will bet with you. Don't say that I bully you. Bet on what you can pick at will." A hint of slyness was revealed in Yi Yuan's eyes, and he said with a smile, "Don't be so troublesome. Let's just compete in fire control." Compete in fire control? Heh, you really know how to pick. Give you a chance. Change to others. Although you still don't have any chances of winning. The priest said. At this time, there were people who wanted to enter the Tianlu Pavilion one after another but were drawn over by these two. This newcomer's head is problematic, right? To actually want to find priest Qi Feng to compete in fire control. Who doesn't know that Qi Feng is the #1 fire controller among the priests? Where did this kid's courage come from? Heh. The ignorant is fearless. Qi Feng looked at Yi Yuan with a smug face and said with a smile, "Idiot, hear that? My alchemy skills are not the strongest among priests but fire controlling skill. No one can surpass me. A trash like you competing in fire control with me?" Toward this kind of guy who trampled on others to posture, Yi Yuan was most annoyed by them. "I didn't find you and didn't provoke you" was calling trash and fool over and over again very fun? Just nice. He did not have contribution points. It was truly someone delivering a pillow when taking a nap. Yi Yuan pursed his lips and said, "Is the #1 fire controller very impressive?" Qi Feng was stunned and said with a cold smile, "You'll know right away how impressive it is." Yi Yuan said coolly, "So much crap. Come on." Yi Yuan's appearance was really asking for a beating in Qi Feng's heart. He decided to teach Yi Yuan a lesson well. Qi Feng kneaded seals with one hand, palm spitting. Countless sparks instantly surrounding Yi Yuan, akin to the starry night, drawing a wave of exclamations. "Kid, have a taste of my starry sky. Let you witness what's called the #1 fire controller," Qi Feng said with a hideous grin. Yi Yuan seemed to have suffered a fright, crying out strangely and running away with a whoosh. When Qi Feng saw the situation, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, "Running? If this priest lets you, an apprentice, run away, wouldn't I be laughed at by the whole temple?" Qi Feng's fire-controlling technique was truly formidable. Controlling those countless sparks did not feel the slightest bit of strain. However, Yi Yuan's movements were extremely erratic and actually arrived in front of Qi Feng with a few turns. Bang! 2 sparks landed on Qi Feng's eyebrows, only to smell a burning smell. Transmit over, his brows were gone. Eft! Suddenly, a wave of guffaws came over. TSK, the #1 fire controller is indeed formidable. This fire burning brows move. I'm in admiration, Yi Yuan said with a look of marvel. Qi Feng's hands and feet were thrown into confusion, hurriedly putting away the divine fire, but his eyebrows were already gone. You cheated. Qi Feng pointed at Yi Yuan and said exasperatedly. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "One must be willing to lose if they bet. So many people are watching. Could it be that you want to renege?" Qi Feng's expression changed several times and he gritted his teeth and said, "Consider yourself ruthless." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't say that I don't give you the chance. Now, I'll use my 300 contribution points to carry on betting with you. Do you dare to accept it or not?" Just now, it was clearly Qi Feng who had the upper hand. But now why was he suddenly defeated? Yeah, I only saw that kid being chased all over the place and suddenly Qi Feng's brows caught on fire. Maybe this kid was lucky and hit the mark by a fluke? Qi Feng lost bafflingly just now. It was clearly him who took the upper hand. But why did he suddenly lose? Not just him, the others also did not see clearly, all with confused faces. Only one person, a white-haired old man, understood with a look of shock. Flashed past in his eyes. Yi Yuan's move earlier was extremely brilliant, directly burning Qi Feng's 2 motes of starlight onto the other party's eyebrows through spatial law. It was just that Yi Yuan's movements were extremely concealed. With these few people's visual prowess, it could not be discovered at all. Senior apprentice brother Qi Feng, compete with him. Could us priests lose to a low-level trainee? In the crowd, someone suddenly shouted. Qi Feng's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "Fine, I'll offer 500 points. If you lose, you'll lose both the crane age fruit and 300 points to me. Do you dare to agree or not?" Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "You're really shameless enough. 200 points and you want to earn the crane age fruit back. But why wouldn't I not dare? Make your move." Qi Feng was just about to make a move when he suddenly stopped and said in a solemn voice, "Just now it was me who made a move first. This time it's your turn." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You really want me to make a move? If I make a move first, you won't have any chance at all." Qi Feng smiled coldly and said, "You were merely lucky just now. Do you really think that you're impressive? Below elders, no one has yet to dare say such words in front of me. You're really boasting shamelessly," Yi Yuan said with a helpless look. "Since that's the case, then I'll make a move. You have to be careful. This time, Qi Feng naturally would not underestimate the enemy again. Fully on guard, he stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. He decided to take Yi Yuan down a peg this time. Let him know that the prestige of priests was not to be profaned. Right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly stretched out his right hand, index and middle finger put together. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Qi Feng's mouth. Both hands kneading seals, prepared to summon his divine fire once more.
Ye Yuan's finger lightly flickered.
Whoosh! Bang! Just as everyone had not reacted, a flash of fire rose to the sky. Qi Feng summoned Starry Sky once more unconsciously. In the crowd, someone shouted, "Senior apprentice brother Qi Feng. Your hair. Hair." Qi Feng froze and muttered, "Hair." All of a sudden, he felt that the top of his head was somewhat hot. Only then did he startle awake. Ah! My hair. Caught on fire. Caught on fire. Qi Feng yelled out, hopping and skipping, just like a panicky rabbit, his appearance so comical. But the fire on top of his head was very strong and could not be extinguished. Adele. The white-haired old man shook his head slightly but was incomparably shocked. In his heart, these two people's fire-controlling techniques were not on the same level at all. Yi Yuan's technique seemed simple but was in fact extremely difficult. Even he could not do it to this kind of degree as well. Was this trainee newly recruited? Why was such a genius just an ordinary low-level trainee? Ouch, my hand. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Quickly put out the fire. Qi Feng's hands could not touch his head at all.
Ye Yuan's cleansing sandal.
Sacred Flame had long already reached rank 4, its power boundless. Yi Yuan not taking the initiative to recall it, this fire would keep on burning. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, reached his hand out to beckon. That cluster of flames flew back into his palm. While at this time, Qi Feng's hair was already burned into black charcoal, looking so funny on his head. When everyone saw this scene, they all forcefully held back smiles. But this scene was even more humiliating in Qi Feng's eyes. Yi Yuan held back his laugh and said with clasped hands, "Number 1 fire. Controller indeed lives up to reputation. Yi Yuan has learned. Looks like this kid really wasn't lucky. Luck my ass. Facing Qi Feng, you try being lucky twice for me to see. Is he really just a priest trainee? I actually can't see through his fire. Controlling method." After the mockery, what everyone was left with was just shock. There were quite a few priests present, but those who were able to see through How Yi Yuan made his move. There were none. A priest trainee, this fire-controlling art was also too horrifying, right? Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him. His goal was contribution points. Now that he earned it, he was going to enter Tianlu Pavilion to study. Transferring the contribution points, Yi Yuan said to the white-haired old man. With clasped hands, "Senior, can I go in?" The white-haired old man said, "Of course you can. Your identity can only enter Tianlu Pavilion's first level. First level, 2 hours is 5. Contribution points. The array formation will automatically deduct from your identity token. You grasp the time well yourself." Yi Yuan's face turned black when he heard that and said, 2 hours 5. Contribution points, this is also too black, right? The white-haired old man's face also fell and he said, "Keep talking nonsense. And this old man will slap you to death with one palm." Yi Yuan stuck out his tongue and slipped inside. When everyone saw this scene, they were all unclear. Wasn't this white-haired old man an ordinary old man managing the Tianlu Pavilion? That punk was so arrogant with Qifeng. Why was he so respectful toward this old man? The white-haired old man looked harmless to man and beast. The aura on his body was not strong. The priests and priest trainees that came to Tianlu Pavilion, very few paid attention to him. The old man naturally could not be bothered with him either, turning around and entering Tianlu Pavilion. Entering Tianlu Pavilion's first level, this place formed its own space. Yi Yuan seemed to have entered an ocean of divine inscriptions. All kinds of records were displayed on a light screen. Seeing these things, Yi Yuan's 2 eyes lit up. What he was most interested in was naturally the demonic attraction art. This was the foundation of the demon race's alchemy skills. In the catalog, Yi Yuan found the demonic attraction art and started to study tirelessly. Yi Yuan's present alchemy Dao horizons were not what the average person could compare to. These things were extremely obscure and hard to understand to ordinary priest trainees. But to Yi Yuan, he read 10 lines with one glance but was suddenly enlightened. Yi Yuan immersed inside. More than 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. Suddenly, a large force came over. Yi Yuan was directly ejected out of Tianlu Pavilion's first level. Ouch! What's going on? Yi Yuan plopped onto the ground, grimacing in pain. Your contribution points are already depleted. The array formation directly transported you out. The white-haired old man came behind Yi Yuan at no idea when and said coolly. Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, "This is called transported? This is called kicking out, all right?" The white-haired old man snorted coldly and said, "Do you feel that contribution points came too easily so you don't know how to cherish it? These few days reading without understanding like you, how many things can you learn?" Yi Yuan was stunned and said, "Senior has been paying attention to me these few days." The white-haired old man ignored Yi Yuan and said with an angry look from failing to live up to expectations, "Kid, your talent is extremely high, but with such an attitude, it's hard to have great achievements." He had naturally been paying attention to Yi Yuan all along, but he saw that Yi Yuan read no less than 500 classics in over 10 days. And these 500 classics, each one was sufficient for a priest to study for as long as several decades. Wasn't this joking around? Why does Senior say this? I read very seriously and very carefully. Yeah. Yuan said very sincerely. He had indeed read very seriously and did not have any slipshod aspects. The white-haired old man snorted coldly and said, "Seriously? Carefully? You read 532 classics in less than 14 days, averaging 30 to 40 books a day. You're telling me seriously and saying carefully?" Yi Yuan was taken aback for a moment, only then understanding what the white-haired old man meant. He could not help saying with a bitter smile, "Senior, I really read very seriously and absolutely didn't gloss over." The white-haired old man discovered that Yi Yuan's talent was astonishing and naturally had very high expectations of him. But Yi Yuan's attitude of reading the classics made him very unhappy. Now that he came to remind him, he actually still refused to admit it. This made him even more upset. The white-haired old man gave a cold snort and said, "You said you read very serious. Fine. Then I ask you, what's the most important takeaway point for Ziming God-herding fire-controlling art?" Ziming God-herding fire-controlling art was precisely a demon race fire controlling art that Yi Yuan read. The white-haired old man also saw through that Yi Yuan's fire-controlling technique was developed with the human race's fire-controlling techniques as foundation, and he did not seem too proficient in the demon races. While the Ziming God-herding fire-controlling art was also a more obscure foundation fire-controlling art of the demon race. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he smiled and said, "Is Senior testing me?" The white-haired old man did not deny it and said coolly, "If you can't answer, stare at one book and read properly when you enter in the future." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Ziming God-herding fire-controlling art. The most important thing is engraving the fire in one's heart. Heart follows the mind. Heart and fire becoming one. Controlling fire and connecting divinity." The moment the white-haired old man heard, he could not help being slightly surprised. This was a very obscure knowledge. He did not expect that Yi Yuan answered it in one fell swoop. He did not give up and asked again, "Fire control is your forte, answering doesn't mean anything. Come again, how many key nodal points does the howling rain sky direction art have?" Yi Yuan smiled slightly and opened his mouth again, describing the few nodes. Clearly, the white-haired old man clearly did not believe it, asking question after question, the speed getting faster and faster. Yi Yuan knew that this old man was doing it for his own good and did not find it bothersome, answering fluently without any omissions. The more the white-haired old man asked, the more shocked he was in his heart. Could it be that this kid used over 10 days and learned all of the things others learn in several hundred, even thousand years? Was this a freaking freak? What was more damnable was that not only did Yi Yuan answer fluently, he frequently added in his own opinion, which was extremely insightful. Many comprehensions actually made the white-haired old man have a feeling of suddenly being enlightened. Those classics that Yi Yuan read, the white-haired old man had long read before, no idea how many times. Saying that he could read it backward was not over the top in the slightest. But he discovered now that he read several tens of thousands of years of classics, and his understanding was actually not as deep as this young man in front of him. This was 2F** King Hell. The white-haired old man suddenly discovered that there was a myriad of profanities that galloped across in his heart. This was not testing the other party, it was purely seeking a beat down. However, he was still so wretched, asking Yi Yuan questions non-stop, because Yi Yuan's understanding was indeed greatly beneficial to him. Finally, the white-haired old man stopped asking. He looked at Yi Yuan with a face like he saw a ghost and said, "Kid, you aren't messing with this old man, right? These classics, you wouldn't have read them before, right?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior must be joking. You've already asked 100 questions. Even if I read before the classics, it also wouldn't so coincidentally match each one, right?" The white-haired old man thought so too. 500 over kinds of books, there were always some wrong areas. If he did not read it just now, there would always be some questions and could not be answered. Furthermore, Yi Yuan also would not be bored to the extent of coming to make fun of him, this gatekeeping old man. But the more it was like this, the more shocked the white-haired old man was. In his heart, what kind of talent was needed to have such terrifying memorizing ability and comprehension ability? He waved his hand and said, "You can go." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks, Senior." After Yi Yuan left, the white-haired old man's figure also flashed, disappearing. "Lord Qifeng, you have to take revenge for us. You look at the three of us. Really no face to meet people anymore." Hu Feng's appearance was indescribably miserable. Yi Yuan directly sent their divine fires back at that time, giving them a dose of their own medicine. The power was extraordinary. More than 10 days had passed. Even though they got much better, there were still burn marks inside and out, looking like poodles. Most of these priest trainees had priest patrons. Speaking of which was coincidental too, Hu Feng's backer was precisely Qi Feng. At this time, the hair on top of Qi Feng's heart already grew back anew, recovering to that domineering appearance. Qi Feng snorted coldly and said, "The three of you really lost all of my face. Slept 3 days and nights in the latrine and actually don't even dare to come back. You guys are really capable." Hu Feng said with a bitter expression, "Your Excellency, you aren't aware. That punk's fire-controlling technique is really incredible. The three of us, added together, aren't his match either." Qi Feng's expression changed, having a bad premonition, and asked in a solemn voice, "What's that punk's name?" Hu Feng. 3 people exchanged glances, clearly forgetting Yi Yuan's name. Right at this time, a youth in white walked into the dormitory. "It's you." Hu Feng and Qi Feng. Few people turned their heads to look, crying out, strangely in unison. When Yi Yuan saw these few people, he instantly understood something and said, with a smile, "Welcoming a low-level apprentice like this, the lineup is a little too big, right?" But Hu Feng said in surprise, "Your Excellency, you know this punk?" Qi Feng asked back, "It was this brat who burned you all until like this?" Hu Feng nodded and said, "Yeah, it's this kid. I beg your Excellency to help us take revenge." Qi Feng had a strange look, thinking to himself, "Avenge your ass. Your father isn't even his match, yet you guys still asked me to help you take revenge." But in front of subordinates, he naturally would not yield. In reality, after the fire battle the last time, he already thought about taking revenge. This kid's attainment in fire control was extraordinary. But in alchemy, he was definitely inferior to him. Otherwise, he would not be a low-level apprentice but a true priest already. Qi Feng looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Kid, dare to bet with me again or not?" Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Still dare to bet with me? Aren't you scared of losing until you don't even have pants to wear? Should I be calling you a wealth-scattering boy or not?" Hu Feng. 3 people exchanged glances, not knowing what happened, but still said in a great rage, "Stinky brat, you, a low-level apprentice, dare to humiliate Lord Qi Feng? He's a lord priest of the temple. Are you tired of living?" Qi Feng said impatiently, All right, stop talking nonsense. Brat, you chose the gambling method the last time. This time, I'll pick. Do you have the balls or not?" Yi Yuan looked at Qi Feng and said with a smile that was not a smile, "You don't need to aggravate me. Since you want to be a wealth-scattering boy, if I were to refuse, wouldn't that be seen as holding others back from achieving success? Say it, what's the wager?" Qi Feng said in a solemn voice, "Let's compete in pill refinement." The priest hall was a place designated for priests to conduct pill refinement. Occasionally, there would also be elders refining pills and preaching on Tao. Here, at this time, inside the priest hall was already packed with people, all here to watch the battle. Priest competing in alchemy with a low-level apprentice, this was major news, and it spread throughout the temple very quickly. They all wanted to see what kind of low-level apprentice was so arrogant and cool to actually dare challenge a priest. Furthermore, this priest was even a very powerful existence among priests. "It's that kid? Looks very ordinary." "Ordinary? Heh. This kid isn't a goody two-shoes. He competed in fire control with Qi Feng at Tianlu Pavilion. The result was that he completely won twice. That's nothing as well. Controlling fire and refining pills are 2 different matters after all. Qi Feng is clearly here to avenge his enmity. He's peak, late stage rank 4, but that punk has merely just entered middle stage rank 4. With Qi Feng's strength, he won't give Yi Yuan a chance." Some martial artists were extremely adept at controlling fire and used this as a means to confront the enemy. Saying that it was transcendent was also not an exaggeration. But controlling fire and refining pills were 2 different things after all. in the demon race alchemy skill, which was based on demonic divine essence. One's realm was more important than in the human race. If Qi Feng was someone useless, then forget it. Yet he was not. Even though his alchemy skills were not the strongest among priests, it was also sufficient to rank in the top 10. His strength was undeniably extraordinary. Priests who were able to rank in the top 10, their strengths were all very strong. In the future, they were existences who might even become elders. Hence, that was why Qi Feng would be so condescending and arrogant. In the inner hall, 3 figures were currently observing the situation in the priest hall through the light screen ahead. And Kuan, in your view, who will win this alchemy battle? Stonefeather said. And Kuan said in a solemn voice, does this still need to be asked? Of course. It's Qi Feng. That kid's talent is exceedingly great. His strength is also extremely powerful. But during the apprentice test on that day it should already be his limits, right? After all, the refinement of demon divine pills and divine pills are 2 totally different systems. Kumu also nodded and said, Yi Yuan's talent is indeed terrifying. Give him a year or so and his strength will definitely surpass all priests. But a dozen. Over days it can't change anything at all. But Stonefeather said, I heard that this kid entered Tianlu Pavilion for more than 10 days. He likely already has some familiarity with demon divine pills. And Kuan smiled coldly and said, so what? If looking at books can let one's strength make rapid progress, then demon divine pills are also too worthless. Moreover, over a dozen days, it's enough for him to read how many books? Stonefeather thought about it and also nodded and said, what you said is right. Maybe I was overthinking it. Actually, his view was the same as Kuan and Kumu, feeling that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to win. But no idea why, he kept having a feeling that Yi Yuan probably would not lose that easily, although he also felt that this idea was very absurd. Qi Feng looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, fool, you think that your fire-controlling technique is impressive and you're invincible under the heavens? Today, I'm going to let you take a look at the disparity between priest and priest trainees. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, I say, why do you have so much crap? If talking nonsense can represent strength, your strength is indeed very formidable. I'm so scared of losing. Qi Feng's face fell and he said angrily, razor-tongued brat, I want to see when you can be cocky until. Yi Yuan said with a nonchalant face, all right, let's start. Don't say that I bully you. Let you run for 2 hours first. Qi Feng was taken aback when he heard that and laughed loudly as he said, let me run for 2 hours first? Kid, you really can boast. All right, I want to see how you chase. At this time, quite a few people gave sidelong glances, feeling that Yi Yuan was too arrogant. How was this an appearance like a priest trainee? It was simply like an elder. However, someone suddenly spoke up in the crowd. Lord Qi Feng, you mustn't fall for this brat's trick. He doesn't know how to refine demon divine pills at all. He wants to secretly learn. One sentence drew quite a few people's attention. Yi Yuan also looked over rather surprisedly. It was an old acquaintance. Was Mu Yuanchun. Clearly, this alchemy battle also caught his attention. When Qi Feng saw that it was a low-level apprentice too, he could not help being somewhat surprised and said in a solemn voice, secret learn? What nonsense are you talking about? If he can even secretly learn when I refine pills, you're also thinking too highly of him, right? Mu Yuanchun said with a heavy look, Lord Qi Feng, I took part in the priest apprentice examination at the same time with him. This kid's pill refining speed was extremely fast, but he kept on secretly learning by the side. In the end, he refined a superior grade demon divine pill. He definitely has ill intentions letting you refine first. When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Secretly learning by the side, in the end, refined a superior grade demon divine pill. Why did this sound so strange? But if what Mu Yuanchun said was true, Yi Yuan's alchemic talent was also too terrifying, right? But Qi Feng's expression changed, and he secretly thought to himself, what a close shave. He looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold snort, "Brat, turns out that you were waiting for me? Let's refine together." Mu Yuanchun also had a smug look when he saw that Qi Feng came to realize the truth. Yi Yuan eating a loss. He was very happy to see it happen. This alchemy battle's medicinal pill was picked by Qi Feng, a level 4 difficulty demon divine pill. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could refine such a high difficulty medicinal pill within such a short time. But Yi Yuan had an indifferent look and said coolly, "Up to you, begin then." Yi Yuan being so magnanimous made Mu Yuanchun stunned. Could it be that this punk really had a well-thought-out plan? But it had only been over a dozen days. How was it possible? Refining starting, Qi Feng's pill refinement flowed naturally and smoothly, already faintly having the style of a master. Priest Top 10 was indeed not for show. In contrast, Yi Yuan's technique was still a little unfamiliar. What they guessed was right. After all, only a dozen over days had passed. Yi Yuan did not have the chance to refine demon divine pills at all. This was his second time refining demon divine pills. The medicinal pill that Qi Feng picked was called Baki Layin pill. This pill formula was naturally not very profound. Yi Yuan already saw it before in the Tianlu Pavilion. But level 4 difficulty medicinal pill, the difficulty was far greater compared to the Dark Cloud Profound Spring pill. With Yi Yuan's current situation, it was indeed a little strenuous. Of course, that was also just relative to divine pills. Yi Yuan did not lack pill refining experience. His alchemy skills had gone through endless tempering. Even though demon divine pills were another system, this did not hinder him from getting started rapidly. With these dozen over days of theoretical foundation in the Tianlu Pavilion, Yi Yuan was no longer an ignorant person long ago. Everyone including Stonefeather misjudged him. These dozen over days could be said to be a monumental change to Yi Yuan. Apart from him still being very unfamiliar with many techniques, his progress in the rest was massive. Less than 2 hours, Yi Yuan's medicinal pill was refined completely. Witnessing Yi Yuan's pill refining speed, everyone also marveled in wonder, thinking to themselves that what Mu Yuanchun said was indeed not false. This guy's pill refining speed was too fast. It was just that, could the quality be assured? Completing the refinement, Yi Yuan started observing Qi Feng calmly. The very perfect refining technique in other people's eyes was naturally not worth mentioning in Yi Yuan's eyes. But in the refinement of demon divine pills, Yi Yuan had no choice but to admit that Qi Feng still had many saving graces. Compared to Mu Yuanchun, Qi Feng was much stronger. Once he entered a state of learning, Yi Yuan's perception was exceedingly terrifying. Him being able to become the immortal Grove World's #1 person in alchemy, this was not unrelated to his terrifying learning ability. Back then, at Cloudmarsh City, Yi Yuan won thousands of rounds in a row, gleaning countless strong points from his opponents. Coupled with his powerful comprehension ability, that was how there was his subsequent transcendent achievements. Yi Yuan could not bear the sight of Qi Feng's high and mighty face. But this did not hinder him from drawing merits from Qi Feng. Combining the theoretical knowledge learned in Tianlu Pavilion, Yi Yuan naturally had a feeling of suddenly understanding the whole thing. Finally, Qi Feng withdrew his spell and ended the pill refinement, revealing a knowing smile. Regarding the pill refinement this time, he was still very satisfied. However, the moment he raised his head, he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a smile that was not a smile, and his expression could not help changing. This guy's pill refining speed was really very fast. "Heh, haven't opened the furnace yet. What are you being smug for?" Qi Feng said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Whether opening the furnace or not, the result is already fixed. Competing in alchemy, I've never lost before." These words were domineering, but it was also a fact. When Yi Yuan was at 3-star alchemy god, he could already thrash 4-star alchemy gods. Walking all the way from the immortal Grove World, Yi Yuan had lost before in martial Dao, lost before in array Dao. Only in alchemy Dao did he never lose before. Even now when he had to learn from scratch. In alchemy, Yi Yuan had absolute confidence. But these words immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of others. This trainee priest is so arrogant. Who does he think he is? This boast is really big, also not scared of blowing a hole in the sky. Just his clumsy technique. What high-grade medicinal pills can he refine? Let's dig a hole in the ground for him. When he loses in a while, he still has to get inside. Those able to enter the priest temple, which one wasn't an alchemy genius? Furthermore, among them, there were even many senior priests. Hearing these words, they were naturally unhappy. But in alchemy, he never cared about the jealousy of others. He had absolute strength to defend his arrogance. Qi Feng smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "What pill refinement competes in isn't speed. Boasting also needs strength to guarantee it." Open. Qi Feng's palm flipped. A medicinal pill flew out of the medicinal cauldron. Medicinal fragrances permeated the air. Everyone focused their eyes and look. One said in surprise, "Superior grade." Qi Feng was also overjoyed. Looking at Yi Yuan, he smiled coldly and said, "Saw that? This is the true strength of a priest. You, a trainee priest, can only look up to it. Hand over the crane age fruit and heavenly martial spirit. Mystic grass." Heavenly martial spirit mystic grass was another kind of extremely rare rank. For spirit medicine, also one of the wagers of the alchemy battle this time. Qi Feng wagered very big this time, directly betting 2,000 points. Yi Yuan already did not have contribution points and could only use spirit medicines to use as a wager. The priest temple was based on the principle of putting quality before quantity. Those able to become priests, all of them were extraordinary in strength. And Qi Feng was even distinguished among them. Under normal circumstances, there was no problem in him refining high grade. But the refinement this time, he clearly performed exceptionally well. The grade of the medicinal pill actually reached initial stage superior grade. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, "I haven't even opened the furnace yet and you're asking for the spirit medicines from me. You're also a little too confident, right?" He could not quite understand where Qi Feng's confidence came from. Could it be that refining a superior grade medicinal pill could seal the victory? Qi Feng said disdainfully, "With the Baki Lei pill's difficulty, superior grade can basically secure the victory. Could it be that you can refine heaven grade still? Enough nonsense. Hurry up and hand it over. Otherwise I'm going to apply to the temple for a forced enforcement." Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing when he heard that and said, "Really a frog at the bottom of a well. In your eyes, superior grade is probably the highest grade, right?" Qi Feng sneered and said, "Superior grade is naturally not the highest grade. But I don't think that you can refine heaven grade." Yi Yuan sighed slightly and similarly flipped his palm. The medicinal pill flew out. An even thicker fragrance dispersed in all directions. Qi Feng's expression changed and he cried out in surprise, "Peak superior grade." The moment Yi Yuan saw, his face could not conceal the disappointed look as he shook his head and said with a sigh, "Still lacking some skill in the end, almost can't even thrash a trash." One sentence almost angered Qi Feng until he vomited blood. When Mu Yuanchun saw the medicinal pill Yi Yuan refined, his complexion turned white all at once, and he muttered, "This? How is this possible? More than 10 days ago, could it be that it still wasn't his limit?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "More than 10 days ago, that was indeed my limit. But over 10 days have passed, you wouldn't think that I'm still marching on the spot, right?" Mu Yuanchun could not help choking when he heard that. Over a dozen days, from level 2 difficulty to level 4 difficulty, this improvement was also too fast, right? This was the gap between a high-level apprentice and a top priest. One had to know, Qi Feng used several thousand years to complete this leap. Yi Yuan only used a dozen over days? Mu Yuan-chun had an impulse to want to vomit blood. Yi Yuan looked at Qi Feng and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Well, scattering boy, concede defeat." Qi Feng's face turned black and he bellowed furiously, You cheated. I'm going to report you to the elders." Yi Yuan said helplessly, "How did I cheat? It was you yourself who came to find me to compete in alchemy and even vowed in all solemnness, saying to let me take a look at the strength of priests. Now I saw it, it's indeed very impressive. All right, still don't find it shameful enough. Transfer the contribution points to Yi Yuan and get lost." Qi Feng still wanted to say something but was cut off by a muffled thunder-like voice. Qi Feng turned towards the sound. His expression could not help changing greatly, and he bowed and said, Master, Elder Ni Kuan." Yi Yuan was a little surprised. He did not expect that Qi Feng was actually Elder Ni Kuan's disciple. It seemed like he kicked a metal plate. Ni Kuan's gaze was frosty as he looked at Qi Feng and said, "You didn't hear what I said." Qi Feng's face changed and he hurriedly said, "Yes, master." Under Ni Kuan's word of command, how could he still dare to dawdle? He hurriedly transferred the contribution points to Yi Yuan and then he scrambled away. Finished with these, Ni Kuan said again, "All have nothing to do watching the show here." When everyone heard that, they scattered on command. Yi Yuan was just about to leave, but was stopped by Ni Kuan, who said with an unfriendly expression, "Kid, impressive. Just over a dozen days since you arrived, and you already caused so much trouble for me." Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Elder, I didn't cause trouble. It was trouble that came to provoke me." He knew that these few people must have been paying attention to him and definitely knew the ins and outs of the matter. These few incidents really could not be blamed on him. Ni Kuan snorted coldly and said, "Come with me. Someone wants to meet you." Yi Yuan's eyebrows raised up, aware that the main thing was coming. In front of him was an old man with golden hair all over his face, looking ferocious and malicious. That appearance was simply a golden-furred lion king. Yi Yuan was somewhat perplexed. Could such a boorish fellow really refine high-grade medicinal pills? The old man was also sizing Yi Yuan up, his gaze profound, no idea what he was thinking of. After a long time, the old man suddenly opened his mouth and spoke in a voice akin to a great bell. "Young man, just what goal do you have joining the priest temple?" Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Junior has long yearned for demon divine pills. Coming this time, I hope to be able to learn the demon race's alchemy techniques, and let my alchemy Tao improve further." The old man laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha! This old man believes your words. You and I belong to the same type of people. For the sake of alchemy we can fling caution to the wind. However, your goal shouldn't be just this, right?" Yi Yuan discovered that this old man's personality was candid and straightforward, going straight to the point without beating around the bush. When talking, he naturally had no need to cover it up as well and said with a nod, "Actually, I came for my brother." Yi Yuan did not conceal anything, telling about the matter of finding white light with the help of the priest temple. After the old man heard, he laughed loudly and said, "I couldn't tell that. You're still a lad who values friendship. However, don't you feel that this old man will lose out a lot like this? You learned the demon race's alchemy techniques and even deployed the priest temple's power. In the end, what benefits can this old man and the terrific lad get?" Yi Yuan knew that the other party was about to negotiate terms with him. If the terms were not agreeable, he would be in danger. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "What I can pull out is my alchemy skills. The reason why Senior is willing to discuss with me is probably that you had your eyes on this too, right?" The old man laughed loudly and said, "Kid, you're a smart person. EDQ. Don't like to beat around the bush either. You stay in the priest temple for 5,000 years. This favor, I'll help with it." Yi Yuan naturally understood that 5,000 years was equivalent to selling himself to the priest's temple. This kind of thing he naturally could not agree to it. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Lord Hall Master, this Yi has my own matters, and likely can't stay at the priest's temple for long term. If Lord Hall Master insists on making me stay, this Yi can only stay for at most 300 years. 300 years was already the limit that Yi Yuan could give. If Yi Yuan had no ties or attachments, there was nothing wrong with staying. 5,000 years here. This place was adjacent to the Sky Demon Mountain Range, the spirit medicines. In abundant supply. To Yi Yuan, this place was really a paradise. But Yi Yuan knew that it was impossible for him to stay 5,000 years here. As expected, the moment Yi Yuan's words came out, Di Chou's face turned dark, and he said, Kid, are you messing with me? 300 years, what do I want you for? But Yi Yuan smiled and said, 300 years is sufficient to pay back the priest. Temple's capital sunk. Hee, what an arrogant brat. To priests, 300 years is merely a snap of a finger. Your talent is pretty good, but giving you 300 years, what benefits can you bring to the priest's temple? Or is it that you're simply fooling this old man? Amen? Di Chou glared. A terrifying aura was emitted out. In an instant, Yi Yuan felt as if Mount Tai was bearing down from on top. Even breathing became very laborious. This was not realm suppression, but the real deal. Clearly, Di Chou was really enraged. He felt that Yi Yuan was playing with him. 300 years, in the eyes of the average person, it was indeed too insincere. Under the tremendous pressure, Yi Yuan's bones creaked and rattled. His complexion deathly pale. But he said stubbornly, 300 years. I can create countless powerhouses for the priest's temple. If you don't believe it, we can sign a heavenly Tao oath with 300 years as the date. Di Chou was clearly moved and said coldly, that works too. After 300 years, if I see your contributions, I'll help you find your brother then. Yi Yuan's face changed when he heard that. This old fellow was clearly someone who did not commit until success was certain. Not giving him some benefits, there was no way he would agree. But with his current strength, he could not do it at all. This was awkward. Clearly, Yi Yuan overestimated this hall master's patience. Over 300 years' time, to someone who had never come into contact with demon divine pills before, it was indeed just a very brief instant. Even though Yi Yuan already displayed his talent, his Di Chou clearly still did not believe that Yi Yuan could do anything in 300 years. Senior, isn't there any room for further negotiation? Yi Yuan said with a pale complexion. Di Chou smiled coldly and said, what do you think? Suddenly, Di Chou's expression changed, imposing momentum suddenly disappearing, and he changed expressions and said with a smile, actually, it can also be discussed. The pressure on Yi Yuan's body suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving him stunned for a while. This old fellow still had a threatening and overbearing appearance just now, so why did he suddenly change? Di Chou looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, how about this, we each take a step back. I don't need you to stay for 5,000 years, but you have to swear a heavenly Tao oath to forever retain my priest temple's priest status. If my priest temple needs you to refine pills, you mustn't decline. If my priest temple is in danger, you also have to lend your assistance. Yi Yuan was stunned again when he heard this, instantly understanding something. This Di Chou was forthright and straightforward and could not think of such a roundabout idea at all. This way, it was equivalent to tying him to the priest temple for life. It was much more worthwhile than staying behind for 5,000 years. Furthermore, this also gave him the maximum degree of freedom. This kind of thing, Di Chou's brain definitely could not come up with it. Just now, there must have been an expert giving guidance, it was just that he did not detect it. Inside this priest temple, talented men were living in hiding too. But this condition, Yi Yuan did not find it unacceptable. Yi Yuan had half of the demon race bloodline and was not averse toward the demon race. Moreover, if he could learn demon divine pills, his alchemy Tao strength would definitely make great progress. This way, Yi Yuan would indeed owe the priest temple a huge favor too. Being the priest temple's Dharma protector for life also did not seem to have anything wrong. Yi Yuan thought about it and said with a nod, "Okay, I promise you, but if the priest temple is going to be detrimental to me, it's not within the restrictions." Yi Yuan did not have a grin and bear-it personality. The priest temple was a colossal system. Yi Yuan also did not dare guarantee that he could keep on being friends with the priest temple. Once someone was going to harm him, could it be that he still could not fight back? So before swearing the heavenly Tao oath, Yi Yuan naturally had to eliminate all hidden dangers. Di Qiu agreed very readily too and said with a smile, "However, the 300-year agreement must be counted." Yi Yuan nodded his head and swore the heavenly Tao oath in front of Di Qiu. The constraints of heavenly Tao oaths were too great on martial artists. Unless it was a last resort, no one was willing to swear it. But Yi Yuan had no choice but to do so in order to get White Light's news. Forget about swearing a heavenly Tao oath. Even if it was being beaten until his bones were crushed into powder, Yi Yuan would not furrow his brows no matter what. When Di Qiu saw Yi Yuan swear the heavenly Tao oath, he could not help laughing loudly and said, "Okay, from now onward you're the temple's official priest. 300 years. This old man hopes that you won't disappoint me." "Elderly, I have a question." On the high platform, an old man was currently giving a sermon to a group of priests when someone below the stage suddenly stood up to say. The priests below the stage were no less than 100 people. At this time, gazes looked over in unison. This person was wearing a priest's long robe, for stars hanging on his chest. Who was it if not Yi Yuan? Seeing this scene, the faces of all the priests revealed knowing smiles. The scalp of the elder Li on the stage tingled, and he waved his hand and said, "If there are any questions, wait until after the sermon before asking. Don't need to say any more right now." These few years, Yi Yuan already became the most troublesome problem student of all the elders. Practically during each sermon, Yi Yuan would interrupt many times to raise his doubts. When it was many, it even reached more than 10 or 20 times. If it was just causing trouble, these elders giving sermons would just fling a slap over. But the problem was, each time Yi Yuan raised his doubts, it was all very reasonable. Each time would stump the elders until they were left tongue-tied. In the beginning, there were still some elders who were unconvinced and started intense arguments with Yi Yuan. But in the end, they were all disputed until rendered speechless by Yi Yuan. With a few incidents, when these elders were giving sermons, they were afraid that Yi Yuan would be present. As long as they saw Yi Yuan, they would be like mice seeing a cat, hearts drumming away. Yi Yuan completely ignored Elder Li and asked without caring, "Zi Shou Long. Qin pill has a neutral temperament. When refining it, one should control the temperature, basing the 5 elements rules inside the spirit medicines as the foundation." "Elder Li, don't you think this should be the case?" Yi Yuan's talking speed was very fast, pointing out the problems in the sermon that Elder Li talked about just now. When the other priests heard Yi Yuan's words, they all revealed thoughtful expressions. These priests all had their experiences too. At the start, they were all harboring the mentality of watching the show, watching Yi Yuan argue with the elders. But later on, they discovered that what Yi Yuan said was indeed very reasonable. After going back and experimenting, the quality of the medicinal pills really improved significantly. Hence, later on, as long as Yi Yuan opened his mouth, they would give their full attention to the lecture and benefited a great deal instead. Elder Li said furiously, "Yi Yuan, are you the elder? Or am I the elder?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course you're the elder." Elder Li snorted coldly and said, "You still know that I'm the elder? I'm preaching and you're causing trouble. Where's the sense of propriety?" But Yi Yuan said, "Elder Li, can't say it like that. The more truth is debated, the clearer it gets. Since there's a problem, I naturally have to point it out. Could it be that you wish to let everyone go refine pills according to the wrong method?" Elder Li was angered until his face was livid, and he said angrily, "Why don't you come and preach to them then?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "I don't have that ability." Came to learn and casually raised his own questions. "Haha, Elder Li, you continue." Elder Li finally could not hold back and flicked his sleeves grandly and said, "Not preaching anymore." Finished talking, he left in a huff. Putting on the priest robes, Yi Yuan started his days of learning Demon Divine Pills in the priest temple's halls. Even though he was very worried about white light in his heart, he also knew that he could only wait right now. And Yi Yuan's capital to gain a foothold in the priest temple was Alchemy Dao. Hence, he urgently needed to increase his strength currently. First time entering the Tianlu Pavilion, Yi Yuan learned a lot of knowledge about Demon Divine Pills. But the refinement of Demon Divine Pills, Yi Yuan still lacked a great deal. Hence, he was absorbing knowledge frenziedly every day right now. Yi Yuan was naturally not deliberately making trouble. But these elders, preaching on Tao, the areas that they missed out were too many. Yi Yuan posing his own queries was also within reason. It was just that some of his questions were too tricky. Even those elders could not answer them too, so it was easy to anger the other party. "Yi Yuan, you're quite capable. Now that you angered Elder Li away, are you happy?" At this time, one of the priests stood up to question Yi Yuan. Who was it if not Qi Feng? Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "Then you say, was I right or not?" Qi Feng could not help choking when he heard that. Yi Yuan said it very reasonably. He could not refute at all. If it could be refuted, Elder Li also could not leave in a rage. Even Elder Li could not do it. He, Qi Feng, naturally could not even more. Humph. Even if what you said was reasonable, you also have to pay attention to the ways and means. You screwing like this, everyone doesn't get to learn anymore. Qi Feng said with a cold smile. Sure enough, with him instigating, the other people's unhappy emotions all came out. Although Yi Yuan's words were reasonable, now that even the elder was angered away, who would still come and preach to them in the future? This way, wouldn't Yi Yuan become a plague god? Yi Yuan, you're a genius. We're all mediocre. All right? You're capable. Don't come and listen to the elders preach together with us. Now that the elder left, are you going to come and preach to us? Everyone clamored to get a word in, all expressing dissatisfaction towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan grinned and said, if it's just up to Elder Li's standard, it's also not impossible for me to preach to you guys. One sentence made everyone stare dumbfounded with their mouths agape. This guy was bragging, right? The moment Qi Feng heard, he smiled coldly and said, all right then, you try preaching. Everyone, all come and listen to whether or not our temple's number. One genius can spout about some profound things. Some shallow truths everyone naturally all knew. Even if there was a gap between those sitting here, it also would not be too ridiculous. Therefore, Qi Feng completely did not believe that Yi Yuan could spout out some profound things. Being able to raise questions did not mean being able to preach to everyone. They were all 4-star priests, who could be much better than anyone. Yi Yuan smiled, walked up the high platform, and said in a clear voice, then, next, I'll carry on talking from the place Elder Li stopped just now. Hence, Yi Yuan started to speak eloquently without ceasing. At the start, everyone's faces all revealed disdain. But the more he said, the more serious the expressions on everyone's faces got. They finally knew that Yi Yuan was not joking around. The things that Yi Yuan said were even clearer and easier to understand than Elder Li, and he also went straight to the point. Clearly, Yi Yuan's understanding of the Zishou Longqin pill was far from what they could compare to, even though Yi Yuan's refinement of Demon Divine pills was still lacking. To talk about the understanding of pill formulas, 100 Elder Lis could not catch up to him even by whipping their horses. Moreover, medicinal pills of level 4 difficulty were still nothing in Yi Yuan's eyes. Otherwise, he also would not have refined a peak superior grade Baki Lain pill so easily. It was just that some specifics of the refining methods, as well as proficiency and specific application areas of demonic attraction art, Yi Yuan was still lacking in some level of skill. What was truly difficult were level 7 and above medicinal pills. The group of priests was wholly enraptured listening. Their eyes became brighter and brighter. Clearly, they all had considerable gains. Even Qi Feng had long already forgotten to look at the joke too. He was focused on Yi Yuan's preaching. That's about it. These are some of the easy to fall into mistake areas that I sorted out myself. As long as you all practice hard, you should be able to increase the grade of the medicinal pills considerably, Yi Yuan said with a smile. There's no way to preach anymore. That Yi Yuan is simply bullying people to the extreme, going too far. The moment Elder Li entered, he started bellowing. There were currently several elders in the house right now.
Esto ne fiater. Ni.
Kuan, Kumu, and the rest were all present. When the few people heard Elder Li's roars, they immediately knew what had happened. Elder Li, that punk is making a problem again? And Kuan said in a solemn voice. Elder Li smiled coldly and said, otherwise? This old man hasn't even preached halfway, and that brat interrupted 10 times. 10 times. How to preach still? Quite a few elders immediately felt the same when they heard it and criticized.
Ye Yuan.
That Yi Yuan really has no respect for his elders. The last time I was preaching, it was rebutted by him until I couldn't step down. Isn't that so? Ever since this brat became a priest, the temple hasn't had peace from top to bottom. Seems like each of us elders has a grudge with him. Each time we preach, he'll ask some strange and outlandish questions, really infuriating to death. These elders were all incomparably indignant, but the words expressed and the implied meaning all revealed a hint of helplessness. Because of Yi Yuan's questions, they really could not answer. The faults that Yi Yuan found, they also had no way of disputing. It was also precisely because so that even though they gnashed their teeth in hatred toward Yi Yuan, they could not do anything to him. No reason other than he was impressive. Not convinced, you debate it with him. The elders normally all stood high above the masses, receiving the worship and respect of priests and priest trainees. But Yi Yuan only came a few days and completely crumbled their settings. These elders naturally felt like they had no face. And Kuan snorted coldly and said, this punk is simply too outrageous. Who does he think he is? At this rate, the entire priest temple will be turned upside down. Clearly, Kuan's sermons had also been questioned by Yi Yuan before. Furthermore, the number of times was not a few. Kuan was not pleased with Yi Yuan to begin now. Now he could not bear the sight of him even more. The moment Elder Li heard, he said, Elder this punk must be taught a good lesson. Otherwise, his nose is almost pointing to the sky already. How to punish? Asking questions during sermons, this is a tradition since ancient times. Could it be that we're forbidding him from speaking? If this were to spread out, how will us elders still keep a foothold in front of priests? Kumu said. Kuan suddenly grinned and said, this brat, this old man has long wanted to take him down a peg or two. Kuan's words immediately aroused the interests of the elders. Elder you have a way? Kuan smiled and said, eternal chess game, ask not. Could it be that you all forgot about it? The moment the elders heard, they immediately revealed knowing smiles. Elder Li even laughed loudly and said, brilliant, Elder truly brilliant. Yi Yuan did not know that these elders were currently scheming against him. After preaching, he went to get missions. In the priest temple, wanting to earn contribution points, one naturally had to receive pill refining missions. For the same pill refining mission, the higher the quality of the medicinal pill, the more the contribution points obtained. In this half-over year, Yi Yuan would frequently take on some of the temple's pill refining missions. Presently, he was already more and more well-versed in refining demon divine pills. But Yi Yuan's pill refinements were different from the other priests. The other priests all turned their noses up at those low-difficulty missions. But what Yi Yuan took on in this half a year were all some extremely low difficulty missions. Among them, some missions did not even have contribution points because they were too easy. These missions, some missions that could not be resolved by capital cities, below or even counties. Reaching imperial cities, the difficulty of this level of missions were too low. No one cared about it at all. But Yi Yuan completed each one with the greatest care. Lord Yi Yuan came again. What level of mission do you plan on taking on? This time, the ones in charge of missions were a few priest trainees. They had long had some understanding of Yi Yuan's habits already, even though they were very disdainful in their hearts toward this Yi Yuan's identity was extraordinary. They naturally did not dare to slight him. Yi Yuan said, I'll get 10 2-star difficulty missions this time. As he said this, Yi Yuan started choosing the 2-star missions he preferred more from the mission list. These missions that Yi Yuan picked were naturally pinpointed and not blindly chosen. If the mission did not have much help to his pill refining standard, he would not pick it. Just as Yi Yuan was choosing the missions, a cold laugh suddenly came from behind. Actually doing these trash missions that nobody does. What temples? Number 1 genius? I think that he's simply a knockoff, right? Yi Yuan turned his head to look, and it was a gray-robed youth. He could not help rolling his eyes as he said, whatever missions I pick is none of your business. A meddlesome busybody who doesn't understand anything. The gray-robed youth's face turned dark and he said, Brat, do you know who I am? To actually dare speak to me like this. Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, what has it got to do with me who you are? Do you think that I'm the same as you, poking into other people's affairs without knowing anything? When the others heard Yi Yuan's words, each and every one of them was silent, like cicadas in winter, too domineering. The rest all recognized that this gray-robed youth in front of them was called Kong Yun, known as the number 1 priest. Being repeatedly rebutted by Yi Yuan, Kong Yun said angrily, what a razor!
Tand brat.
The dignified temple's number 1 genius is actually doing this sort of trash mission, really making people die of laughter. This priest has been in close seclusion these few years. I didn't expect that such a ridiculous thing actually appeared in the temple. In reality, before Yi Yuan appeared, the temple's number 1 genius. This title had always belonged to Kong Yun, but last time Yi Yuan one-shot Qifeng on his second time refining demon divine pills. This made the temple's number 1 genius title quietly transfer hands. Kong Yun had always been in seclusion. Who knew that the moment he exited seclusion, his number 1 genius title was gone? Upon inquiry, it turned out that a punk called Yi Yuan appeared. Today, Kong Yun came to get missions. Who knew that he just happened to run into Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan gave Kong Yun a glance and said coolly, how many star missions can you take on? The moment Kong Yun heard, this kid had the intention of challenging him. Interesting. Kong Yun said proudly, with this priest's strength, all 5-star missions are nothing difficult. Why could it be that you want to compete with me? With just the likes of these trash missions? Regarding this, Kong Yun was still extremely confident. His close seclusion this time, his alchemy Dao strength made great improvements. 5-star difficulty missions include some level 5 difficulty medicinal pills, as well as a small number of simple level 6 difficulty medicinal pills. With his current strength, he could basically sweep across 5-star missions. And this aspect, other priests could not do it at all. Yi Yuan looked at Kong Yun like he was looking at an idiot. He turned his head to that priest trainee and said, give me the 7-star difficulty mission list. Kong Yun could not help being taken back when he heard, bursting into laughter. Soon after, as he said, I heard that you've never done missions passing 3 stars before in this half a year. You actually want to do 7-star missions. Now, are you trying to spite me? Spitting also requires strength. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and settled on a few of the most difficult ones among 7-star missions before saying, tomorrow noon, I'll come to hand in the missions. When you complete these missions too, then come and raise a hue with me. Now, scram further away from me. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Kong Yun was angered until his expression was livid, while the others were silent like cicadas in winter, not daring to make a sound. Damn punk! To actually dare be so arrogant in front of me. 7-star missions. Heh! I want to see how you complete them. Kong Yun smiled coldly and said, this Yi Yuan is crazy, right? He actually wants to challenge 7-star missions. 7-star missions are what even elders might not be able to complete. That guy's posturing was done over the top, right? Isn't that so? Probably got carried away with the title of the temples. Number 1 genius, right? This half a year, he has never taken any mission that surpasses 3-star difficulty. Jumping to 7-star all of a sudden. Isn't this a joke? Regarding Yi Yuan's actions, everyone was very disapproving of it. 3-star to 7-star, in between this was an insurmountable gulf. 7-star missions only elders would occasionally accept. Kong Yun came in front of that priest trainee and said with a grim face, let me take a look at what kind of missions he drew. The priest trainee did not dare to defy and handed the mission list to Kong Yun. The moment Kong Yun looked, his expression changed first. Then he immediately burst into laughter and said, this brat is probably a fool, right? These missions, if he can complete them, Kong Yun will pluck my head off and let him kick like a ball. Yi Yuan's move was too arrogant, throwing away all of his face. His loud laughter was also wanting to gain back some ground. Everyone was also very curious just what kind of 7-star missions Yi Yuan took. There were many 7-star missions. There were easy ones and also difficult ones. Easy ones were merely slightly harder than 6-star missions. Difficult ones were even comparable to 8-star missions. Yi Yuan currently reached the front door. Hearing Kong Yun's words, Yi Yuan's figure paused, turned his head and said, I've remembered your words. I hope that you still have the courage to say such words tomorrow. Kong Yun laughed loudly and said, you can rest assured that I'll say it one more time tomorrow, because these 10 missions there's no way you can complete them. Yi Yuan just smiled and left with large strides. The others were all very curious. Some priests whose strengths were pretty good stepped forward and asked, Brother Kong Yun, just what kind of missions did Yi Yuan choose? Kong Yun sneered and said, you guys see for yourself. When everyone saw the list, they immediately exploded. This number 75 mission, didn't Elder and I once accept it before? He seemed to have failed back then. Also, this number 367 mission, heard that quite a few elders accepted it. In the end, none of them completed it. These 10 missions, each one is impossible to complete. Is he mad? The 10 missions that Yi Yuan took on had basically all been accepted before, by some or several elders. Furthermore, they all failed. This kind of mission, how could a person who just learned half a year of divine pill refinement possibly complete them? Moreover, Yi Yuan had never before done 3-star and above missions. Directly, doing 7-star missions now, wasn't this nonsense? Kong Yun smiled coldly and said, a fool who overestimates his own strength. Even if he wants to posture, he also needs to pick something suitable. Everyone nodded their heads, agreeing with Kong Yun's words a lot. This showing off was over the top. At noon on the second day, Kong Yun had long arrived at the mission hall. Same as him, there were already quite a few people waiting here. Kong Yun, heard that you were also kept in check by Yi Yuan yesterday? Kong Yun turned around to look. It was Chi Feng. This guy heard that Yi Yuan took on a few impossible missions and naturally ran over to watch the show today. Being able to see Yi Yuan get disgraced was also a very refreshing thing. Kong Yun's face fell and he said, being known as the temple's number 1 genius, I even thought that he was some remarkable figure. Turns out that it was a fool. Chi Feng smiled and said, may not be a fool, but being able to force him to this point, there's probably only you. Hearing Chi Feng's words, Kong Yun was also secretly pleased with himself in his heart. If he chose 6-star missions, I'd really still be a little worried. But he chose 7-star. Forget that he chose 7-star, he even only picked some impossible missions. I say, what is he if not a fool? Kong Yun said with a cold smile. Chi Feng naturally did not think that Yi Yuan was a fool. But he similarly did not think that these missions Yi Yuan chose could be completed. In my view, he probably won't be coming today. These missions are totally impossible to complete. However, 7-star and above missions need elders to come to verify and accept them. Elder Stonefeather already came. I want to see how he gives an account, Chi Feng said with a smile. Hearing that, Kong Yun also had a smile on his face. After today, the title of the temple's #1 genius would return to him. Once again. Came. I didn't expect that Yi Yuan really dared to come. Coming or not, he'll become the temple's laughingstock in the future. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd.
Ye Yuan slowly yalk edin.
Yi Yuan completely ignored the other people's gazes and walked straight to the place to hand in missions. I'm here to hand in missions, Yi Yuan said coolly. That priest trainee hurriedly said, Lord Yi Yuan, please wait a moment. Go invite Elder Stonefeather. Yi Yuan nodded his head. That priest trainee turned around and left. Putting on an appearance. These missions, if you can complete one of them, I, Kong Yun, will write my 2 characters upside down.
Kong Yun scorned.
With a jeering smile, Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a speechless look, Yesterday, wanted to pluck your head for me to kick as a ball. Today, wanted to write your name upside down. The things that your parents gave you, do you not cherish them? Like so. Kong Yun could not help choking when he heard that and said with a cold snort, Stop pretending here. I want to see until when you can pretend. At this time, Stonefeather slowly walked out. He looked at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise too. This kid actually challenged 7-star missions all at once. Furthermore, it was all some extremely difficult missions. This was simply looking for abuse. Elder Stonefeather. Yi Yuan gave a bow to Stonefeather. Stonefeather nodded his head and said, Heard that you picked 10 of the most difficult 7-star missions. Yi Yuan nodded and said, That's right. Elder Stonefeather, please verify and accept. As he said, Yi Yuan put 10 storage rings on the counter. Stonefeather's gaze turned intent and he said in surprise, 10 missions, you completed them all. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Since Yi Yuan drew them, I naturally have confidence in completing. Elder, please. Stonefeather was slightly surprised in his heart. He picked up a storage ring, sinking his divine sense inside, and started verifying it. When Kong Yun, Chi Feng, and the rest saw the scene, they all had sneers on their faces. However, Stonefeather's expressions suddenly changed drastically and he looked at Yi Yuan in shock as he said, This candle-run immortal true pill was refined by you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Elder Stonefeather must be joking. Could it be that there's still someone doing it on my behalf? When the others saw this scene, each and every one of them was extremely surprised. Could it be that Yi Yuan really completed one mission? Forcefully suppressing the shock in his heart, Stonefeather picked up the 2nd storage ring and checked it again. Following that was the 3rd one, 4th. All the way until the 10th. The expression on Stonefeather's face became more and more shocked, and more incredulous. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was like he had seen a ghost. When everyone saw Stonefeather's rich expressions, each and every one of them was similarly extremely shocked. What in the world did Yi Yuan do to actually make Elder Stonefeather lose composure like so? Elder Stonefeather, this? Kong Yun was long already not as calm as before anymore. Stonefeather, a 5-star high priest, actually lost composure like so. This was too abnormal. Stonefeather waved his hand dismissively and said, Don't talk to me. Let me calm down for a while. He held those 10 storage rings repeatedly, looked at one and put another one down, examining each one carefully continuously. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them clicked their tongues in wonder. However, their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan became different. No idea how long had passed either. Stonefeather finally recovered from his shock. He heaved a long sigh of relief, calmed his emotions down, and said to Yi Yuan, I heard that you never received 3-star and above missions at all in this half a year. How are you able to complete 7-star missions all of a sudden? Same as everyone, Stonefeather was also very perplexed. He knew that with Yi Yuan's Alchemy Dao foundation and talent, he should pick up Demon Divine Pill techniques very quickly. But he completely did not expect that it would be fast to such an inconceivable extent. When he checked these 10 missions just now, they were all level 7. Difficulty Demon Divine Pills. Furthermore, they were very high difficulty level 7 difficulty medicinal pills. Demon Divine Pills of this difficulty. Even the elders did not have confidence in completing within 1 or 2 times. Not only did Yi Yuan complete them, but he also completed them very perfectly. Each kind of medicinal pill reached divine grade. Refining level 7 demon divine pills to divine grade, this was simply a fairy tale-like thing. Even these 5-star high priests, did not possibly have anyone able to do it too. This was the reason why he was so shocked. Yi Yuan said coolly, understanding one aspect, understanding all aspects. Refining high-difficulty medicinal pills might not need going up 1 level by 1 level when refining. As long as one lays down a solid foundation, they can naturally achieve mastery through a comprehensive study of the subject. Stonefeather's gaze turned intent and he praised, a fine understanding one aspect, understanding all aspects. It's just that how many can do it to this extent? Yi Yuan, you indeed didn't disappoint me. Yi Yuan smiled and said, many thanks, Elder Stonefeather. Stonefeather nodded his head and said to the priest trainee, Yi Yuan's 10 missions. Give him 30,000 contribution points for each one. 3 to 30,000? Elder Stonefeather, is there a mistake? Kong Yun said, with a look of disbelief when he heard this. What did 30,000 points per mission mean? Kong Yun, did not even have that many contribution points by taking on several dozen 5-star missions. One should not look at how Chi Feng gave away several hundred contribution points to Yi Yuan in the PSIT. Actually, this was already not a small sum. Accepting a 4-star mission, after completing it, one would only get several dozen to 100 contribution points. For Chi Feng to want to earn several hundred contribution points, he needed to do quite a few 4-star missions. As for 2,000 contribution points, Chi Feng had to strive for at least quite a few years. Now, Yi Yuan's one mission was worth 30,000 contribution points. This was too fake. Kong Yun's first reaction was that Elder Stonefeather did it on purpose, wanting to use Yi Yuan's achievement as a contrast. There's naturally no mistake. Yi Yuan's 10 missions, each one was completed perfectly. Awarding someone according to a 7-star mission's peak value, it's 30,000 for one, Stonefeather said coolly. Kong Yun's expression changed drastically, and he said in terror, peak value? How is this possible? Peak value only under the circumstances of completing divine grade would the reward be given. Could it be that Yi Yuan's 10 missions all reached divine grade? Missions that even elders could not complete? How was this possible? Stonefeather's face fell and he said in a cold voice, Kong Yun, could it be that you're questioning this elder? Kong Yun's expression changed and he hurriedly said, dare not. I just. Stonefeather gave a cold snort and said, rather than being jealous of men of talent, why not spend more time on cultivation? IHPE that today's events will sound a wake-up call for you all. Finished talking, Stonefeather turned around and left. Yi Yuan looked at Kong Yun and said with a smile that was not a smile, now, try saying the words you said yesterday loudly again. When Kong Yun heard that, his entire face became incomparably embarrassed. He was still pledging in all seriousness yesterday, saying that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to complete the missions. The reason why he dared to be so arrogant was that he was certain there was no way Yi Yuan could finish any of the 10 missions. But today, not only did Yi Yuan complete it, furthermore, he completed it in a terrifyingly brilliant manner, too perfectly. Seeing Kong Yun's appearance, Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said disdainfully, "A coward who has the balls to say, but doesn't have the balls to act. If you don't have strength, don't posture in front of others. You'll get slapped. If you can complete 7-star missions, come in front of me to raise a hue at that time." Done talking, Yi Yuan swaggered off. Coming out of Tianlu Pavilion, Yi Yuan was stopped by the white-haired old man. Again. With the first time, there was naturally the second time, the third time. Ever since that time, each time Yi Yuan came out of Tianlu Pavilion, he would be stopped by the white-haired old man who sat down and debated on the Tao with him, because he discovered that Yi Yuan's insights were extremely unique and could often set people thinking. Some areas of doubts and omissions he had in the past also had a feeling of becoming enlightened at once. Before encountering Yi Yuan, the white-haired old man thought that he had already thoroughly understood the Tianlu Pavilion's classics. All the way until that time he tested Yi Yuan, he discovered that he actually still had many questions that he did not understand thoroughly. Of course, Yi Yuan was also willing to approach it with this white-haired old man. This old man's attainments in demon divine pills were absolutely extraordinary. To Yi Yuan, a novice, the white-haired old man's guidance tended to give him a feeling of dispelling the clouds and seeing the moonlight. This kind of exchange was naturally greatly beneficial to the two. Yi Yuan's improvement being so fast was not unrelated to this white-haired old man. After a bout of intense discussions, the white-haired old man suddenly said, "I heard that this half a year you questioned the various elders during their sermons, making them unable to step down." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That will depend on how you view the matter. Actually, I feel that raising questions when you have them all can discuss together and improve together. This is a good thing. It's just that to some elders who have already been famous for a long time, face is clearly more important than strength." The white-haired old man burst into laughter when he heard it and said, "Well said. Those fools think that they are number one under the heavens, but they don't know that there's heaven beyond heaven, and that there's always someone better. Their alchemy Tao is merely but some superficial knowledge." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Junior always felt that talent can have differences, but attitude can completely have no differences. Hiding your problems and not taking remedial measures, one can only come to a standstill. The disciple doesn't need to be inferior to the master doesn't need to be inferior to the disciple. Some of the student's insights can perhaps let the teacher have another bout of gains. It's just that they insist that I'm causing trouble, so I also can't do anything about it." The white-haired old man chortled with laughter and said, "You brat are really different from the rest. But I heard that they have already joined hands, planning to teach you a good lesson. You have to be a little more careful." Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, "Teach me a lesson? How so?" The white-haired old man lightly stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Have you heard of the eternal chess game, Ask Not?" Yi Yuan shook his head, clearly not having the slightest clue about this. The white-haired old man changed to a fascinated expression and slowly said, 50 million years ago, my demon race's sacred ancestor high priest attained Tao. In order to write the demon race's name, he went to challenge the human race's medicine ancestor, who knew that these two created a new path and actually integrated alchemy Tao into Go, playing an eternal chess game called Ask Not. When he heard that, Yi Yuan said in surprise, "Challenging the medicine ancestor. The demon race's sacred ancestor high priest was actually so powerful?" The white-haired old man's face fell, and he said with a black face, "What do you mean? Could it be that our demon race deserves to be worse than your human race?" Yi Yuan laughed awkwardly and said, "Hoo hoo, Senior. Don't blame me. Junior has always heard that the medicine ancestor is only half a step away from stepping into the realm of Tao ancestor, so I instinctively thought that the medicine ancestor is this heaven-span world's strongest alchemist. In reality, even Dustless was also not clear how powerful the demon race's sacred ancestor high priest was. After all, in the eyes of these top characters, heavenly Empyrean immortal Grove was merely a junior too. When the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest played chess, the heavenly Empyrean immortal Grove was still at no idea which faraway corner. There was also no immortal Grove world. The white-haired old man huffed, but his expression became much more relaxed. Letting out a sigh, he said, "Actually, what you thought is also right. Even though the sacred ancestor high priest was powerful, he was still a hair inferior to the medicine ancestor in the end. This game of chess, it was still the sacred ancestor high priest who lost in the end." Yi Yuan was secretly startled. He completely did not expect that the demon race's sacred ancestor high priest was actually so powerful to be able to contend with the medicine ancestor in alchemy Tao. In the notion that Dustless indoctrinated to Yi Yuan, the medicine ancestor was an invincible existence. It was completely impossible for there to be someone who could rival him in alchemy Tao. One had to know he was an extraordinary person who had half a foot stepped into Tao ancestor realm. In alchemy Tao, he could be said to be standing at the apex of this world. However, the sacred ancestor high priest could actually play with the medicine ancestor and only lose by a hair. This strength, you probably could not find a second one in the entire heaven-span world. Senior, losing is losing. Why was this chess game called Ask Not? Yi Yuan asked. The white-haired old man glanced at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "I said that this was a chess game, but actually it was these two people's understanding of Tao. Back then, when he reached a dilemma, the sacred ancestor high priest sat in front of the chess game for 100,000 years. In the end, his hair and beard turned white, and he was seriously injured and vomited blood. He finally opened his mouth and asked the medicine ancestor, just where did he lose? The medicine ancestor just smiled and said 4 words. Ask not. Ask not. The name of this chess game also came from this. And then, Yi Yuan said, it was said that the sacred ancestor high priest had always taken this to heart and wholeheartedly wanted to take revenge and redress hatred. But he also knew that his gap from the medicine ancestor. Hence, after the return to the demon race, he established the priest temple and took in disciples extensively in hopes of being able to groom an existence who could contend with the medicine ancestor. At the same time, the sacred ancestor high priest even reduced the complexity, engraving many copies of Ask Not, and distributed them to each priest temple. As long as someone could crack Ask Not, they would have the qualifications to directly enter the priest temple's headquarters, said the white-haired old man. So that's how it is. Looks like the elders want me to beat a retreat in the face of overwhelming odds against me. Yi Yuan smiled and said. The white-haired old man said with a smile that was not a smile. Are you scared? Yi Yuan smiled as he looked at the white-haired old man and suddenly said, that day when Hall Master Di Cho wanted to kill me, it should have been Senior who helped me resolve my predicament. Right? The white-haired old man was slightly stunned, then immediately pointed at Yi Yuan and said with a loud laugh, I knew that it couldn't hide from you this brat. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, Junior thanks Senior for your life-saving grace. However, we've already known each other for more than half a year and Yi Yuan still doesn't know Senior's name. The white-haired old man said coolly, This old man has a single character. Name, Xiu. You can call me Senior Xiu. Yi Yuan said knowingly, Senior Xiu goading me is hoping for me to go and attempt it. Xiu smiled and said, For 50 million years, those who could crack the simplified Ask Not were only 11 people. These 11 people are presently all disciples under the sacred ancestor high priest, and also the backbone of our demon race's alchemists. It's just a shame that these 11 people studied for tens of millions of years and are also unable to crack the real Ask Not. 50 million years and only 11 people, so how does Senior know that I can crack it? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Xiao shook his head and said, even the Ask Not after simplification studies. The mysteries of creation opens up the mysteries of great Tao ordinary. People can't pass it at all. A single misstep and one will even lose their lives on their spot. You're endowed with unusual intelligence. Your views are unique. I think maybe you have a possibility of passing it. How about it? Have the guts to give it a try. In this half a year, Xiao sat down and debated on Tao with Yi Yuan. The more they talked, the more he took advantage of the opportunity. And as time went on, he also became more confident in Yi Yuan's talent. Hence, that was why he supported Yi Yuan to attempt it. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, how can this kind of thing need Senior to goad? If I had long known that there was such a chess game, I'd probably have long been unable to stand it and went to attempt it. Hearing Yi Yuan said so, Xiao's expression became solemn instead, and he said, Brat, I know that you're exceedingly talented, but don't look down on this. Ask Not. For 50 million years, the geniuses who died under this Ask Not can probably drown an imperial capital when added up. This chess game was the game of two supreme powerhouses. The perils contained inside were naturally all-pervasive. This kind of chess game, dull talents were fine instead. But once those outstandingly talented ones get caught inside, integrating into the game between the two, it would be extremely dangerous, fatal pitfalls, hidden everywhere. So, the higher the talent, the more miserably one would die instead. That Ni Kuan resorting to this move was actually wanting to borrow Ask Not to kill Yi Yuan. After all, the talent that Yi Yuan exhibited, everyone all saw it. Ni Qin did not like Yi Yuan, but it did not mean that he did not acknowledge Yi Yuan's alchemy talent. Yi Yuan smiled and said, where the Tao lies, even if tens of millions oppose, I'll also march forward bravely. If I don't even have this bit of courage, how can I talk about achieving the great Tao? Xiao smacked his thigh when he heard it and said with a big laugh, good, this old man indeed didn't misjudge you. When Yi Yuan found Ni Kuan saying that he wanted to challenge Ask Not, Ni Kuan was shocked inwardly. He was currently plotting on how to force Yi Yuan to challenge Ask Not. He did not expect that Yi Yuan delivered himself to the door. This act made him somewhat stunned. You really want to challenge Ask Not? Ni Kuan said in astonishment. Yi Yuan smiled and said, isn't this precisely what you hope for? Ni Kuan was taken aback and blurted out, you know this too? Ni Kuan panicked, discovering that he divulged it. Wasn't this equivalent to admitting that this matter was him inciting it at the back? This kid was shrewd and crafty, really impossible to guard against. Actually, whether he admitted it or not, Yi Yuan did not care. This matter Xiao already told Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he also would not know the dangers involved, and naturally would not know Ni Kuan's diligence. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, Elder Ni Kuan, why don't we make an agreement? How about that? Ni Kuan's expression was somewhat ugly as he said in a solemn voice, what do you want to agree on? Yi Yuan said, if I fail, I won't speak again during the elders' sermons in the future. If I succeed by a fluke, all of the elders' sermons, everyone can speak freely as they wish. What do you think? Where are you all going? You actually don't know such a major incident? That Yi Yuan, who's known as the temple's #1 genius, is actually going to challenge Ask Not. What? Isn't this looking for abuse? Back then, Kuang Fei, who was known as an unrivaled genius, nearly died on the spot because he challenged Ask Not. In the end, he recuperated for a full 100 years before barely managing to recover. Heh. Ask Not is a vial of poison. Everyone knows that it's dangerous, but there's always someone who tries it. The more talented, the more it is so. Such a major thing. I have to go see. One person told 10, 10 told 100. The news of Yi Yuan challenging the divine game, ask not, spreaded throughout the entire priest temple very quickly. In the plaza, the elders were all present. Enai Kuan looked at Yi Yuan, a look of gloating over his misfortune. He naturally knew that these so-called geniuses were all proud. He was the same back then. Recollecting back then, he was also extraordinarily gifted, thinking that he was the number one under the heavens. That was why he would go challenge ask not. The outcome naturally need not be said. How similar was Yi Yuan's current appearance to his back then? Dicho looked at Yi Yuan and said in a hoarse voice, Yi Yuan, you have to think clearly. Upon entering the chess game, life and death are unknown. The geniuses who died inside are too many to count. Yi Yuan said coolly, Lord Hall Master, please cast the spell. Dicho saw the decisive look on Yi Yuan's face and no longer urged him. Profound spell soared to the sky. A chessboard gradually became bigger, flying out of Dicho's palm, and landing in the center of the plaza. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked over, but he only saw that stone chessboard was very ordinary. It was no different from an ordinary chessboard. On the chessboard, black and white chess pieces were crisscrossed, murderous. Intent faintly looming, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. Yi Yuan only took one look and was no longer able to leave. Yi Yuan was also a master in this aspect. Alchemy was dull and dry. When Yi Yuan was free and had nothing to do, he would play chess to temper his heart. Realm. As the saying went, a myriad of great Daos all led to the same goal. A tiny little chessboard actually contained the maxim of great Tao. Tian Yuan 1 as chaos, crisscrossing in vertical and horizontal directions, deriving a myriad great Tao. Actually, this was a universe. Yi Yuan knew that this chess competition was actually the competition between the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest, the two people's Tao. Yi Yuan rapidly deduced in his mind and discovered to his amazement that the black pieces were already driven into an impasse. No matter where the next piece landed, it was a certain death scenario. No wonder the sacred ancestor high priest sat in front of the chess game for 100,000 years back then. No way to advance, unable to retreat, the medicine ancestor already forced the sacred ancestor high priest to the edge of the cliff. This kind of chess game, there were actually 11 people who passed it? Yi Yuan was extremely shocked in his heart. Even though it was the simplified ask not, Yi Yuan could tell that this chess game was simply a certain death scenario. Those 11 people were actually able to pass the test. How astonishing was their talent? Heh. Scared? If you back out now, you can still make it, Enai Kuan said, with a cold smile. Yi Yuan, concede defeat. Don't overestimate your own ability, Elder Li said, with a smug look. The other elders were also cynical regarding Yi Yuan's actions that were ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. They were all disdainful toward him. Yi Yuan sneered when he heard that and said, You guys can't. Doesn't mean others can't. Since there are people who pass the test, then there's naturally a ray of hope. Can't pass, it can only be blamed you guys for being too stupid. Unable to find a ray of hope. This bunch of old fellows wished that he would die in the chess game. Saying so was merely in order to trigger him. Why would he show these elders a good attitude? Insolence. Yi Yuan? Who do you think you're talking to? Enai Kuan said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan looked at Enai Kuan and said with a smile, You scheme day and night to make me come and challenge ask not. Isn't it wanting me to fall inside? If I die, I'd also be someone who's about to die right now. What's the big deal about saying a thing or two about you? If I really make it through scolding you a few words is even less of a matter. Don't you agree, Elder Enai? Enai Kuan was taken aback when he heard that, but he immediately smiled coldly and said, Perhaps you'll be half dead? Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, Then isn't that exactly to Elder Ni's taste? Enai Kuan burst out laughing when he heard it and said, I didn't expect that. You're still pretty humorous. Yi Yuan just smiled slightly, leaped up, and landed on the chessboard. Buzz! Instantly, the situation suddenly changed. The entire chessboard was seemingly being activated. Waves of dense aura rose out of thin air. Each chess piece seemed to have come to life. In front of Yi Yuan seemingly became hordes of troops and horses. The two armies galloped and fought at close quarters, incomparably brutal. Even if Yi Yuan utilized the sun-moon heavenly pupil, it was of no use at all. 2. With his strength, he could not see through at all. Suddenly, two surges of aura that was formidable until it made people suffocate suddenly descended. Yi Yuan's complexion turned pale, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood with a cough. In front of Yi Yuan, an enormous figure rose from the ground up. Pair of enormous eyes cast toward Yi Yuan. This giant image was clearly in front of Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan actually could not see it clearly. This is the sacred ancestor high priest? So strong, Yi Yuan said while being in shock in his heart. Yi Yuan knew that this was merely a wisp of willpower transformed by the sacred ancestor high priest. But this trace of will was too powerful already. It actually made him have a feeling of being unable to match it. Lad, exterminate the medicine ancestor's will with my will. I will bestow upon you a transcendent lucky chance. The enormous image slowly opened his mouth, his tone matchlessly domineering. Done talking, a pair of enormous hands landed from the sky. Yi Yuan's expression changed. He felt that his own will was instantly crushed by a giant mountain and was about to be crushed into a meat pie. Unparalleled willpower. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You want me to submit and let me become a chess piece in your hands? This is simply a certain win game. Merely in order to let the challenger accept your will. That's all," the giant image said without the slightest emotion. "So what? Can't even withstand this seat's will, so how can you become an existence that transcends the medicine ancestor?" Yi Yuan's expression flickered incessantly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I, Yi Yuan, won't be a chess piece." Yi Yuan's challenge was to clear the hurdle with his own strength, and not rely on other people. He had never needed to take on other people's will before. The giant image snorted coldly and said, "Powerhouses all start from chess pieces. In this place it's not up to you. This seat is the chess game's sovereign." This simplified ask not was set up by the sacred ancestor high priest in the first place. This chess game was controlled by him and not the medicine ancestor. Only the true ask not was a chess game controlled by the medicine ancestor. In this place, if the sacred ancestor high priest wanted you to live, you live. If he wanted you to die, you would die. Yi Yuan sneered and said, "My Yi Yuan's fate has always been grasped in my own hands. A chess piece, I won't deign to become it. Even if you're the sacred ancestor high priest, it won't do too." The giant image gave a cold snort and said, "What an arrogant and unruly punk. Not accepting my will. The outcome is only death." The sacred ancestor high priest's voice was incomparably cold, as if killing Yi Yuan was merely a matter of waving a hand. Yi Yuan's gaze was cold as he said in a chilly voice, "In that case, go ahead and try." At this time, the outside world saw another scene. The moment the chess game started, everything would be hidden. The chessboard radiated a brilliant light, projecting above the sky, forming an enormous chessboard. Similarly, two giant illusions were currently facing each other in the sky, the momentum astonishing. The chess game already started for a long time, but both parties still did not move. Stonefeather frowned and said, "What's going on? It hasn't started until now." And Aikuin said with a gloating face, "This brat wouldn't be unable to withstand Lord Sacred Ancestor's will, right? Looks like this brat has an excess of talent but is lacking willpower." What this simplified ask not tested was the alchemy Tao will of the priests. The more firm one's Tao-seeking heart was, the more steps one could take. Now Yi Yuan could not even take a single step. Clearly showed that his Willpower was weak and he was completely unable to withstand the sacred ancestor high priest's peerless will. Below, in the crowd, Xiu's brows were also knitted together. What's going on with this kid? Could it be that he's really unable to even withstand Lord's sacred ancestor's initialmost will? Could it be that misjudged him? Clearly, he was also extremely perplexed by this scene. But Kong Yun laughed loudly and said, "This kid wouldn't have been directly crushed by Lord's sacred ancestor's will, right? Genius? What a joke." The Chi Feng by the side also smiled coldly and said, "If he was directly crushed, then it will really become the biggest joke in the history of the demon race. Such a genius actually couldn't even withstand the initialmost will. It's also considered unprecedented and unrepeatable, right?" Outside, many people were all gloating over others' misfortune. But inside Ask Not, Yi Yuan had a resolute look, welcoming that powerful virtual image. Not being a chess piece, one must have the strength that crushes all life. You are no good, since you cling obstinately to your own course, then suffer. This seats wrath. The moment the giant image's voice faded, it was as if the whole world collapsed. A powerful willpower directly crushed over toward Yi Yuan. This burst of willpower descending was like the sky collapsed, heaven and earth changing colors. At this time, the soul-suppressing pearl emitted a gentle energy, wrapping Yi Yuan's divine soul up. Although this willpower was strong, it was not the real Ask Not after all. With Dustless's current ability, he could completely isolate this willpower. But who knew that Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said, "Senior, you don't have to be like this. In terms of willpower strength, Yi Yuan absolutely don't lose to anybody, even if it is the sacred ancestor high priest." The moment these words came out, the soul-suppressing pearl's power pulled back like tidewater. That willpower, which could topple mountains and overturn the seas, directly scoured over toward Yi Yuan's divine soul. Buzz! Yi Yuan only felt his mind go into a daze, his entire person akin to being thunderstruck, spewing out a mouthful of blood once more. "Kneel!" A thunderous voice ordered Yi Yuan's divine soul. However, Yi Yuan was like a stubborn rock in a waterfall that stood firmly. No matter how powerful this will was, he simply remained immovable. Yi Yuan, don't even kneel to heaven. So why would I kneel to you? If I'm not even a match for a wisp of your remnant thought, how can I save my Loa? Yi Yuan gritted his teeth. A surge of stubborn willpower surged to the sky. Gradually, the imposing momentum on Yi Yuan's body actually became stronger and actually faintly showed signs of withstanding the sacred ancestor's will. This was a competition of willpower. Yi Yuan entered the heavenspan world in order to save Mu Lingxue. For this, he must walk up to the summit of the heavenspan mountain and also must have absolute strength. Living two lives, experiencing bumpy roads, Yi Yuan would not really entrust his hopes onto the Tao ancestors. Yi Yuan understood the logic. The one who could truly save Mu Lingxue was only him. Therefore, he could not lose to anyone. All beneath Tao ancestors were ants. Someone as powerful as the sacred ancestor high priest was also merely a chess piece. Furthermore, Yi Yuan possessed the lesser heavenspan mountain and created a peerless cultivation method. His horizons were absolutely not what the average martial artist could compare to. He faintly had a feeling that even Tao ancestors might also be chess pieces in this world's overall situation. Yi Yuan was unwilling to be a pawn. He wanted to dictate his own destiny. This clash of will, the hardest, was the initialmost one. Once pulled through, it was far from as intense as at first. A soft cry of surprise came from the void. It clearly felt very surprised at Yi Yuan not being crushed into pieces. "Looks like this seat underestimated you. Since that's the case, suffer this seat's wrath." The giant image gave a cold snort, pointing his enormous finger. A majestic power of great Tao carried powerful will and rumbled toward Yi Yuan once more. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, a hint of cold smile flashing across the corners. of his mouth as he said, "This is your Tao? Indeed powerful. It's just that to me it's merely thus." Yi Yuan put his two hands together. A massive Tai Chi diagram suddenly unfolded.
Tai Chi Great Giao Diagram.
How is this possible? Shock appeared for the first time in the giant image's words. He was seriously unable to understand how a junior who was just divine lord realm could cultivate the Tai Chi Great Tao diagram, this sort of thing.
Bang!
The sacred ancestors' Great Tao and Yi Yuan's Tai Chi Great Tao diagram emitted violent collisions in this stretch of void. The earth quaked and mountains swayed. At the same time, the outside world's chessboard similarly gave off intense quaking. It was as if the chessboard was about to collapse. Xiu's expression changed drastically, and he revealed a thick look of disappointment as he said, "This, he really can't even lay down a single chess piece. Ha ha ha, this kid actually boasted shamelessly about wanting to challenge Ask. Not. In the end, he actually didn't even set down a single piece. What a hoot!" And I Kuan said and laughed loudly. The other elders also secretly shook their heads. Clearly they felt that this was a farce. Kong Yun also had a mocking look as he laughed loudly and said, "What's called overestimating your own ability? This is called overestimating your own ability. Didn't put down a single piece and was wiped out by Lord Sacred Ancestor's will. This time. It's really unprecedented and unrepeatable." Qi Feng laughed hard and said, "Our tyrant origin Imperial City has to keep this secret well. Otherwise, it will be really disgraceful."
Bang!
Right at this time, Sacred Ancestor High Priest's phantom suddenly shattered, turning into motes of starlight, dissipating between heaven and earth. Xiu's expression changed and he said in surprise, "What's going on? Logically speaking, this game should have already ended. Why is the Medicine Ancestor's phantom still there?" But Lord Sacred Ancestor's phantom actually crumbled. His skill was profound. What he saw was naturally far from what others could compare to. This scene seemed to be different from his understanding. It seemed to be somewhat unusual. Suddenly, his pupils shrunk. Gaze looked towards the void in amazement. The place where Sacred Ancestor High Priest shattered originally, a figure was actually gradually condensing. How is this possible? Xiu looked towards the sky in incredible shock. That figure gradually condensed. Judging from the outline, it was actually exactly similar to Yi Yuan's. That enormous chessboard's two sides were now replaced with the Medicine Ancestor and Yi Yuan. Same as Xiu's expression. Everyone below all had astonished looks, being taken by surprise by this sudden change. Looking at that gradually solidifying phantom, everyone was shocked to the core. Different from the Medicine Ancestor's vagueness and illusoriness, Yi Yuan's figure appeared extremely solid. One look and you could tell that he was Yi Yuan. What's going on here? Why did the one playing with the Medicine Ancestor become Yi Yuan? Are you kidding me? Yi Yuan is actually going to replace Lord Sacred Ancestor and play with the Medicine Ancestor. Never heard of anyone who could replace Lord Sacred Ancestor. What in the world happened inside the chess game? Why would such a thing happen? At this time, the priest temple was in shock. The Sacred Ancestor High Priest and Medicine Ancestor had already played for 50 million years. In the long river of history, the geniuses who had challenged Ask Not before were God knows how many. There were even 11 people who really succeeded in challenging. But it had never been heard of that someone could replace Lord Sacred Ancestor and play against the Medicine Ancestor. This kind of thing, saying it out, no one would believe it. Today, it actually really happened before their eyes. How could this not surprise them? However, this was not over yet. Opposite, the Medicine Ancestor's aura started to skyrocket. An aura of great Tao spread out between heaven and earth. When everyone saw this scene, their faces could not help changing suddenly. Xiu had a look of shock as he muttered, "Without Lord Sacred Ancestor's absolute suppression, the Medicine Ancestor's Tao accumulations are fully released." This is a showdown between Yi Yuan and the medicine ancestor. How in the world did this kid do it? Xiao knew that this was just the ask not after simplification. The medicine ancestor's Tao accumulations were less than 1% of the true ask not. But even so, it was also not what the average person could imagine. Otherwise, there also would not be only a scanty 11 people who could pass the test in 50 million years. However, the tests in the past were all the sacred ancestor high priest, forcefully suppressing the medicine ancestor's Tao accumulations with his absolute power. Just as Yi Yuan said, this ask not was a certain win situation in the first place. The only problem was whether or not the challenger could bear his willpower. Pression. However, once the medicine ancestor's Tao accumulations lost the suppression, that was the real medicine ancestor, even though it was just an extremely tiny portion of the medicine ancestors' Tao accumulations. Everyone was uncertain what it meant, but without a doubt for Yi Yuan to be able to replace him, it was not what the average person could do. Could it be that Yi Yuan wiped away Lord's sacred ancestor's will? And I Kuan was startled by this thought of his that jumped out and immediately denied his idea. This was something impossible. Back then, he had experienced firsthand the might of Lord's sacred ancestors' will. That kind of might simply made people unable to give rise to the slightest thought of resistance. If say his own will was an ant, then Lord's sacred ancestor's will was a tall mountain. Between the two resistance, this relationship did not exist at all. There was only submission. Yi Yuan's current strength was even lesser than his back then. How could he possibly wipe away Lord's sacred ancestor's will? But in Ni Kuan's heart, there was a different voice continuously creeping. Within the chess game, a 100,000-foot giant towered opposite Yi Yuan. The aura was more than 100 times stronger than before. Interesting. I didn't expect that in this world, there's actually someone capable of releasing a trace of this seat's residual Tao accumulation under Wing's hands. You are probably the first in these 50 million years, right? Above the sky, a pair of eyes like two bright beacons in the dark night cast toward Yi Yuan. Those eyes overlooked the world. Even if it was just a trace of residual Tao accumulation, it did not even count as a remnant thought. This kind of eyes that was like looking at an ant made Yi Yuan very uncomfortable. Yi Yuan said coolly, I've long heard that the medicine ancestor's alchemy Tao is unparalleled under the heavens. Today, this Yi wishes to ask for advice. That phantom revealed a hint of surprise and said with a faint smile, ask for advice? Hoo-hoo, Junior. You're not qualified enough. His words were full of contempt. Medicine ancestor, he was the proud medicine ancestor. Even though this was like a residual Tao accumulation from 50 million years ago, his pride was still irreplaceable. He was the man who stood at the apex of this world's alchemy Tao. Actually, the ones he looked down upon were more than just Yi Yuan. Even the sacred ancestor high priest from 50 million years ago, he probably thought nothing of him as well, right? Ask not, two words already expressed this contempt without any doubt. Most likely, this was also the true reason why the sacred ancestor high priest reflected on the bitter lesson and resolved to surpass the medicine ancestor, right? This humiliation to the sacred ancestor high priest, this kind of proud demon race powerhouse, it was probably not so easy to wash away. However, the current Yi Yuan could also truly feel the might of this medicine ancestor before his eyes. Without the sacred ancestor high priest's suppression, this medicine ancestor in front of him was even stronger than that sacred ancestor high priest from before. Towards this pride, Yi Yuan was naturally very disdainful and said coolly, haven't competed yet. So how do you know that I'm not qualified enough? Finished talking, he did not wait for the medicine ancestor to answer either, and pointed out. A black chess piece condensed out of the void. Smack! A crisp sound echoed throughout the world. A surge of great Tao aura crept out. When the piece landed, the entire chessboard flashed with a piercing light. Two powerful auras rose to the sky. It was as if all of the chess pieces came to life. On the whole board, Hordes of troops and horses galloped, winds howling. Heavily, two great Tao auras fought each other in close quarters. Rending each other, neither was willing to give in half a step. Within an extremely tiny space, the melody of great Tao manifested in its entirety. The medicine ancestor's gaze turned sharp and he cried out in shock. Tian, Yuan 1. Junior, you have such courage. This is digging your own grave. Smack. Above the void, light flashed. Yi Yuan's phantom landed a piece, going straight for Tian Yuan. Below, everyone exclaimed in shock. Tian Yuan. When an Ikuan saw this scene, he smiled coldly and said, "This kid is a total layman. Playing Tian Yuan in such a final phase of the game, what difference is there from courting death?" Di Qiu also shook his head and said, "Took the field shockingly. I was still wondering how greatly different this kid was. I didn't expect that he was actually so bad. With this defeat, it's likely hard to survive." Yi Yuan's chess move was seen as a wasted move by everyone. This ask-not game was actually set up anew by the sacred ancestor High Priest himself after going back many steps. Each step had its set routine. Putting it bluntly, it was retracting a false move in chess. As long as one could withstand the sacred ancestor's will, they could become a chess piece in the sacred ancestor's hands, walking on step by step until they won. Except few could withstand the willpower of that many steps. But now, Yi Yuan's move completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Of course, there were many people present who knew chess. This step landing in everyone's eyes was a wasted move. One had to know how astonishing the sacred ancestor High Priest's chess prowess and Tao accumulation was. The steps that he derived were definitely the most perfect steps. Now, Yi Yuan actually wanted to blaze another trail. Furthermore, he even played a lousy move. How could they not be surprised? Black and white. Tian Yuan was a hotly contested spot. This game was also a fierce struggle launched revolving around Tian Yuan. But no one dared to take Tian Yuan first. Even the medicine ancestor did not dare to, because that way there would be no path to retreat. But Yi Yuan did it without the slightest hesitation. "Digging my own grave, is it? If you have the capability, bury me." Yi Yuan stared into the sky, the corners of his mouth revealing faint mockery. The other party was merely a trace of residual Tao accumulation. Really don't know where his confidence came from. Humph, ignorant junior, since you're wholeheartedly seeking death, then this ancestor will send you on your way. The medicine ancestor's voice carried thick sullen anger. Smack! A white piece landed. The situation suddenly changed on the entire chessboard. Again, only to see the white piece turn into thousands of martial artists rushing over, their momentum imposing. On Yi Yuan's side, the black pieces also transformed into countless black-clothed martial artists. Both sides launched a dreadful slaughter. Except, the medicine ancestor was indeed worthy of being the medicine ancestor. His white pieces already took the advantage. This piece landed. It immediately launched an encirclement against Yi Yuan's Tian Yuan and already showed trends of turning his advantage into victory. Smack! Yi Yuan landed another piece without the slightest hesitation, seemingly without going through any thought at all. But this piece did not unfold around Tian Yuan but instead landed 10,000 miles away. It was completely unrelated to that Tian Yuan move earlier. Ignorant. Now, you know how foolish that move just now was, right? However, you already don't have regret medicine that you can eat. Placing a piece, this round has started. The medicine ancestor's words were full of ridicule and disdain. While talking, another piece landed. The white-clothed martial artists' imposing momentum grew even stronger and soared significantly once more, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was all the white-clothed martial artists' figures, their momentum. Extremely shocking. Smack! Yi Yuan landed another piece and said with a faint smile, "In my dictionary, there's no word regret. Wait until you defeat me before bragging." Above the sky, the two people played off. The white piece's odds of winning grew higher and higher. the black pieces, were at a disadvantage to begin with. Now it was even encroached upon by the white pieces little by little. When the priests of the temple saw this scene, each and every one revealed disdainful looks. This Yi Yuan is too weak. His Tao isn't worth mentioning at all in front of the medicine ancestor. Yeah, this is called overestimating your own ability, right? What kind of existence is the medicine ancestor? Even Lord Sacred Ancestor wasn't his match. What right does he have? Medicine ancestor, even in the demon race, he was also a figure at the absolute summit of this world. Unless one reached the sacred ancestor high priest's realm, otherwise anyone challenging him, that was an act of overestimating their own ability. This game had nothing to do with strength, only alchemy. But in this world, whose attainments in alchemy could be mentioned in the same breath with the medicine ancestor? Hence, Yi Yuan was out and out overrating his own ability. Ni Kuan looked at the gradually losing black pieces and said with a cold smile, "This game is the showdown of Tao. The most pieces lost, the greater the medicine ancestor's Tao accumulation's impact on him. According to this current trend, it's likely one-sided. This brat is dead for sure. Wouldn't die if he didn't seek death. The chess path that Lord Sacred Ancestor deduced, who can surpass it in this world? Yet he took unnecessary actions, insisting on playing against the medicine ancestor himself. This is really courting death. You look at his chess moves, not only was it not thought through, it doesn't have any methodology at all. Simply messing around." Elder Li said with a scornful look. Ni Kuan smiled and said, "Geniuses are all proud, but he also doesn't weigh who his opponent is." On the chessboard, Yi Yuan placed his pieces extremely quickly, without thinking at all. Black versus white, each step was doubly cautious. Back then, this game that the sacred ancestor high priest and medicine ancestor two people played lasted as long as 100 years. And the final piece, the sacred ancestor high priest, even sat dully for 100,000 years. This was longer than the lifespan of mortals. Xiu looked at that game of chess and could not resist shaking his head slightly as he sighed and said, "This boy is arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, unwilling to submit to anyone. Too tough, and it's easily broken." Xiu was shrewd with age. Although Yi Yuan was immersed in the chess game, he already saw through many things. Yi Yuan was unwilling to be a pawn. That was why he seized control of the black pieces. Now, facing the medicine ancestor, this kind of peerlessly powerful expert, how was there the logic of not being defeated? Smack! Right at this time, Yi Yuan landed another piece. Xiu's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Amen? What's going on here? That Tian Yuan move came to life. Xiu looked at the chessboard, eyes full of disbelief. He suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan's initial most lousy move actually connected all of the dead positions together. Goodness knows when the originally self-alienating move actually became a brilliant move of chess. Unknowingly, after several dozen rounds, the medicine ancestor already slaughtered Yi Yuan, until he threw away his helmet and coat of mail, in a state of confusion. On the chessboard, the black pieces were deathly still everywhere. But after Yi Yuan placed this piece just now, all came to life. One pool of stagnant water after another finally converged at the Tian Yuan area, connecting to form a vast ocean. The situation suddenly changed. The medicine ancestor stopped. The medicine ancestor's fingers condensed a piece but did not land it for a long time. Amen? What's going on? Why did the medicine ancestor stop? Another few pieces and Yi Yuan will utterly lose, right? The white pieces already took the absolute initiative. There's nothing to consider already, right? Many priests and trainees whose chess prowesses were lacking did not see through the marvelous aspect of that Tian Yuan move at all. However, Di Qiu and the group of elders, each and every one of their faces changed drastically. Looking at that black piece in the center of the chessboard, their eyes were full of shock. At this time, The black piece at Tianyuan was akin to a blazing sun in the dark night, incomparably dazzling. No one could have expected that seemingly useless chess move actually revived all of the declining trends at this time. And Ai Kuan's face was ashen as he said in shock, how did he do it? Everyone had this question in their hearts. How in the world did Yi Yuan do? How did you do it? On the chessboard, the medicine ancestor asked everyone's question. From the medicine ancestor's tone, one could also hear that his current shock was not the least bit less than those people outside. He sized himself up that Tao magical arts were extremely formidable. Each step was the development of Tao. With his accomplishments in Tao, he actually fell into Yi Yuan's trap and did not have self-awareness. This kind of means, how could he not be shocked? This was a game of chess but also a showdown of Tao. The chess players understood heaven and earth clearly, developing great Tao. Each step contained heaven's secrets. He was the medicine ancestor. Being able to do this was not surprising. But Yi Yuan, a mere divine Lord Realm Jr., was still 108,000 miles away from great Tao. What right did he have to be able to do it to this step? No, wait, Yi Yuan's Tao was even more profound than him and went even deeper. Thinking now, before Yi Yuan placed his piece, he had probably seen through the entire chess game already. Hence, that was why he would land the piece on Tianyuan without the slightest hesitation. And it was precisely this Tianyuan move that reduced the situation he masterminded with painstaking effort to naught. This move was too amazing. The crucial piece from a wasted chess move to reviving the whole board. This Tianyuan move simply completed the transformation of breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. He could only be convinced, because Yi Yuan saw what he could not see. Yi Yuan looked at the medicine ancestor and said coolly, "This is a showdown of Tao. Being able to do it is naturally because I'm standing higher than you, and I can see further than you. Honestly speaking, you somewhat disappoint me." These words were domineering. If let the people outside hear it, that was absolutely a sentence like a bolt out of the blue. Except, the current Yi Yuan was indeed very disappointed. Ever since learning from Dustless that the heavenspan world's strongest alchemist was the medicine ancestor, Yi Yuan wanted to compete with him one day very much. But this battle today was not fun. That Tianyuan move landing already determined the outcome. This was simply a game of unequal strength. Of course, this was not because the medicine ancestor's strength was not strong, but because the simplified ask-not was too weak. The true ask-not, the current Yi Yuan could not contend with it at all. Most likely the moment he entered the game, he would be obliterated. Although this medicine ancestor in front of him was powerful in front of Yi Yuan's Tao, it was still not enough to look at. After all, he had already comprehended the Tai Chi Great Tao diagram. His comprehension of Tao was far from what the average alchemist could compare to. Came with ardent hope, but discovered that his opponent was too weak. Yi Yuan was naturally disappointed. "Junior, you're too arrogant. I'm just a trace of Tao accumulation that the true self left behind in Ask Not. The might of the true body is not what you can imagine at all," the medicine ancestor said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I naturally know this. I'm still not arrogant to the point where I believe I can defeat the medicine ancestor. It's just that in the future, I'll have to play a match with him." The medicine ancestor snorted coldly and said, "Truly an arrogant and ignorant junior. The true body's realm, ants can't imagine it at all. Even Wing is also not worth mentioning in front of him. In this world, it's impossible to surpass the true self." This medicine ancestor in front of him was just a wisp of residual thought left by the true self. It did not even count as an avatar. But his confidence in his real self was stronger than anyone else. In his consciousness, the medicine ancestor was the strongest in this world. It was forever impossible for someone to replace him. And this was likely the true self's own thought as well. Yi Yuan sneered when he heard it and said, "Talents appear from generation to generation. Your way of thinking is really laughable. Medicine Ancestor is just other people's honorific title and not a real Tao ancestor. The Medicine Ancestor was full of sullen anger when he heard it and said, "Junior, you dare to blaspheme the true body. It's unforgivable." Yi Yuan shook his head when he heard it and said, "I was just stating a fact. Place your peace." The Medicine Ancestor gave a cold snort and said, "Bratty child, this ancestor doesn't believe that I can't take care of you." Smack. After ruminating, the Medicine Ancestor placed his piece again. Once this chess game started, the winner must be determined. This was the rule, set by the sacred ancestor high priest. Yi Yuan only relied on his will to take control of the authority of placing the pieces and was not able to dictate the direction of this chess game. After all, this ask not was made by the sacred ancestor high priest. Smack. Yi Yuan similarly landed a piece without thinking. Just like this, the two people started an intense confrontation once more. It was just that now, the situation was already completely reversed. Yi Yuan's offense was akin to toppling mountains and overturning the seas. The Medicine Ancestor was unable to resist at all. Directly ate a huge swathe. My God! Is this going to exterminate and spare none? This Yi Yuan is also too ruthless, right? Too frightening. I heard before that those who cleared this ask not were merely able to win the Medicine Ancestor by half a move. But this Yi Yuan. At the outside world, there was a series of exclamations. Yi Yuan's offensive became fiercer and fiercer, killing until the white pieces threw away their helmets and coats of mail, losing large areas of land. Those elders, priests, trainees were all stunned. When they mocked Yi Yuan's lousy chess move, they never would have thought that this game of chess would actually develop to such a point. It was dead silent on the plaza. Only those one chess piece after another flashed like one shining star after another. Bang! Suddenly, Medicine Ancestor's figure directly shattered, like when the sacred ancestor high priest shattered previously, dissipating between heaven and earth. Only did everyone abruptly startle awake. Yi Yuan won. No deadlock. No ending in a tie. What there was just a one-sided big victory. When that Tian Yuan was connected, everything was already destined. Whoosh! All of the light dissipated with a loud bang. On the chessboard, Yi Yuan's figure was revealed. Everyone looked towards that slightly skinny figure, eyes full of disbelief. The 12th person. In the crowd, someone suddenly murmured, "12th person? What 12th person? The 12th person." Everyone did not react at first to what this 12th person meant. But very soon they came to realize the truth. Yi Yuan already became the 12th person to pass Ask Not in 50 million years. Xiu looked at that figure and said in wonder, 8 million years. Finally, another genius who can pass Ask Not appeared. Furthermore, his talent is even greater. The first 11 people were merely chess pieces in the sacred ancestor's hands. They could only bear the sacred ancestor's will and could not resist at all. But Yi Yuan's Tao heart was firm. Not only did he shatter the sacred ancestor, high priest's will, he even slaughtered the powerful medicine ancestor until he threw away his helmet and coat of mail, with the army in utter disarray. Such strength, such talent, was simply unprecedented throughout the ages. Ha ha ha. Good. What a fine Yi Yuan. This hall master indeed didn't misjudge him. Didn't expect that my tyrant origin imperial city actually produced such a genius. Suddenly, Di Chou let out a burst of wild laughter. After 8 million years, the demon divine region produced a genius who cracked Ask Not again. He, as the tyrant origin imperial city's priest, temple's hall master, naturally rendered great merits. Furthermore, this was also a great honor. One had to know 8 million years' time how many geniuses rose and fell, sunk and floated. But Yi Yuan's light was too dazzling. And I Kuan and Elder Li and the others' faces were ugly to the extreme currently. Them letting Yi Yuan go challenge Ask Not was actually in order to harm him. Who knew that Yi Yuan passed Ask Not so perfectly? With this Yi Yuan soared to the sky in one bound, his status equivalent to the sacred ancestor high priest's disciples. This identity, one sentence could determine their life and death. The two exchanged a glance and discovered that they had a feeling of digging a pit for themselves to jump, feeling incomparably bitter. At this time, in the distant human territories, the medicine ancestor who was currently in close seclusion suddenly startled. Awake! What's going on? Why, do I sense a threat? The medicine ancestor said, with a frown. Toward this feeling that came suddenly, the medicine ancestor was extremely surprised. Reaching his level of realm, apart from Tao ancestors, nobody could threaten him at all. But now he actually had this kind of feeling. That wisp of residual consciousness was not connected to his body at all. He did not know the events that occurred in Ask Not. However, that was a wisp of his residual consciousness after all. Residual consciousness being annihilated, he was naturally hit by a sudden impulse. It was just that he could never have dreamed that this threat would originate from a divine Lord realm martial artist. At virtually the same time, sacred ancestor high priest also suddenly snapped open his two eyes, his eyes revealing rays of brilliance. He opened his mouth and said with a faint smile, 50 million years I waited for it. I didn't think that someone could actually wipe away my will and defeat the medicine ancestor. Congratulations, Master. After 8 million years, someone finally cleared. Ask Not again. Wonder what kind of talent this little junior brother of ours has. In front of sacred ancestor high priest, a middle-aged in blue appeared very respectful, but his face had a look of joy. Clearing Ask Not. This was a great joyous matter in the demon divine region, because anyone knew that clearing Ask Not, the sacred ancestor high priest, would take them in as a disciple. This was absolutely a great event in the demon race's alchemy world. The sacred ancestor high priest slowly opened his mouth and said, You haven't publicized this matter, right? The middle-aged man in blue froze. Master's attitude seemed to be somewhat off.
No.
When GMO got this news, I came to report to Master straight away and haven't had time to tell the others yet. Wing said coolly, This matter, don't publicize it anymore. Just take it as if nothing happened. GMO could not help being taken aback when he heard it and said in surprise, Master, why is this? Wing smiled and said, He's different from you all. GMO froze when he heard that and said with uncertainty, Different? He could not figure out. Didn't they all clear Ask Not? What was different? Master selected disciples with Ask Not as the standard, attempting to be able to groom an existence that surpassed the medicine ancestor one day. This matter, the entire demon divine region knew about it. Now, there was another such genius, but Master did not seem to plan on taking him in as a disciple. This made him very puzzled. Wing slowly got up, walked to a chessboard in the corner, and said coolly, G.M.O., you all think that I cut out and simplified this Ask Not chess game in order to find a talented person. Then have you all thought before whether I found him or not? GMO was caught off guard by this sudden question. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically and he said, Master's meaning is that actually us 11 fellow apprentices aren't considered to have passed your test at all. Wing slowly turned around and looked at GMO as he smiled and said, The 11 of you are indeed my demon race's alchemy Tao geniuses that are hard to come by in a million years. It's just a pity that with your talents, it's very hard to surpass Master. GMO was incredibly shocked in his heart. His understanding in these few million years was suddenly subverted. The 11 of them fellow apprentices had always viewed Master as their goal. But, over 50 million years passed, even eldest senior brother was also unable to reach Master's height. Just as Master said, for them fellow apprentices to want to surpass Master, it was virtually impossible. This was not something willing or not, but can or cannot. Could not even surpass Master, let alone talk about surpassing the medicine ancestor who towered above all life. Master, your meaning is that he can surpass you? GMO said with his eyes full of shock. Wing smiled and said, can surpass or not, I don't know. After all, who can say for sure what will happen in the future? But, at least up to this point, he's stronger than you all. This time GMO was not shocked. His gaze was full of unwillingness to submit. One had to know the 11 of them fellow apprentices, each of them was someone who had the ability to rule the world. After all, in 50 million years only 11 of them emerged. But hearing Master's tone, they were completely not worth mentioning in front of this kid. The pride of a genius made him very unconvinced in his heart. Master, just where is he strong? GMO asked. Wing gave him a glance and said smilingly, I know that you're unconvinced in your heart, but he did what all of you couldn't accomplish. GMO's face changed and he said, could it be that he shouldered all of your will? Wing laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and shook his head as he said, all of my will? That isn't my true test for you all. Among the 11 people, your talent is the highest, shouldering 90% of this seat's will. Completing ask not. But even all of it isn't what I desire to. My true intention is shattering my will and replacing it. Shattering Master's will? In this world, apart from the medicine ancestor, how can someone possibly do it? GMO's expression suddenly changed. The words that Master said made him very perplexed. His master was the demon race's strongest alchemist, not one of. Being able to shatter his alchemy Tao will, what kind of heaven-defying thing was that? Apart from the medicine ancestor in his youth who could still accomplish it. In this world, who knew that? Wing just said coolly, if he can't even crush my will, what qualifications does he have to go and challenge the medicine ancestor? Since the heaven-span world's ancient times, only a medicine ancestor emerged to this date. I can surmount all of the human race's alchemists, but can't surpass the medicine ancestor. Titanic waves surged in GMO's heart. Honestly speaking, he had never thought about this before. In fact, the more he cultivated, the more he felt that Master was too lofty, beyond reach. But Master being inferior to the medicine ancestor was an incontestable fact. Then just how horrifying was the medicine ancestor's strength? Could it be that, in this world, there was actually really someone capable of shattering Master's will? Then Master's meaning is that he did it? GMO drew a deep breath and said. Wing's eyes narrowed slightly and he said with a smile, not only did he do it, he even defeated the medicine ancestor. Even though that medicine ancestor isn't worth mentioning at all in regards to his realm, he's an undefeatable existence. However, he won. Wing ignored the great shock in GMO's heart and continued, what I'm looking for has never been some disciple but a powerful opponent who can stand on par with me. Powerhouses look down upon the world, but who would know that the more one reaches my level of realm, the more fuzzier it actually is. Why did the medicine ancestor say, ask not 2 words to me? Because those 2 words are the true gap between me and him. If I can see clearly this ask not 2 words, I might be able to be his match. It's just that talk is cheap, but doing it is even harder than ascending to the heavens. Speaking up to hear, Wing's 2 eyes revealed rays of brilliance, and was boundlessly heroic for a moment. Invincibility is the loneliest. I think that the medicine ancestor's thoughts are the same as me, right? Therefore, I need a powerful opponent. Only a powerful opponent can let me improve further. Understand? GMO was completely unable to use words to describe his emotions. This place was too crazy. The world was envious of the 11 of them. But who could have thought that the 11 of them were merely Master's abandoned pieces? They only barely managed to have the qualifications to be Master's disciples. But what Master needed was an opponent. GMO was shocked for a long time. Finally, it turned into a bitter smile and said, Master, then have you never thought before, what if you lose? Wing smiled very brightly and said, this seat won't lose. GMO looked at Wing with great surprise, feeling that this master before his eyes was totally different from the one he knew. The master in the past that was in existence high above the clouds. Nothing could move him, but now he was like a hot-blooded young man, bursting with youthful vigor. A new master's spirit was burning. In short, this matter is settled. If someone reveals half a word to the outside world, kill without mercy. Inside Tianlu Pavilion, Xiu seethed with killing intent. Opposite him, Di Qiu was full of doubts and puzzlement. He completely did not expect that what he got was actually such an order. Cracking Ask Not was a grand event of the demon race. Virtually everyone knew about it. But why did everything change when it reached Yi Yuan here? Your Excellency, can I ask why? Xiu smiled bitterly and said, how can Lord's sacred ancestors' thoughts be what you and I can conjecture about? We only need to obey orders. Di Qiu was helpless and said with a nod, yes, Di Qiu obeys the command. After Di Qiu left, Xiu held a white light ball in his palm, his expression complicated. It was only to see him lightly pressed his palm, and then a ball of light merged into space. Before long, Yi Yuan's figure appeared in Tianlu Pavilion. Senior, you're looking for me? Yi Yuan bowed and said. Xiu nodded and said, these few days you've been in close seclusion all along. How's the harvest? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, honestly speaking, the harvest isn't big. When Xiu heard that, he had a strange look on his face. No matter who it was, as long as they did not die and ask not, they would have some harvest. Some people, after coming out, their alchemy Dao strength would advance by leaps and bounds, even reigning supreme in a city. This depended on talent. All Tyrant Origin Imperial City's elders had basically cleared Ask Not. One had to know inside Ask Not contained the Dao of the Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest, these two heavenspan worlds' apex alchemy Dao experts. But Yi Yuan actually said that there was not much gain. This was too depressing. Yi Yuan said that he did not have harvests was naturally not because his comprehension ability was poor, but that his strength was too strong. The Dao contained in Ask Not could not give Yi Yuan much comprehension at all. But these few years Yi Yuan still learned quite a bit of things from Ask Not. After all, those two were the heavenspan world's top powerhouses. Senior Xiu, don't use this kind of eyes to look at me. You should be able to tell that Ask Not's effect on me isn't big. Yi Yuan saw Xiu's look and explained with a smile. For such a long time, Yi Yuan more or less had some understanding of Xiu's alchemy Dao strength, even though he had never exhibited it in front of him before, just based on some of his views, it was far from what those elders could compare to. He should be able to tell that his strength already far surpassed the level of Ask Not. Xiu heaved a sigh and said, knowing is knowing, but these words still make this old man have an impulse to beat people. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Senior didn't find me in order to beat me up, right? Xiu smiled and said, you passed Ask Not's test. In the future, all of this Tianlu Pavilion's floors will be open to you at any time, especially the 5th level. I believe that there are things that interest you. When Yi Yuan heard that, his eyes could not help lighting up and he said in pleasant surprise, are Senior's words true? In half a year's time, Yi Yuan had always remained on the first 3 floors. The books here were already pretty much digested by him. Even the 3rd floor was Xiu letting him enter through the back door. That place was a place that only elders could enter. As for the 4th floor, even if Yi Yuan and Xiu's relationship was very good, he was not willing to open this back door either. He did not expect that clearing Ask Not actually still had this kind of benefit. Even Xiu was not willing to let him enter. This showed that the books on the 4th floor and above were definitely all extremely precious stuff. Such things probably only the hall master, a person of this level, could go in. Yi Yuan did not even know that inside this Tianlu Pavilion still had a 5th floor. Now, not only could Yi Yuan enter the 4th level, he could even enter the fifth level that had never been heard of. How could this not surprise him? Xiao smiled and said, "Why would I lie to you? Go on." Yi Yuan did not say a word and went straight up to the fourth floor. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Xiao shook his head and said, "This kid actually kept his mouth shut about the matter of acknowledging a master. In this world, how many people want to acknowledge the sacred ancestor as master, but he seems to hold it in disdain."
Cloud pendant avant lit Sunbo pile.
Isn't this the demon race's supreme jade void pill? Also, these alchemy techniques are all extremely powerful treasures, and these demonic attraction art methods are truly exquisite. Yi Yuan lingered on the fourth floor, viewing those classics, gasping in admiration again and again. Although this fourth floor's classics were far lacking in quantity then, downstairs they were clearly more than a grade higher than those below. With Yi Yuan's eyesight, he could naturally discern that these classics should be the demon race's most precious batch. Even though these classics were all used by divine Tao rank 4 or 5 powerhouses, without a doubt they were extremely precious. If these classics were in the human race, it would not be easily shown to people at all. For Yi Yuan to be able to have today's accomplishments, it was largely due to benefiting from Immortal Grove's legacy. Although he had long already surpassed his predecessor, the pill formulas that Immortal Grove left behind, alchemy techniques, etc., the significance to Yi Yuan naturally went without saying. Clearly, in the demon race, these things were similarly incomparably precious. Browsing entirely the fourth floor's classics, Yi Yuan entered the fifth level. Impatiently, he very much wanted to look at what kind of things were actually even more precious than the fourth floor's classics. The fifth floor's space was stark empty. Only a white light ball suspended quietly in the air. Yi Yuan was very curious and pressed his palm on it. Buzz! In an instant, countless information entered Yi Yuan's mind. This is the sacred ancestor high priest's legacy. Yi Yuan's mind was shaken and came to his senses very quickly about what this mass of information was. However, these inheritances don't seem to have his comprehension toward the Tao. Instead, they are the demon race's most basic stuff. Could it be? In these legacies, there were medicinal property explanations of countless spirit medicines, detailed interpretation of alchemy techniques, and also the demonic attraction arts, supreme arts. Even though the content had common aspects with those at downstairs, they were a totally different concept. These things were a top alchemist's lifetime comprehension toward the alchemy Tao. For an alchemist to want to corroborate the great Tao, they must walk out a path that belonged to him. Just like Yi Yuan, even with heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's inheritance, he still walked out an alchemy path belonging to him. And the sacred ancestor high priest's inheritance was clearly much higher rank than heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's. These two were not on the same level at all. In an instant, Yi Yuan seemingly understood something. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said, "What a daring sacred ancestor high priest. He wants to let me grow up and become his opponent, spurring him to break through the shackles from there. Looks like this isn't what the world thinks at all. What he's finding is a person capable of shattering his will, and not a chess piece in his hands." Most likely even the medicine ancestor also didn't expect that. The sacred ancestor high priest actually has such boldness, right? Perhaps in the future, he can really become the second medicine ancestor, who knows? Obtaining sacred ancestor high priest's inheritance, Yi Yuan's attainments in demon divine pills could be said to have advanced at a tremendous pace. This legacy was too valuable to Yi Yuan. After several years, Yi Yuan's attainments in demon divine pills finally reached the pinnacle. At the same time, his alchemy Tao strength also had a significant improvement. In this period, the temple gathered some level 8 and 9 difficulty spirit medicines. Yi Yuan took action and refined them. Furthermore, the demon divine pills he made, the lowest was also divine grade. The priest temple's upper echelons were naturally extremely shocked by this
especially DQ.
Back then, he did not believe that Yi Yuan could create much value for them within 300 years at all. But now, he finally knew that he was ridiculously wrong. On this day, Di Qiu came to find Yi Yuan and apologized when he opened his mouth. Haha, Yi Yuan, this hall master apologizes to you about what happened that day. You fulfilled your promise. Looking at it now, it was my temple that earned big from you. Di Qiu laughed loudly and said, Di Qiu's personality was frank and straightforward. Admitting his fault, he did not have the slightest hesitation either. With his identity, being able to do this was truly not easy. Even though he wanted to kill Yi Yuan that day, Yi Yuan could also understand.
DQS étoffed.
After all, he still had human blood flowing in his body. To an alchemist who had never come into contact with demon divine pills before, 300 years' time was indeed not long. Hence, he smiled and said, Hall Master doesn't have to be like this. This Yi knows that the request that day was indeed somewhat brusque. Di Qiu chortled and said, Fine lad. I knew that you weren't a petty person. Giving a plum in return for a peach, coming to you today, I actually have some news about the matter you entrusted to me. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, and he said with a worried look, Is he okay? But Di Qiu's brows furrowed together, making Yi Yuan's heart abruptly twitch. Okay or not, I can't say either, but the odds are likely against him, rather than in his favor. Di Qiu said. Yi Yuan's complexion turned deathly pale. Di Qiu did not leave him hanging, either, recounting the entire sequence of events. Although finding someone was like searching for a needle in a haystack, even in the demon divine region, pure white tiger bloodline was extremely rare too. The priest temple was indeed well deserving of being one of the demon races. Most colossal forces. Through the news given by Yi Yuan, they finally found White Light's news within a few years. It turned out that White Light had been living in Tiger Bright Imperial City. All along these few years, Tiger Bright Imperial City could be said to be the gathering ground of the Tiger Clan. There were many Tiger Clan powerhouses in the city. The White Tiger Clan's bloodline was similarly extremely noble in the Heavenspan world. So after coming to the Heavenspan world, White Light's cultivation speed was actually not slow. It was just that compared to Yi Yuan, it was still much slower. But arriving at the demon race and arriving at Tiger Bright Imperial City, he relied on his bloodline talent and strength and became an indispensable young powerhouse of Tiger Bright Imperial City. However, Tiger Bright Imperial City was different from Tyrant Origin Imperial City. The Sky Demon Mountain Range in the vicinity of Tiger Bright Imperial City had a very strong faction. Both parties would frequently clash. Not long ago, Tiger Bright Imperial City and that faction had another conflict. Again. And White Light took part in the operation this time. White Light teamed up with another Tiger Bright Imperial City's young genius, and beat the other party's leader to heavy injuries and on the verge of death. No one could have expected that this leader who was injured was actually the son of that faction's chieftain, Heavenly Tiger King. With this, a big hole was poked in the basket. The Heavenly Tiger King was enraged and sent out all of the fierce beasts under his command, surrounding Tiger Bright Imperial City until not even water could seep through. Yet, this Heavenly Tiger King's strength was stronger than Tiger Bright Imperial City's city lord. After both parties exchanged blows, Heavenly Tiger King injured the city lord, and threatened that if they did not hand over the culprit, he would directly slaughter the city. Hence, White Light took the initiative to step up. Heavenly Tiger King took White Light away. That was how the beast tide retreated. Di Qiu let out a sigh and said, Speaking of which, the two of you brothers are loyal people. Actually, the one who took action and injured the Heavenly Tiger King's son wasn't White Light, but he and Black Pupil are good brothers, so he took the initiative to step forward, bearing the blame on Black Pupil's behalf. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he asked, How long ago was this? Di Qiu said, This was just a few months ago, but I've heard before that. Heavenly Tiger King's name. He's very savage and cruel. If he didn't have some scruples, he might have really slaughtered the city. That brother of yours, White Light, is fraught with grim possibilities. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said to Di Chio with clasped hands, Hall, Master, this matter brooks no delay. I'll set off now and head for Tiger. Bright Imperial City. Di Chio did not stop either and said, There are transmission arrays between priest temples. You can go over through the transmission array. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said with clasped hands, In that case, thank you very much, Lord Hall Master. Imperial cities were mostly independent. Under normal circumstances, there were no transmission arrays, just like the relationship between Heavenly Eagle Imperial City and Utmost Peace Imperial City back then. If there was a transmission array, that would be equivalent to self-destruction. But the demon race's priest temples spanned all over each imperial city. Was still permitted for them to set up some small-scale transmission arrays internally. Of course, this transmission array naturally had strict rules for usage too. People apart from the priest temple were absolutely not allowed to use it. Passing through the transmission array, what was supposed to be a several years' journey, Yi Yuan only used half a month's time and reached Tiger Bright Imperial City. Yi Yuan pays respect to Hall Master Jin Hua. Coming out of the transmission array, a man dressed in Hall Master long robes came up to welcome. Yi Yuan naturally knew it in his heart and bowed to him. Although Di Chio did not say that Yi Yuan cleared ask not, the words in the message he transmitted to him expressed Yi Yuan's extraordinariness. Jin Hua was not a fool, he naturally understood what it meant. Hence, he personally came to welcome Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was unfamiliar with this place. His greatest reliance was the priest temple and naturally had to be more courteous to Jin Hua. When Jin Hua saw Yi Yuan, he could not help slightly revealing a look of
surprise.
Nodding his head, he said, Your little friend Yi Yuan? I heard that your talent is outstanding and can already refine level 8 and 9. Demon Divine Pills. Yi Yuan understood in his heart and said with a nod, That is kind praise from Hall Master Di Chio. If Hall Master Jin Hua needs this Yi to put forth my strength, this Yi will naturally carry out my obligations. Jin Hua smiled, very satisfied with Yi Yuan's behavior. Clearly, talking with smart people was very easy. However, he was also secretly shocked in his heart. He even thought that Yi Yuan was a peak rank 4 powerhouse. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was only a 5th firmament divine lord. Could this bit of strength really refine the cloud pendant heavenly sunbow? Pill? Di Chio seemed crude and careless, but he naturally also would not be as simple as he portrayed. Even though the relationship between priest temples was much closer than between imperial cities, asking people for help naturally had to promise some benefits, and Yi Yuan was the biggest benefit. He already hinted in the news he sent over that he could have Yi Yuan refine some level 9 difficulty medicinal pills. Hoo-hoo. Then I'll have to trouble little friend Yi Yuan. I heard Di Chio say that you and White Light are life and death brothers. Jin Hua asked casually. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, We're good brothers that have braved countless dangers. Lord Hall Master, I heard that he also has a good brother in Tiger Bright Imperial City, Black Pupil. I wonder if you can tell me about this person. Ha ha ha, Brother Ye's alchemy skills have truly reached the acme of perfection. In my view, with your strength, there's no problem passing ask. Not. In the restaurant, a demon race youth faced Yi Yuan, a flattering look on his face. Yi Yuan took a sip of wine and said coolly, Brother Black Pupil's words are flattering a little too over the top. During these 50 million years, only 11 people have cleared ask not. Your words are pushing me into the fire pit. Black Pupil seemed slightly awkward as he laughed and said, Ha-ha! No matter what, Brother Ye's alchemy standards are the most formidable that I, Black Pupil, have seen to this day. If not for you, it's probably impossible for me to break through to late-stage rank 4 within a short time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Black Pupil is too modest. With your talent, I was merely adding flowers to embroidery. Yi Yuan made a compliment very deftly. Black Pupil was indeed very pleased with himself. To talk about talent if Black Pupil admits to being second in Tiger. Bright Imperial City. No one will identify as first, Black Pupil said with a proud face. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said in strong agreement. This Yi just arrived. Here. But I heard that there's still a pretty talented one in the city? What's? He called again. Black Pupil's expression changed. But he still said, White Light. Right, called White Light. I heard that punk overestimated his own ability and actually wanted to compete with brother Black Pupil.
Ye Yuan
said with an unhappy look. Black Pupil's expression was slightly unnatural as he shook his head and said, with a sigh, What's brother Yi saying? White Light is my close brother. He's currently thrown in prison. I'm also very pained about it. The moment Yi Yuan heard this, he was unhappy. His face turned sullen as he said, Brother Black Pupil is treating me as an outside. Forget it. Don't talk about this at this time. This wine is also pretty much drunk. This Yi will take his leave first. As he said, Yi Yuan was really gonna get up and leave. Black Pupil got a fright and hurriedly pulled Yi Yuan and said, Don't. Brother Yi, it was all Black Pupil's fault. Let's sit down and slowly talk. Yi Yuan sat down with an unhappy look and said, Black Pupil, I felt that your talent is pretty good. That's why I made friends with you. Do you think that just anybody is qualified to become friends with me? Before coming, Yi Yuan already had Jinhua spread that word, saying that he could refine level 9 medicinal pills. Prior to this, Yi Yuan already refined a medicinal pill and helped Black Pupil successfully break through his bottleneck, reaching late-stage rank 4. In reality, when Yi Yuan heard about this incident, he felt that there was something very fishy. If they were really close brothers, how could he possibly watch Heavenly Tiger King capture White Light away passively? If it were Yi Yuan, he would rather die himself than let Heavenly Tiger King capture White Light away. This matter, it was pronounced to the outside world that it was all done by White Light. But the news held by the priest temple clearly did not stop there. Even though the temple did not care about the affairs in the city, with their standing, the eyes and ears in the city naturally could not be avoided. Hence, the moment Yi Yuan came out of the transmission array he asked about setting up this plot today was in order to bait him. In terms of cunningness, 10 Black Pupil was not Yi Yuan's match too. With a few interactions, Black Pupil already took Yi Yuan to be a good friend that could be confided in. Coupled with Yi Yuan intentionally or unintentionally saying that he wanted to help Black Pupil refine the cloud pendant heavenly sunbow pill, he naturally became even more docile and obedient towards Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan never mentioned the matter of White Light all the way until today did he casually mention it. If Black Pupil really took White Light to be a brother, then it was Yi Yuan who misunderstood. White Light standing up for a brother, he naturally had nothing to say. But if there was really something fishy in between, then he would not be courteous. Black Pupil knew that Yi Yuan had the ability to refine the cloud pendant heavenly sunbow pill and was naturally willing to make friends with Yi Yuan. Even if they did not become friends, he could not offend either. One had to know one medicinal pill from Yi Yuan could let him break through to rank 5. How could this sort of person be offended? Sure enough, Black Pupil had an ingratiating look as he said, Brother Yi, calm your anger. One look and you're a clear-headed person. Either way, that brat is already dead. So there's nothing that can't be said. That punk indeed didn't know how to appreciate favors. That's why I did a small trick and eliminated him. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help saying with great interest, Oh? In that case, that son of Heavenly Tiger King, it was you who deliberately took action to severely injure him. Black Pupil smiled and said, That's of course. I originally wanted to directly kill him, but I didn't expect that this guy had coarse skin and thick flesh, and actually didn't die. White Light, that fool, actually really stood up for me and shouldered this matter. While talking, Black Pupil had a contemptuous look on his face. Yi Yuan had already inquired before. This Black Pupil normally addressed White Light as his brother and took on quite a number of things for White Light. Quite a few demons in the city found White Light an eyesore. As long as Black Pupil ran into them, he would definitely cuss the other party out. Looking at it now, these were probably arranged by Black Pupil. Yi Yuan had a smile that was not a smile when he heard it and said, "Brother, Black Pupil, you treated your own brother like that. You wouldn't stab me in the back one day too, right?" The moment Black Pupil heard, he hurriedly said, "What's Brother Yi saying? Old Black. I'm not this kind of person. Actually, I've hinted to that White Light to leave many times and not compete for the position of young city lord in Tiger Bright Imperial City with me. But he wouldn't listen. I only came up with this scheme out of helplessness. Brother Yi, you opened your heart up to me. I, Black Pupil, only take you as a friend in this lifetime." The smile on Yi Yuan's face grew increasingly thicker, making Black Pupil feel a chill run down his back. "Be Brother Yi, what's with you?" Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Then do you know that White Light and I are also close brothers who stand or fall together?" Black Pupil's expression changed when he heard it and said with an ugly expression, "How is this possible?" Yi Yuan's face recovered tranquility and he said coolly, "White Light has stuck together with me and depended on each other for survival from birth. Now you actually stabbed him in the back. What do you think I should do?" Black Pupil's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, You deliberately tricked me." Yi Yuan said coolly, "You're not considered too dumb yet. White Light, he's pure-hearted and really took you, this kind of venomous person, to be a friend. But how can I, his big brother, let you get off scot-free?" Black Pupil's expression changed several times. Finally, it turned into a cold smile and he said, "With the likes of you, you're as dumb as that brother of yours. Since you suspect me, you actually still helped me to refine medicinal pills and helped me break through. He, goody." While talking, Black Pupil's aura skyrocketed. The strength of late-stage rank erupted in its entirety, him pouncing over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stood there and pointed a finger out very calmly. Bang! Black Pupil's body was akin to being struck by lightning, suddenly flying out backward. Fresh blood was spewing wildly in the air. Landed on the ground. He looked at Yi Yuan in horror, face revealing a panicky look as he said in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Yi Yuan looked at Black Pupil coolly and said, "White Light doesn't like to show off, so he definitely didn't tell you why he'd leave my side and come to Tiger Bright Imperial City from afar. The strength that you rely on isn't worth mentioning in front of me at all." Black Pupil's expression changed several times. Suddenly, his figure moved, suddenly vanishing, shuttling into the void. Yi Yuan had long expected it. Taking a step high into the air, a finger tapped out once more. It was only to see a trace of crack ripped in space. Black Pupil's figure was directly sent out. Black Pupil's pupils constricted, and he said in horror, "A spatial law." Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Don't need to worry. I won't kill you. Take a trip with me." Black Pupil's expression changed, and he said fearfully, Where are you bringing me?" "Heavenly Tiger Mountain." Black Pupil had a look of alarm and said in panic, I'm not going. You're courting death. White Light already died, so what's the point of doing this now?" The current Yi Yuan had a calm look, but those who knew him well knew that he was very angry. Suddenly, Yi Yuan unleashed a finger again. You crippled my cultivation. You'll die a horrible death." A scream came from Black Pupil. That finger of Yi Yuan's just now directly made his inner world shatter. The current Black Pupil was already an out-and-out cripple. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a grim look, "My brother's life is tenacious, so he won't die. If he really died, I'll make the entire heavenly Tiger Mountain be buried with him. As for you, there's absolutely no hope to Get lucky. Black Pupil's entire body trembled, revealing a look of despair. Suddenly, he let out a wild laugh and said, "Just the likes of you will make the entire heavenly tiger mountain be buried for him? What right do you have?" Yi Yuan slowly walked over, hauling Black Pupil up. Taking a stride out, he directly left Tiger Bright Imperial City. "You sent a message out with a secret art just now, right? Don't harbor delusions anymore, no one will come and save you." As Yi Yuan sped along, he said coolly. Black Pupil's expression changed, and he said in disbelief, "You want to scare me? My grandfather is Tiger Bright Imperial City's Grand Elder, late stage. Rank 5 powerhouse. You crippled my cultivation, he'll definitely shred you into pieces." Yi Yuan cast him a pitiful glance and said coolly, "Then you see if anyone will come and save you or not." Time slowly trickled by, the two people got closer and closer to Heavenly Tiger Mountain. However, there were still no activities at the rear. Black Pupil's heart gradually sunk to the bottom. He seriously could not understand why grandfather would not come and save him, and where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Thinking about Yi Yuan arriving at the border of Sky Demon Mountain Range, Black Pupil finally knew that Yi Yuan was not scaring him. But he really had the confidence. But why? He was merely a 5th Firmament Divine Lord martial artist, so why would grandfather not dare to come? Why? Why? Black Pupil bellowed unwillingly. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Didn't you say that with my strength? There isn't any problem passing ask not?" Black Pupil's pupils constricted, and he said in disbelief, You really passed ask not? This isn't possible. If you passed ask not, why doesn't the entire demon race have any news at all?" Yi Yuan said, "That's because I'm different from those people in the past." Black Pupil's entire body trembled. His mind was in disorder. He previously said these words just to butter Yi Yuan up. No one had cleared ask not for 8 million years already. Although Yi Yuan was very formidable, he did not believe that Yi Yuan had the ability to clear it at all. But now, even his grandfather did not dare to chase after. Very clearly, a powerful force stopped him. At least, City Lord His Excellency did not have this ability and strength. Then, it was really Lord Sacred Ancestor? Extreme terror after long deliberation. The deeper Black Pupil thought, the more despaired he got. "This one is Yi Yuan. Requesting an audience with Heavenly Tiger King." Yi Yuan stood in the air and said in a clear voice, his voice ringing throughout the whole Heavenly Tiger Mountain. Black Pupil was scared until his legs were quaking. This guy's nerves were really too plucky. Suddenly, several powerful auras stepped into the air and pounced over toward Yi Yuan. 2 people. 7 to 8 fierce beasts with powerful auras directly took action. Indiscriminately, Black Pupil was scared until his complexion turned ashen. These 7 to 8 fierce beasts, each one was several times stronger than him. Now Yi Yuan and he were both dead for sure. This guy's head really had a problem to actually dare so be insolent in Heavenly Tiger King's territory. What was this if not tired of living? Yi Yuan's face fell. His figure immediately became vague and insubstantial, directly rushing into the beast horde. Bang! 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 Black Pupil only felt the divine essence around him disperse frenziedly. Even though Yi Yuan battled 7 to 8 late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts, by himself, he actually did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. Was this guy a freak? His combat power was actually so strong. Just what kind of monster was White Light's brother? Suddenly, a surge of remorse welled up frantically in his heart. He discovered that he had done an extremely foolish thing and provoked the person that he least ought to. Divine Dragon Trampling Heaven. Nirvana Seal. One powerful move after another spewed forth. Yi Yuan sent each one of those fierce beasts packing back into the Heavenly Tiger Mountain. Yi Yuan stood in his air and called out in a clear voice once more, "I'm Yi Yuan, requesting an audience with Heavenly Tiger King." With this, no more fierce beasts rushed out. Before long, a black tiger rose into the sky. A powerful aura instantly enveloped Yi Yuan and Black Pupil. "Punk, who are you, to dare act wildly at my heavenly tiger mountain?" said the black tiger in human language. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I want to meet Heavenly Tiger King." The black tiger gave a cold laugh when he heard that and said disdainfully, "Brat, your strength is decent. But why would Lord Heavenly Tiger King want to see you?" Yi Yuan said, "I can treat Tigerheart." But the black tiger burst into laughter when he heard that and said, "Tiger, bright imperial city even sent over a 5-star priest. But he was at a loss on what to do. Just the likes of you, a little brat still wet behind his ears, can treat Tigerheart's injuries?" The terms of Heavenly Tiger King's retreat was naturally not just handing over white light. There was also having the priest temple send people over to treat his son Tigerheart. In the end, Tigerheart's injuries were too severe, even the priest temple could not treat him. Yi Yuan said coolly, "They are inferior to me. Treat the dead horse as if it's still alive. Either way, you guys don't have other choices." The moment the black tiger heard, he said in great rage, "Brat, what are you saying?" Angry was angry, but the black tiger did not make a move, because he knew that Yi Yuan's words were harsh, but the logic was not wrong. This brat suddenly appeared and even dared to say such big words. He likely did not say it carelessly. Who would have nothing to do and treat their own life as a joke? Seeing that Yi Yuan did not react, the black tiger said unhappily, "Since you came to treat Tigerheart, then what are you still waiting for? Come with me." But Yi Yuan did not move and said coolly, "I want to meet Heavenly Tiger King. Otherwise, I won't treat him." The moment the black tiger heart, he immediately said in a great rage, "Brat, since you already came, it's no longer up to you now." Yi Yuan said with a calm look, "You can try. I can treat Tigerheart. Similarly, I can also make him unable to pray for life, nor beg for death. If you don't believe it, you can give it a try." The black tiger's face fell and he said angrily, "Brat, you dare?" Seeing that Yi Yuan did not react, the black tiger immediately crumbled and gave a cold snort and said, "Kid, you wait here. I'll go and ask for Lord Heavenly Tiger King's opinion." "Human, you wanted to see me?" In front of him, a majestic, enormous tiger, a full person's height, talked in human language. His gaze stared intently at Yi Yuan, his body radiating a terrifying aura. Thud. Yi Yuan did not show the least bit of fear. Stretching out his hand and lightly pushing, he pushed Black Pupil in front of Heavenly Tiger King. "This is the culprit who seriously injured Tigerheart. I can help you treat Tigerheart, but I need to see white light first," Yi Yuan said coolly. Heavenly Tiger King's gaze turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "Punk, are you negotiating terms with me? Do you think that you have the capital to negotiate terms in front of me?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said calmly, "I'm not discussing terms with you, but I am giving you a chance. I hope that white light had better be fine, otherwise, the entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain will be buried for your foolishness." At this time, just the late-stage rank 5 fierce beasts by Heavenly Tiger King's side were as many as 7 to 8. This Heavenly Tiger Mountain, the rank 5 fierce beasts were no fewer than several dozen at the very least. When these fierce beasts heard Yi Yuan's word, each and every one of them exchanged glances, their expressions very amused. This human brat in front of them was actually threatening Heavenly Tiger King? This kid likely lost his mind, right? Ha ha ha. I, Heavenly Tiger King, have been entrenched in Heavenly Tiger Mountain for as long as several tens of thousands of years. Even Tiger Bright, Imperial City's city lord, I have killed one before too. There has never been a guy who dared to say this kind of wildly arrogant words in front of me. Kid, you're very courageous. Heavenly Tiger King let out a wild laugh. Clearly Yi Yuan's words, he listened to it like a joke. If not for Yi Yuan saying that he could treat Tiger Heart, he would have long smacked him to death with one palm. But Yi Yuan had a serious look as he asked in a solemn voice, "How is White Light?" Heavenly Tiger King waved his paw carelessly and said coolly, "Relax, he's currently locked up by me and suffered a small loss. But he's fine. You just have to treat Tiger Heart, and I'll immediately release him." Hearing this, Yi Yuan's heart eased up and he said coolly, "As long as White Light is fine, everything can be discussed. Lead the way." Under Heavenly Tiger King's lead, Yi Yuan came to a cave. On the simple and crude stone bed, a bright-colored tiger lay there, breath fleeting like gossamer. Heavenly Tiger King's face fell and he said, "Kid, don't let me find out that you're toying with me. You will know the consequences." In truth, he did not harbor much hope in Yi Yuan. After all, Yi Yuan only had Divine Lord Realm's strength. Tiger Bright Imperial City's high priests all came, and they all said that they were powerless to remedy the situation, and had him wait to collect the corpse. But he loved his son dearly. Since Yi Yuan said so, he could only have Yi Yuan give it a shot. Yi Yuan ignored Heavenly Tiger King and went straight to the edge of the stone bed, and pressed his palm on Tiger Heart's body. Traces of thick divine essence probed into Tiger Heart's body. Yi Yuan's brows knitted tighter and tighter, hatred towards Black Pupil welling up even more in his heart. This guy attacked really viciously. Tiger Heart's insides were virtually beaten into mush by Black Pupil. The vitality within his body almost already dissipated fully. Even using medicinal pills, Tiger Heart was completely unable to digest it too. It was also no wonder that those 5-star high priests were all helpless. This kind of situation, to the average person, it was basically waiting to die. Heavenly Tiger King appeared slightly fidgety as he asked, "How is it? Is there hope?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "This guy is tenacious too, to actually be able to hold out until now. You rest assured. As long as he doesn't die, I can bring him back to life." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Heavenly Tiger King's heart inexplicably eased up. Yi Yuan took out a purplish-black medicinal pill. Supporting from under with his palm, the medicinal pill suspended above Tiger Heart. Yi Yuan's divine essence poured out trace by trace, guiding the medicinal strength of the purplish-black medicinal pill into Tiger Heart's body. The moment Heavenly Tiger King saw this, his gaze could not refrain from turning intent as he said in surprise, "This kid has such terrifying control. What kind of visual prowess did Heavenly Tiger King have?" Yi Yuan's control over divine essence was too terrifying. No need to talk about him. Even those high priests from the priest temple absolutely could not do it to Yi Yuan's degree as well. Tiger Heart was only hanging in there with one breath and was totally unable to refine the medicinal strength himself anymore. If he could still consume medicinal pills, 5-star high priests naturally would not be at their wits' end. At least, prolonging his life was still doable. Previously, that high priest also said before leaving that Tiger Heart was not without hope. It was just that no one had that kind of fine control to ferry the medicinal strength into Tiger Heart's body. Even Hall Master Jean Hua could not do it too. Now, this rank 4 little fellow actually did it. This kid indeed has some capability. His control over divine essence is simply brilliant to the max. That black tiger from earlier marveled in admiration. Heavenly Tiger King said excitedly, "Haha, truly, heaven doesn't want my child to die." The black tiger was a little worried as he whispered, "Your Majesty, this kid wants that white light we." Heavenly Tiger King's face turned black, 2 eyes glaring as he said in a solemn voice, "Wait for him to finish treating before talking about this now. Do you want to die?" The black tiger was startled inwardly and hurriedly withdrew, not daring to speak anymore. Yi Yuan's treatment lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Under everyone's marveling gazes, Tiger Heart's vitality went from nothing to something and gradually grew stronger again. Although this process was extremely slow, the people present were all experts, and could naturally feel the changes in Tigerheart's breathing. A smile unconsciously spilled out on Heavenly Tiger King's ferocious-looking face. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's palm pulled back, the treatment suddenly stopping. Heavenly Tiger King's face changed and he asked, "Kid, what's the meaning of this?" Yi Yuan slowly got up and wiped the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. This method of ferrying medicinal strength was seriously too energy-consuming. Even he also felt very strained by casting it continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. But the reason he stopped was naturally not because of this. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Tiger King and said coolly, "Tigerheart's current situation, living another few months isn't an issue. I can continue to help treat him, but I have to see white light first." The reason why he helped treat Tigerheart unconditionally was just in order to let them know that he had this strength. But his goal was white light. Not seeing white light, he would not continue taking action. Regarding Heavenly Tiger King's conduct, Yi Yuan had long inquired about it. Heavenly Tiger King's words, he naturally would not believe completely. Heavenly Tiger King's expression changed, and he said, "This king said that as long as you treat Tigerheart, this king will naturally release him." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I want to see white light first." Heavenly Tiger King's expression became incomparably ugly, and he involuntarily looked toward the black tiger. Yi Yuan's face fell, immediately having a foreboding premonition. He said in a chilly voice, "Just how is white light? If you dare to deceive me, your son can forget about ever getting well." Heavenly Tiger King knew that it could not be hidden anymore and gave a cold snort as he said, "He's dead." Buzz. Yi Yuan's eyes went black, staggering, nearly falling to the ground. His head suddenly exploded, endless sorrow instantly filling his whole body. Poo work. Yi Yuan's anxiety struck his heart, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood. Mist. Yi Yuan's eyes turned blood red, berserk killing intent becoming corporeal, dispersing in all directions grandly. "You really killed him?" Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan's murderous aura naturally could not pose any harm to Heavenly Tiger King. In fact, the way they saw it, Yi Yuan's anger was simply laughable. Heavenly Tiger King laughed loudly and said, "Looks like your relationship with that white tiger is really very deep, but your anger is utterly meaningless to this king. This is a world where the weak are prey and the strong feast. If you don't have the strength, even if you have monumental grievances, you also have to suppress it in your heart." Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, his gaze icy cold as he said in a cold voice, "I ask you, did you really kill him? Haha, this kid is probably really a fool, he still can't see the current situation clearly. A rank for brat actually dares to threaten our Heavenly Tiger Mountain. This tone is also too big. That punk called White Light actually dared to beat young Patriarch Tigerheart to severe injuries, so serves him right to die." The fierce beasts following the Heavenly Tiger King all revealed teasing gazes. To them, these powerhouses occasionally toying with weaklings was also something pretty good. Heavenly Tiger King burst into laughter and said, "Why, killed then killed. Could it be that you'll really make our entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain be buried in death? Brat, not that I'm looking down on you, but just the likes of you? Now go and treat Tigerheart obediently. If you dare to have any devious thoughts, this king will make you unable to beg for life nor plead for death." Suddenly, Yi Yuan's entire person recovered tranquility. His body stopped, trembling. His pair of eyes looked at the Heavenly Tiger King, not carrying the slightest emotion. The current Yi Yuan already could not use words to describe his rage. A cold light flashed. The Junie sword already arrived in Yi Yuan's hand. He walked over step by step toward the Heavenly Tiger King. The Heavenly Tiger King's eyes were full of amusement as he said with a cold smile, "Kid, if you don't treat Tigerheart today, the consequences aren't what you can bear." Bang! All of a sudden, the Heavenly Tiger King's aura was released fully. The powerful aura made the entire mountain forest tremble. Even his subordinates were also all on tenterhooks, consciously retreating. The Heavenly Tiger King already had 1 foot stepped into the threshold of rank 6. The might of his imposing momentum ordinary powerhouses could not withstand it at all. Even Tiger Bright City Lord was not his match either. Could be seen how terrifying his strength was. However, this powerful pressure had not closed in on Yi Yuan yet, but the Heavenly Tiger King's eyes already revealed a look of horror. His powerful aura was actually being suppressed back. His figure suddenly froze there. Which lord arrived? Please reveal yourself. No one answered him. The Heavenly Tiger King had a look of shock on his face. He completely could not feel any aura. But now he could not even move his fingers. He could only helplessly watch Yi Yuan approach him. Same as him, none of the other fierce beasts were able to move as well. The Heavenly Tiger King suddenly startled awake, only then remembering the words Yi Yuan said before. He said that he was going to make the entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain be buried with white light. He only took it as a joke previously. He did not expect that this divine lord, realm human brat, could actually find such a terrifying helper. Looking as Yi Yuan drew close step by step, the Heavenly Tiger King finally sensed the arrival of death. He currently could not even perform divine essence body protection. It was as easy as flipping his hand over for Yi Yuan to want to kill him. Looking at Yi Yuan's cold eyes, Heavenly Tiger King did not think that the other party would show mercy. Hang on. Maybe white light isn't dead, Heavenly Tiger King said, rather feebly. Yi Yuan's figure paused, not carrying the slightest emotion as he said, "You only have 3 breaths of time. If you can't convince me, you die." Heavenly Tiger King broke out in cold sweat. He had never felt before such tremendous pressure. Actually, after white light was captured by us, he was thrown into the Magic Eye Grotto. That place is the Sky Demon Mountain Range's forbidden land. As long as the person goes in, they have never come out alive before. So, he might still be alive right now. Talking to the back, Heavenly Tiger King's voice became weaker and weaker, saying that white light was still alive. Even he himself did not quite believe. If white light still had a trace of possibility of being alive, he would not deceive Yi Yuan either, saying that white light was just being locked up. However, Yi Yuan's bone-piercing icy aura immediately thawed significantly. An additional trace of hope appeared in his eyes. As long as it was not Heavenly Tiger King killing him himself, then he still had a glimmer of hope of survival. Yi Yuan believed all along that white light was not such an ill-fated person. Following Yi Yuan putting away the Junyi sword, the murderous aura on him dissipated considerably. That lofty suppression force on Heavenly Tiger King's body also disappeared along with it. Heavenly Tiger King was shocked in his heart. He was completely unable to imagine what kind of strength the other party had to be able to make him unable to even use demonic divine essence. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Tiger King coldly and said, "Speak. What's the deal with this Magic Eye Grotto? You should be clear that you don't have a second chance. Dare not. Heavenly Tiger will definitely say all that I know and say it without reserve." How did the current Heavenly Tiger King still have any mettle of a hegemon of a region? In front of Yi Yuan, he was like a well-behaved little kitten, meek to the extreme. He knew that that powerhouse hiding in the dark only needed a thought to be able to kill him. Heavenly Tiger King deliberately shrunk his body, becoming half a size shorter than Yi Yuan. He carefully paid attention to his wording before slowly saying, "The Sky Demon Mountain Range under our Empyrean Cloudridge's command has 3 forbidden lands, Purple Void Summit, Cloud Sea Bamboo Forest, as well as the Magic Eye Grotto. Purple Void Summit is the roosting place of Empyrean Cloudridge, while the other 2 are death zones. No one knows what's inside the Magic Eye Grotto. But I heard that back then, there was a rank 6 great demon who had once gone in before. However, he never came out again. Since then, no one dared to enter anymore. Speaking up to hear, Heavenly Tiger King could not resist sneaking a peek at Yi Yuan, but discovered that Yi Yuan was still emotionless, unable to discern what he was thinking at all. Suddenly, Yi Yuan turned around and walked over toward Tigerheart again. The Heavenly Tiger King looked at Yi Yuan in surprise and discovered that he actually started treating Tigerheart again. Under Yi Yuan's marvelous skills, Tigerheart's heart grew in strength little by little. After 5 days, Tigerheart appeared in front of the Heavenly Tiger King, brimming with vitality and vigor. Until now, the Heavenly Tiger King still did not quite dare to believe it. He said to Yi Yuan gratefully, "Many thanks, Your Excellency." Yi Yuan had a cold face and pointed at Tigerheart as he said, "Don't be in a rush to thank me first. He has to enter the Magic Eye Grotto together with me." The Heavenly Tiger King did not have time to be happy yet, and his tiger body trembled as he cried out in shock. How can this do?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "If I'm unable to come out, that person naturally won't eradicate your Heavenly Tiger Mountain. Your son will be buried in death for me and my brother. This is the karma that you planted yourself, so you have to bear the consequence." Yi Yuan was clearly in his heart. Wing wanted to find an opponent that could rival him and not nurture a worthless wretch who grew up in a greenhouse. If not for the sake of rescuing White Light, Yi Yuan also would not make the temple send an expert over. As for entering the Magic Eye Grotto, that was clearly impossible. And if Yi Yuan died inside the Magic Eye Grotto, everything was naturally dropped. Heavenly Tiger King had a pained look on his face. He really regretted it greatly now. If he had long known what would happen today, why didn't he wait longer? At least Tigerheart did not really die, right? Upon entering the Magic Eye Grotto, it was completely impossible for a person to survive. It was said that even Empyrean Cloudridge did not dare to enter deep inside. Right at this time, Tigerheart suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Father, let me go." Heavenly Tiger King's tiger body trembled, looked at Tigerheart, and said, "If you go, there's no possibility of coming out again." Tigerheart let out a sigh and said, "Father, Tigerheart, living a second life, is overwhelmed with many emotions. This matter was us harming the innocent in the first place. We were at fault first. Lord Yi Yuan's loyalty is mind-boggling, not scrupling to enter the Magic Eye Grotto for his brother. What do I, Tigerheart, have to fear? If His Excellency dies inside, I'll accompany him. This is what us father and son owe him." In an instant, everyone within the cave did not seem to know Tigerheart anymore. In the past, Tigerheart was arrogant and domineering, looking down on everyone and everything like a child who never grew up. But experiencing life and death this time, it was as if his entire person had changed. Yi Yuan glanced at Tigerheart rather surprisedly, also not expecting that he would actually take the initiative to request to enter with him. But very soon he understood. Between life and death, one could have a great awakening. The current Tigerheart was like him back then. Entering the Magic Eye Grotto this time, if he did not die, Tigerheart would definitely have great accomplishments in the future. Heavenly Tiger King had a conflicted look. Finally, he still heaved a long sigh and said, "Forget it. You go with him." Standing in front of the Magic Eye Grotto, Yi Yuan seemed to see a primitive behemoth currently opening its gaping maws, wanting to swallow this mountain in one bite. The light outside was clearly very good, but such a large cave, one actually could not even see the entrance of the cave. Inside was endless darkness. The Heavenly Tiger King looked at that cave entrance and said with a fearful look, "This place is the Magic Eye Grotto. No one has ever known what's inside, and no one dares to go in as well." Clearly, he also felt the terror of this Magic Eye Grotto. Yi Yuan nodded his head and slowly walked over toward the Magic Eye Grotto. Tigerheart said to the Heavenly Tiger King, "This child is going. Father, take care." Finished talking, Tigerheart jogged along and followed behind Yi Yuan. Stepping into the Magic Eye Grotto, the figures of a human and a tiger were, seemingly directly gobbled up by the enormous mouth, disappearing. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes. When he looked back, how was there? Still the sky demon mountain range's shadow? Your Excellency, we seem to have come to another space, Tiger Heart said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, looks like this so-called Magic Eye Grotto is an entrance to another space. Furthermore, this entrance is one-directional. We can't go back anymore. Tiger Heart could not help being overjoyed when he heard that and said, in that case, this place isn't a death zone. Then Brother White Light should still be alive. But Yi Yuan did not have any joy on his face. Clearly, he was not as optimistic as Tiger Heart. This place isn't a nice place, but there's always an additional glimmer of hope. But I hope that I can find him. You should be able to break through to late stage rank 4 after you eat it. Wait until after you break through, then we'll set off again. While talking, Yi Yuan threw Tiger Heart a medicinal pill. Tiger Heart said in surprise, This is a Void Spirit Divine Grade. Blazing Sun Skyflame Pill. Could this medicinal pill be refined by your Excellency? Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, if I didn't have this bit of ability, could I bring you back to life? When Tiger Heart heard that, he said embarrassedly, haha, makes sense. However, doesn't your Excellency blame me for harming Brother White Light? Yi Yuan said coolly, this wasn't your original intention. I was angry at your father maligning the innocent indiscriminately. Moreover, every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. This matter can't be blamed on you. The moment Tiger Heart heard, he could not resist saying, actually, Father, Yi Yuan waved his hand and interrupted. You don't need to explain. If White Light is fine, everything is naturally easy to discuss. Tiger Heart did not dare to say any more words and could only secretly pray for White Light to be okay. He swallowed the demon divine pill that Yi Yuan gave and started breaking through in close seclusion. To the demon race, the bottleneck from middle stage to late stage was even harder to break through than the human races. Hence, the standing of priests in the demon race carried decisive weight. Even if the heavenly Tiger King really wanted to massacre Tiger Bright Imperial City, he also did not dare to do anything to the priest temple. Otherwise, he would die without even knowing how he died. Tiger Heart's strength was similar to Black Pupil's and White Light's. Presently, White Light's strength already reached peak middle stage rank 4. As well. In between this, they likely could not dispense with a bout of lucky chances. Now, Yi Yuan produced the Void Spirit Divine Grade Blazing Sun Skyflame Pill. The moment he took action, helping Tiger Heart to break through was naturally something that was achieved without extra effort. After Tiger Heart went into meditation, Yi Yuan set up an array formation, isolating his aura. He then started surveying the vicinity. This place was a region of bleak and desolation. Quarry rocks and craggy rocks. Furthermore, this place was completely in darkness, unable to see one's fingers when the hand was stretched out. Senior, what place is this? Dustless had vast experiences and knowledge. Facing this kind of unknown place, Yi Yuan naturally had to consult him. Dustless shook his head and said, I've never seen this kind of place before, as well. But looking at it, it's like a sundered boundary between the Heavenspan world and the Void Realms. Void Realm? Sundered boundary. It was still Yi Yuan's first place hearing these terms and could not help but wonder. Dustless said, the Heavenspan world has existed for God knows how many hundreds of millions of years already. The small worlds left behind are too many to enumerate. Small worlds will gradually die along with the passage of time. But some major powers can connect their small worlds with the Heavenspan world, becoming one with the Heavenspan world. At the same time, it stands independent outside of the Heavenspan world. This kind of small world is extremely stable and people won't easily die. They will leave behind their legacies and descendants there, living and propagating. Places like this are called Void Realms. and the place of transit between void realms and the heavenspan world are known as sundered boundaries. This kind of place is very unique and will tend to give rise to some powerful existences. Yi Yuan was surprised inwardly, not expecting that the heavenspan world still had this kind of place. The world was truly so big that there was nothing to be surprised about. However, he frowned and said, "No wonder I keep feeling that this place is threatened by a crisis of danger. Looks like this sundered boundary likely has some powerful existence." Dustless nodded and said, "I'm afraid so." Suddenly, Yi Yuan's face changed. A black shadow tore across the night sky, heading toward Tigerheart, who was currently at the juncture of breaking through. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan brandished his long sword and actually reached first despite launching later, stabbing at that black shadow. Bang! That black shadow was directly hacked by Yi Yuan's one sword. Howl, howl! The black shadow emitted yelping cries when it felt pain. Yi Yuan's face fell only then, discerning that this was a ferocious black wolf. The might of its strength actually already reached late-stage rank 4. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was secretly shocked. This black wolf was actually completely unscathed, taking on a sword from him. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked. This hungry wolf had bloodshot eyes. Saliva was dribbling down its mouth as if it was currently in a state of rampage. But right at this time, one dark shadow after another suddenly appeared in the darkness. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked around. Tigerheart and he were actually already surrounded by hundreds of fierce beasts. These fierce beasts' conditions were the same as that black wolf's. Yi Yuan's pupils shrunk. Among the hundreds of fierce beasts, there was one with an extremely ferocious, imposing momentum. It actually already reached peak late-stage rank 4. This kind of strength was in existence, rivaling a 9th Firmament Divine Lord. Currently, Yi Yuan was already at the 5th Firmament Divine Vortex realm. Even facing 8th Firmament Divine Lord powerhouses, he did not fear in the least bit too. At this time, a Sky Thunder Raging Ox Beast had an outer appearance similar to that of a reckless bull, but its aura was comparable to that of a 9th Firmament Divine Lord. With Yi Yuan's movement technique, if he really wanted to escape this Sky Thunder Raging Ox Beast might not be able to catch up. It was just that right now, Tigerheart was currently at a critical juncture of breaking through. Once he left, the other fierce beasts would definitely attack and chomp on him until not even dregs remained. If it were others, their first thought at this time would be to run away. But this was Yi Yuan. Seemingly feeling the powerful pressure from the surrounding fierce beasts, Tigerheart's aura became disorderly. His breakthrough had reached the most critical juncture. Once something went wrong at this time, his realm would fall. If it was minor, if severe, his foundation would be damaged and it would be hard to recover to the peak again. Right now, you don't need to think about anything. Focus on breaking through and leave the rest to me. The sooner you break through successfully, the sooner we can break free. Yi Yuan's words were transmitted into Tigerheart's ears. Very soon his aura became much more stable. Yi Yuan looked at ferocious, fierce beasts and let out a sigh as he said, "Looks like I can only risk it and wait for Tigerheart to break through successfully." Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Yi Yuan. It was precisely Ning Tianping. Following the increase of Yi Yuan's strength, the times when Ning Tianping could help Yi Yuan were already not much. These few years, he had always been cultivating in close seclusion inside the Purple Extreme Hall. Under Mo Lifei's devoted training, and with the help of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, he already broke through the bottleneck presently. He successfully became a 7th Firmament Divine Lord. "Your Excellency, this..." The moment Ning Tianping came out and saw such a shocking scene, he could not resist changing expression agitatedly. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You stand guard over this guy. Don't let fierce beasts come close. Leave the rest to me." Ning Tianping's face changed and he said, "But Your Excellency, that fierce beast is too strong." Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'm not risking my life with it either. So afraid of What? Yes, Your Excellency. Ning Tianping gritted his teeth and said, facing such a perilous scene, but he could only support from the sidelines. How unwilling! Yi Yuan brandished his long sword, figure shooting out like lightning, becoming erratic in the air. The moment he attacked, it was the certain kill spirit concealing sword. Pucci, that black wolf previously was directly cleaved into two halves by Yi Yuan's sword, dying until he could not be deader. While his attack also successfully aroused the wildness of all of the fierce beasts. Roar, roar, roar. In the silent wilderness, hundreds of fierce beasts bellowed frenziedly, appearing extremely horrifying. Yi Yuan attracted all of the fierce beasts all at once. In the beast horde, Yi Yuan's figure flickered indeterminately, shuttled back and forth in space. The moment he made his move, a fierce beast was killed. But right at this time that peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beast attacked. Roar! It was only to see that Sky Thunder Raging Ox beast roared. The surroundings immediately turned into a sea of lightning. Yi Yuan's expression changed. This lightning was too strong and actually had the effect of freezing space, making his spatial law unable to execute smoothly. One had to know Yi Yuan's greatest reliance was spatial law. If his movement technique was being restricted, he would really be dead. The Sky Thunder Raging Ox beast was clearly not so simple. Roar! With another roar, that Sky Thunder Raging Ox beast took a step, figure, turning into an afterimage, butting over toward Yi Yuan. This fierce beast was incomparably fast, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. Pucci! Those sharp bull horns directly stabbed 2 large holes in a late-stage rank. For demonic beast, at the critical moment Yi Yuan broke free from the restraints of the lightning and escaped into the void. Far away, when Ning Tianping saw the scene just now, he turned pale with fright. Only after seeing Yi Yuan dodge this horrifying blow did he let out a sigh in relief. Poo work! Yi Yuan directly spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Clearly that blow. Earlier, he was still injured by the power of laws. Yi Yuan did not dare to stay, fighting as he left, avoiding that area of lightning. He believed that this kind of horrifying lightning power, it was impossible for that Sky Thunder Raging Ox beast to release it frequently too. Ning Tianping's complexion was white as a sheet, his heart almost jumping out. He had not seen Yi Yuan take action for very long. So many years had passed, and Yi Yuan's strength had become increasingly terrifying. A divine lord realm who still had the strength to counterattack under the encirclement of so many fierce beasts. One likely could not find a second person, right? Suddenly, his face changed. A handful of fierce beasts sprinted over toward his side. Immediately, Ning Tianping raised his long sword and guarded Tigerheart. Fortunately, Yi Yuan restrained the vast majority of the fierce beasts. Tension. Those that headed over here were merely some of the weaker fierce beasts. Presently, under Mo Lifei's guidance, Ning Tianping's strength also grew with each passing day. Wandering among more than a dozen fierce beasts, he did not fear in the slightest too. Even though he could not accomplish Yi Yuan's casual killing, ordinary fierce beasts could not get close to him as well. At Yi Yuan's side, the fierce beasts could not be killed finish. Those that he could casually kill off were all some of the weaker fierce beasts, but those fierce beasts whose strength surpassed late-stage rank 4. Hence, wanting to kill them was not so simple anymore. But even so, there were also 7 to 8 dead bodies of late-stage rank. For fierce beasts at this time collapsed on the ground. As for weaker fierce beasts, even more collapsed on the ground. Falling into a heavy encirclement, Yi Yuan also felt unprecedented pressure. Suddenly, Yi Yuan discovered that there were 2 late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts that already rushed to Ning Tianping's side. He could not help being greatly alarmed. With Ning Tianping's current strength, he absolutely could not block those 2 late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts' assault. Moreover, he was already quite occupied with things. Whoosh! 2 terrifying sword lights arrived with a howl. 2 fierce beasts fell to the ground at the sound of it. But right at this time that Sky Thunder Raging Ox Beast also shot an electric ball out of its mouth. In order to kill those two fierce beasts, Yi Yuan opened the gates wide at this time. It was already too late to want to avoid. But this scene Yi Yuan had long expected it. Blue patterns flashed on his body. Golden light erupted.
Bang!
Yi Yuan forcefully suffered this blow, his entire body akin to being struck by lightning, fresh blood spraying wildly as he directly flew out several thousand feet away. Right at this time, Tigerheart's breakthrough finally completed. Seeing the corpses of the fierce beasts all over the ground, Tigerheart's heart was greatly shaken. This was all done by Lord Yi Yuan? Just how terrifying is his strength? Tigerheart had never thought that a human's strength could actually be daunting to such an extent. Facing the encirclement of a peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beast as well as a large number of fierce beasts, he was actually still able to counterattack so sharply. Lord Yi Yuan's strength was really too horrifying. One had to know he was just a 5th firmament divine lord. You dumb tiger, what are you still stoning for? Quickly go save his excellency. Ning Tianping's eyes could not help turning bloodshot when he saw Yi Yuan getting injured. Seeing that Tigerheart was actually in a daze there, he could not refrain from bellowing loudly. Tigerheart suddenly trembled. His figure suddenly shot out explosively. Breaking through to late-stage rank 4, Tigerheart's speed increased explosively, arriving at Yi Yuan's side in a blink of an eye. He directly hauled Yi Yuan up and left. Getting hit by only a single move, Yi Yuan's insides were in upheaval already, sustaining serious injuries. But at this time, Ning Tianping fell into heavy encirclement and found it very hard to break free. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed his injuries. Waving his hand, it was a dozen over rays of sword light, directly hacking those fierce beasts into pieces. Go! Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, pulling Ning Tianping and getting on the tiger back. Together, behind them, a group of fierce beasts was in hot pursuit. Fortunately, Tigerheart's speed was extremely fast. Those fierce beasts could not catch up for the time being. Are you all right, Your Excellency? Ning Tianping asked with a concerned look. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I'm fine. I'll recover from my injuries first. As he said, Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill and immediately started recuperating from his injuries on Tigerheart's back. That blow from the Sky Thunder Raging Ox Beast was extremely heavy. If it were an ordinary 5th firmament divine lord, they would have long been slaughtered. This heavenly Tao tattoo is indeed powerful. Otherwise, even if I have the 9 transformations golden body, I probably couldn't withstand this blow either, right? Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion in his heart. Entering the Heavenspan Mountain's realm fog that time and obtaining this Heavenspan Mountain tattoo, he truly benefited endlessly. After a short while, Yi Yuan's complexion gradually became rosy. Your Excellency, that bunch of fierce beasts are like crazy, chasing us all the way and not letting us go, Tigerheart said. Yi Yuan's face fell slightly and he said, These fierce beasts seem to want to force us to a certain place. I feel that they seem to be controlled by something. From the beginning, Yi Yuan felt that the states of these fierce beasts were not right. The moment these words came out, Tigerheart and Ning Tianping's expressions both changed drastically. Then what should we do?
Ning Tianping said worriedly.
Yi Yuan mused for a moment, his eyes revealing a firm look as he said, Since someone wants to meet us, then let's make a trip. Ning Tianping and Tigerheart were naturally very worried. But since Yi Yuan made a decision, they still carried it out firmly. Yi Yuan naturally did not want to go through dangers. But if white light was thrown in, then he very likely encountered danger too. Since that was the case, he had to take this risk. Just as they were running, a gloomy and dark cave entrance appeared ahead. Before approaching yet, a gust of Yin wind directly blew over, making the 3 people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Your Excellency, what a terrifying Yin wind. There's likely an extremely powerful existence inside here.
Ning tiamping sait.
Yi Yuan's face fell and he said, "Go in!" Tigerheart did not hesitate in the slightest. With a few lunges he dashed straight in. "Your Excellency, those fierce beasts didn't seem to have chased in," Tigerheart said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Looks like it was someone who wanted us to enter this place. Come, let's go in. I want to take a look and what the hell this place has." After Yi Yuan, 3 people's figures disappeared. 4 to 5 figures appeared at the entrance of the cave. These few people were each riding a mount. That rank 5 evil spirit inside. We were just vexed over being unable to deal with it. I didn't expect that there were 2 suckers who delivered themselves to the doorstep, said one of the gray-robed men. The gray-robed man rode a white tiger, his aura seemingly very powerful. It's still eldest senior brother who is brilliant. Evil spirits like to possess humans the most. Once it seizes possession of those 2 scapegoats, it will definitely be in a period of weakness. At that time we'll be able to sit down and reap the spoils without lifting a finger. The Een Spirit Stone and the 9 Een soul-devouring grass inside this black spirit cave will be ours. Beside the gray-robed man, a girl dressed in a fiery red long skirt said, "Haha, as long as we get these 2 items, our spirit-controlling sect will definitely take first place in this trial." Another person said. The gray-robed man continued saying, "Speaking of which, that 5th firmament, Divine Lord Guy has such powerful strength. Under the encirclement and assault of hundreds of fierce beasts, he could actually make a full retreat. If his realm was a little higher, I'm afraid we won't even be his match." Speaking of this, the other few people's faces turned slightly apprehensive. Yi Yuan, 3 people's actions had actually always been under their
surveillance.
But the combat power that Yi Yuan exhibited made each and every one of them extremely shocked. A 5th firmament Divine Lord was actually still able to make a full retreat under the encirclement and suppression of a group of late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts. What was even more frightening was that there was even a peak late-stage rank for fierce beast inside. At first, they only wanted to scare Yi Yuan and force Yi Yuan away. As for Tigerheart's life or death, they did not care at all. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually did not escape and instead rushed into the beast horde alone? Fortunately, that peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beast strength was quite powerful and could still suppress Yi Yuan. Otherwise, it would really be tough for them to operate. Even so, they were also startled by the combat power Yi Yuan displayed. The face of the woman in red clothes also revealed a look of surprise and said, "The cultivation method that this guy cultivates is different from ours. He likely came in from the Heavenspan world. Could it be that the Heavenspan world's martial artists are all so powerful?" The gray-robed man shook his head and said, "Impossible. That kid is definitely a top prodigy in the Heavenspan world. Sword Dao law fused with 3rd firmament spatial law, such talent is rare in the world. Even in the Heavenspan world, it's absolutely impossible for him to be an unknown person. 2. He must be a major faction's top disciple. However, this has nothing to do with us. Either way, he's dead for sure. Let's go in. I reckon that kid had already been taken possession of right now. Dragging it on won't be good for us." Finished talking, the few people entered inside the cave together. This cave was very similar to the Een Wind Den that Yi Yuan entered back then. But the evil spirits inside were clearly much more powerful compared to the
Een Wind Den.
However, the strengths of the spirit-controlling sex people were also extremely strong. Especially the gray-robed man. His strength already reached half-step. Celestial deity realm, the strongest existence among the party. Ordinary evil spirits could not approach him at all. The party gradually went deep in and also became especially careful. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared ahead. The gray-robed man focused his eyes and looked. Who was it if not Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping? The gray-robed man swept a glance around the cave and discovered that there was indeed no longer that rank 5 evil spirit and was immediately overjoyed. Ha ha ha, you two fools, indeed seized possession of these 2 humans. Now, I'll send you guys on your way. The Een Spirit Stone and the 9 Een Soul. Devouring grass are our spirit-controlling sects, said the gray-robed man as he laughed loudly. Right at this time, an icy-cold aura came out from Yi Yuan's body. He suddenly opened his mouth, looked at the gray-robed man and said, "You deserve death." The gray-robed man was indifferent and said coolly, "I deserve death? Ha ha ha. If you were at your prime, I'd be somewhat scared of you. This appearance. Right now, best forget about this kind of threatening." Yi Yuan's gaze was icy cold, his body emitting waves of gloomy and cold aura. A terrifying figure drifted out of Yi Yuan's body. The gray-robed man's expression changed drastically, and he said in disbelief, How is this possible? You weren't possessed." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Like to be possessed so much? Then I'll give him to you." The gray-robed man revealed a look of shock. He was seriously unable to imagine how a 5th firmament divine lord escaped the fate of being possessed. Furthermore, looking at this appearance, this evil spirit was actually even being used by Yi Yuan currently. Little brother, actually, this was all a misunderstanding, the gray-robed man said with an ugly expression. He never would have thought that the scheme he designed meticulously actually buried him alive currently. Not only was this kid not possessed, he actually even used this evil spirit to deal with him instead. One should not look at how he was currently a half-step celestial deity, because in front of a rank 5 evil spirit, it was still not enough to look. That was an existence that could rival celestial deity realm. Misunderstanding? Those fierce beasts outside were all controlled by you, right? Driving us in was in order to have this rank 5 evil spirit seize possession. Don't tell me that this wasn't your doing, Yi Yuan said coldly. The gray-robed man's expression was incomparably ugly. He did not expect that. Yi Yuan actually even guessed this. Little brother, you guys should be both from the Heavenspan world, right? Bamboo Grove Void Realm doesn't allow the appearance of the Heavenspan world's humans. We're all the spirit-controlling sect's disciples having a trial in this sundered boundary. In order to seize the Een Spirit Stone and 9 Een Soul devouring grass inside this cave, that's why we made this decision. Our spirit-controlling sect status inside the Bamboo Grove Void Realm is very high. As long as little brother you let us off, our spirit-controlling sect will definitely keep you safe. The gray-robed man's eyes swiveled as he blurted out more information. He was certain that Yi Yuan was a genius who was inexperienced in the affairs of the world. This time he likely came out to train, that was why he strayed into the sundered boundary. This kind of people, intimidating with threats and beguiling with benefits, it was very easy to fall for it. Either way, Yi Yuan was completely clueless about the Bamboo Grove Void Realm's affairs. Sure enough, when Yi Yuan heard the gray-robed man's words, his expression changed slightly and he said, "Want me to let you all off? Also can. But you have to promise me a condition." The moment the gray-robed man heard, he could not help being wildly elated in his heart, secretly thinking that this punk was indeed easy to hoodwink. He hurriedly said, "Whatever condition little brother has, feel free to speak. Just take it as we offended little brother and making an apology to you." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Your mount is pretty good. I want it." The gray-robed man's expression changed, his face revealing a look of reluctance. When Yi Yuan saw his expression, he immediately turned cold and said, "Why? Can't bear to part with it." The gray-robed man had an awkward look. This white tiger's bloodline was extremely pure. There was a lot of room for future development, not like his other mounts. For this, he expended considerable effort. The gray-robed man thought, this kid knows good stuff to actually want my white tiger the moment he opened his mouth. Forget it, hold him steady first, before talking. As long as I trick him back to the sect, wouldn't this white tiger still be mine? Haha, not hiding from little brother. But I really can't quite bear to part with it. But just now it was indeed our fault. Then I'll bear the pain and give it to little brother. The gray-robed man had a reluctant look as well, lightly patting the white tiger. The white tiger came to Yi Yuan's side very obediently. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's heart was full of monstrous killing intent. It was just that he did not reveal a single trace of it. That was right. This white tiger was none other than precisely white light. The reason why he did not take action for so long was also precisely because of white light. Yi Yuan recognized him the moment he laid eyes on him. But very clearly, white light did not recognize him. Or should he say, he was unable to recognize Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan did not understand the spirit-controlling sex methods and did not dare to easily show it. The current white light was like a docile kitten. If the gray-robed man made him go east, he absolutely would not head west. Without a doubt, he was controlled by this spirit-controlling sex disciple. With some kind of method. At the thought that his brother was actually at the mercy of others like so, the killing intent in Yi Yuan's heart was practically about to burst his body. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest clue about the bamboo groove void realm. This spirit-controlling sex method had some unique aspects. A moment of impulsiveness would harm white light instead. Although Yi Yuan was confident, it was not to the point of arrogance yet. He did not have confidence that he could get rid of this beast-controlling method. Yi Yuan lightly stroked white light's fur, revealing a very pleased expression. "Amen. Indeed pretty good. What you should do don't need me to teach you, right?" Yi Yuan frowned and said. The gray-robed man chuckled and said, "Little brother, don't blame. This beast is a transformed demonic beast and doesn't listen to taming. That's why I used the dark soul pearl to suppress his beast soul. Originally I planned on bringing him to the spirit-controlling sect to tame him properly and make him form a spirit-beast contract with me. Since little brother likes him, then I'll give the dark soul pearl together to little brother." The gray-robed man had a smile on his face, as if very sincere. When doing a favor, go all the way. Either way, this dark soul pearl would still return to his hands in the end. When Yi Yuan heard, he could not help saying with great interest, "Oh, your spirit-controlling sect is indeed a little interesting. This kind of means isn't commonly seen in the heavenspan world. I wonder how you plan on taming him." The gray-robed man chortled loudly and said, "These demonic beasts are all inherently lowly beings. Want to tame him, one naturally has to teach him a good lesson, then continuously suppress his beast soul with my spirit. Controlling sect's secret art. Even if he's the reincarnation of Buddha's warrior attendant, he'll also have no choice but to submit in the end." The moment Yi Yuan heard, flames of fury flared up in his heart all at once. He virtually used all of his strength before controlling his anger. "Oh, so that's how it is. Then what's that dark soul pearl? How to use it?" Yi Yuan was like a curious baby at this time, continuously inquiring about the spirit-controlling sex methods. The gray-robed man was patient, silently chanting the spell. A surge of boundless soul force gushed out, entering straight into white light's sea of consciousness. Then, Yi Yuan saw a dark black pearl slowly fly out. And right at this time, white light's eyes finally turned from turbid to clear. When he saw Yi Yuan, his entire body could not help trembling, tears bursting. "Be big brother." Yi Yuan's face finally revealed a radiant smile, lighting stroking that soft fur of white light. He revealed a trace of a tender smile and said, "All right, everything is over. Big brother is here to pick you up." When the spirit-controlling sex people saw this scene, their countenance could not help changing, especially the gray-robed man. His expression became extremely ugly. "Punk. Turns out that you guys know each other. You tricked me?" At this point, how did the gray-robed man still not know what Yi Yuan's goal was? It was just that he never dreamed that Yi Yuan actually knew this white tiger. Now only did he know that this kid was clearly aiming for the white tiger. He thought that he deceived Yi Yuan, but he did not know that he had been led by the nose by Yi Yuan all along. He regretted in his heart. It turned out that he had a trump card in his hands, but he gave it to the other party for free. Big brother, I. Along the way, White Light had suffered no idea how much hardship. Being overcome by sorrow at this time, he could not control anymore and dug into Yi Yuan's embrace like a child, bursting into tears. Yi Yuan hugged White Light's head and said, "Big brother knows that you suffered a lot of hardships. You rest assured, Big brother will help you square the accounts one by one. Now, start squaring it from here. You just said earlier that demon races are inherently lowly beings?"
Yi Yuan's
eyes turned sharp. His gaze looking at the gray-robed man was icy cold. The gray-robed man's expression changed and he said in a cold voice, "So what? If you dare to kill me, it's absolutely impossible to escape out of the sundered boundary. I, Sikong Xiu, am the spirit-controlling sex core disciple. If you dare kill me, the spirit-controlling sect won't let you off." At this time, the gray-robed man could only rest his hopes on that the spirit-controlling sect's prestige could suppress Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said coldly, "Who cares who the hell you are? If you dare to humiliate my brother, there's only one outcome, and that's death." While talking, Yi Yuan's thought stirred. That evil spirit's aura suddenly erupted. A chill that penetrated to the bones instantly made the temperature in the cave plummet to freezing point. "Kid, do you really think that we're lambs waiting to be slaughtered? Spirit-controlling sect is far stronger than you imagine." Sikong Xiu gave a cold laugh, powerful soul force spewing out. When his fellow disciples saw the situation, their expressions became incomparably ugly. "Senior apprentice brother Sikong, we really have to use this move?" "Yeah, senior apprentice brother Sikong. Using this move will fall back several minor realms." Clearly, the side effect of this move was immense. Otherwise, Sikong Xiu also would not wait until now before using it. Sikong Xiu gave a cold laugh and said, "If cultivation realm is gone, it can be cultivated again. Losing your lives, can you all still revive? At this point, do we still have a choice?" It was not that the rest did not understand this logic. It was just that their own strength was cultivated bitterly. Once it fell, wanting to cultivate it back would have to expend countless times again. This undoubtedly needed immense courage for them. But at this time they clearly had no options already. The group of spirit-controlling sect disciples' soul forces virtually burst forth at the same time. These soul forces actually produced a strong resonance. Yi Yuan looked at this scene with a cold face and said coolly, "Kill!" The evil spirit emitted a shrill screech, pouncing over toward the spirit
Controlling sect disciples.
A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Sikong Xiu's mouth and he said, "How can the might of my spirit-controlling sect be what an ant like you can imagine? A measly evil spirit, do you really think that you can take down us? O guardian of the sect, spirit-controlling sect disciple, Sikong Xiu offers a sacrifice with soul force and divine essence to summon the guardian sacred beast." The other disciples and Sikong Xiu were the same, chanting away. Those divine souls dispersed in the air underwent a bizarre change at this time. An enormous claw that seemingly came from great antiquity probed out of the void. This enormous claw gave off a powerful aura. It was actually a level stronger than even the evil spirit. Rumble. Two mighty rank 5 powerhouses directly collided together. But that enormous claw was clearly a notch greater, directly smacking the rank 5 evil spirit flying with one claw. That evil spirit's aura immediately withered significantly. Then, an enormous beast covered in silver scales all over slowly stepped out of the void. The behemoth's body gave off an unfathomable aura. Ning Tianping's face changed and he said, This is the beast soul of a silver scale single-horned beast. What a powerful beast soul. The auras of Sikong Xiu and the rest immediately wilted considerably after. This behemoth appeared. But Sikong Xiu was incomparably excited and said with a big laugh, "Punk, you forced me. This silver-scale single-horned beast is our sex guardian sacred. Beast, a former rank 7 powerful existence. Now, suffer his wrath well." Tigerheart actually started shuddering in front of this silver-scale single-horned beast's beast soul. Even white light was also deathly pale, akin to facing a great enemy. "Your Excellency, this silver-scale single-horned beast is too powerful. It's not what we can rival at all," Tigerheart said tremblingly. Yi Yuan looked at that beast's soul and said with a cold smile, "Guardian Sacred Beast, a rank 7 powerful existence, but you guys actually wiped away the consciousness of his beast soul and imprisoned him inside the sect, making him unable to reincarnate for all of eternity, guarding the sect generation after generation. This kind of sect, how vicious!" Dustless saw through with one glance that this beast's soul was merely a small portion of the main body. Clearly, with the strength of these people in front of them summon at this kind of power was already the limit. However, the baleful aura on this beast's soul was very strong. It did not willingly defend the sect, but it was the spirit-controlling sect that imprisoned it in a certain place with a special method, offering it up for the sect disciples to control. This kind of method was extremely cruel. The beast's soul would never reincarnate for all of eternity. Rank 7 divine beast, that was a powerful existence comparable to heavenly Empyreans. Each one was an incomparably proud existence to actually be controlled by a bunch of trash. This was simply the trampling of dignity to a rank 7 divine beast. Sikong Xiu gave a cold laugh and said, "So what? In the eyes of our spirit controlling sect, fierce beasts and divine beasts are merely slaves provided for martial artists to control. They only need to obey our orders and do things. So what if a rank 7 divine beast, isn't it still a brutish animal?" Sikong Xiu was not ashamed in the slightest but took pride in it instead. A rank 7 divine beast, what kind of proud existence was it? It actually became a brutish animal out of his mouth. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of a chill, and he said in a cold voice, "Survival of the fittest in natural selection, this in itself has no cause for much criticism. But your spirit-controlling sex conduct is too cruel, going against nature and reason, being worse than even animals. You deserve death." Sikong Xiu burst into laughter when he heard it and said, "It's just too bad that you can't kill me. That evil spirit of yours is too weak." Yi Yuan pursed his lips and said with disdain, "Although this divine beast is strong, it's just a pity that you guys are too weak. The beast soul summoned is merely just initial stage rank 5. Sikong Xiu smiled and said, "Heh, dealing with that trash evil spirit of yours, it's enough. Guardian Sacred Best, tear that punk into pieces for me." Roar! An earth-shaking roar echoed out. That silver-scale single-horned beast raised its enormous claw and smack over towards Yi Yuan. This claw carried a realm suppress that shocked the soul, powerful to the extreme. Even though it was just initial stage rank 5, he was once a rank 7. Powerful existence after all. That kind of pressure that came from the depths of the soul made people shudder. Even first firmament celestial deity martial artists absolutely could not survive by a fluke under this claw. In comparison, Yi Yuan's evil spirit was much weaker. Ha ha ha! Go to hell! A fool who overestimates his ability. Yi Yuan looked at this scene coldly, his face not having the slightest change in countenance. Right at this time, an even more powerful soul force than the silver scale single-horned beast suddenly burst forth.
Ghost Dao 100 runes. 21 ST Dao. Heavenly Ghost Incarnation.
That evil spirit's body suddenly expanded more than 10 times, raised a ghost claw, and smashed over toward the silver-scale single-horned beast. Bang! Sikong Xiu's expression changed drastically, looking at this scene in disbelief. only to see the guardian sacred beast that they took great pains to summon dissipate with a loud bang under this punch. This evil spirit was suddenly more than 10 times stronger than before.
Boo, boo, boo.
With the guardian sacred beast being defeated, these spirit-controlling sect disciples suffered great damage to their minds, all spurting fresh blood. Wildly, bodies flying out backward. Sikong Shio's expression was struck dumb with amazement as he looked at this scene and said, This is impossible. How can this evil spirit be so strong? The guardian sacred beast was actually defeated, blasting away an initial stage rank 5 beast soul with one punch. This kind of strength simply made people shocked. One had to know, this rank 5 evil spirit was not considered powerful. Even human first firmament celestial deities could defeat him. But the guardian sacred beast was actually directly killed in one shot. This is your greatest reliance? What laughable pride! Yi Yuan's words were full of contempt. This beast's soul was indeed powerful, but in front of the present dustless, it was still not enough to look at. Following Yi Yuan's strength gradually becoming stronger, the soul suppressing Pearl also recovered a lot of power. Although this rank 5 evil spirit was powerful, it did not unlock intelligence. After Dustless appeared, he directly subdued the evil spirit. Previously, it was all the evil spirit fighting instinctively. But just now, Dustless controlled the evil spirit's actions through the soul, suppressing Pearl. With his ghost Tao attainments, the power of this punch, even a second firmament celestial deity would also find it hard to resist, let alone the beast soul that Sikong Shio summoned. The faces of the spirit-controlling sex people revealed despair. Only at this time did they deeply experience Yi Yuan's might. Sikong Shio's face was ashen. Right now, they used their final trump card. Not only did they could not kill Yi Yuan, but their cultivation realms were also greatly damaged instead. The current Sikong Shio, his realm already fell to 7th firmament divine lord. Even without borrowing the evil spirit's strength, Yi Yuan could easily kill him too. White Light, I'll leave this guy to you. The humiliation that he gave you, get it back 1,000 times over. Yi Yuan turned around and said to White Light with a smile. The current White Light already recovered to human form. He looked at Sikong Shio, eyes spewing fire. Walking out of the immortal Grove world, he had yet to suffer such unprecedented humiliation before. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, he gritted his teeth and said, Thanks, big brother. This guy's life, I'm taking it. Sikong Shio was aware that he would not get away. Hearing that, he laughed wildly and said, Lowly animal, turning into a human form also can't change the fact that you're lowly. Just the likes of you also want to take my life. Rage was written all over White Light's face as he said in a solemn voice, Big brother has done it to this extent for me. If I still can't kill you, I'm also not fit to be his brother anymore.
Scoundrel Sikong, prepare tu di.
On White Light's body, the white tiger pressure virtually turned corporeal. Was only to see him turned into an afterimage shooting over towards Sikong Shio. Sikong Shio gave a cold laugh and directly brought out the Dark Soul Pearl and said, Reckless and blind fool, don't you forget, the Dark Soul Pearl is still in my hands. Whoosh! His voice had yet to fade when a beam of sword light passed through the void, slashing directly on the Dark Soul Pearl. Clank! The strength of this sword was tremendous, directly hacking the Dark Soul Pearl flying, breaking free of Sikong Shio's grasp. Right at this moment, White Light's figure already arrived. Bang! White Light's punch smashed solidly on the right side of Sikong Shio's face, directly knocking him to the ground. Half of his face became distorted. The current White Light already reached the level of late-stage rank 4 as well. This punch was thrown in anger. How great was its power? Sikong Shio's eyes rolled back, clearly being smashed dizzy. White Light naturally knew that the Dark Soul Pearl was in Sikong Shio's hands, but he likewise knew that Yi Yuan would not let Sikong Shio have an opportunity to attack. White Light's trust in Yi Yuan was unconditional. Leaving his back to Yi Yuan, he was too at ease. White Light did not stop, following up with his victorious pursuit. Pummeling. Sikong Xiu. Taking advantage of the initiative, how could Sikong Xiu, who originally had strength matching White Light's, still have any power to resist at this time? Yi Yuan just wanted to let White Light vent the grievances in his heart. He naturally would not give Sikong Xiu any chance for a fair fight. Yi Yuan picked up the Dark Soul Pearl and could not resist sizing it up. Senior, this thing also seems to be a soul-type Divine Lord Mystic treasure. It's quite mysterious. Yi Yuan communicated with Yi Yuan in his consciousness. Dustless nodded and said, "This object is refined specifically to target beast souls. It possesses extremely strong suppression effects, able to make the demon race's beast souls produce the thought of submitting uncontrollably." Yi Yuan played with it for a while and suddenly said, "Senior, this thing is a soul-type Divine Lord Mystic treasure. Then can you alter it?" The moment Dustless heard, he immediately understood Yi Yuan's meaning and smiled as he said with a nod, "Although beast souls and divine souls are two different forms, they are essentially the same. This old man just has to slightly add something extra and it can naturally work." The moment Yi Yuan heard, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. "White Light, all right?" Hearing Yi Yuan's yell, only then did White Light stop and spat fiercely. "Big brother." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Vented your anger yet?" White Light grinned and said, "Feels much better." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Let you watch a show. It will feel even better." White Light's eyes lit up, faintly revealing a look of anticipation. Yi Yuan came to the half-dead Sikong Xiu's side. Lifting his hand, he drove the Dark Soul Pearl into his divine soul. At the same time, a mysterious power also entered his divine soul along with. Immediately, Sikong Xiu's eyes became hollow. When his fellow disciples saw this scene, their faces could not help changing. Drastically, that red-clothed girl said, How is this possible? The Dark Soul Pearl's effect on humans is extremely weak. Senior Apprentice Brother Sikong has peak Divine Lord Realm Divine Soul, so how can the Dark Soul Pearl be effective? How could she know that the level of the soul-suppressing pearl was much higher than this Dark Soul Pearl? With Dustless's means, adding extra stuff was too easy. Yi Yuan cracked a smile and said, "Lie down." Sikong Xiu seemed to have forgotten his pain, immediately laying on the ground, like a dog. "Go, lick White Light's shoes properly. Lick until it's clean,"
Yi Yuan
ordered. The current Sikong Xiu was exactly the same as the White Light before, obeying Yi Yuan's orders involuntarily. Furthermore, this Dark Soul Pearl only suppressed the divine soul. Hence what he was doing, he was perfectly aware. Otherwise, White Light also would not have such a strong sense of humiliation. After recovering his freedom, Sikong Xiu crawled to White Light's side like a dog and really started licking White Light's shoes. Very soon, White Light's shoes were licked very clean. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. The Dark Soul Pearl returned to his hand. Sikong Xiu's eyes also recovered clarity. He looked at Yi Yuan, eyes bloodshot from anger as he said, "Punk, you dare to humiliate me like this? I'll fight it out with you." White Light raised his feet and directly kicked him flying. Yi Yuan looked at him coldly and opened his mouth to say, "Now feel humiliated? Do you feel what my brother experienced?" Sikong Xiu clutched his chest and gritted his teeth and said, "Pooh! How can he, a lowly brutish animal, be mentioned in the same breath with me?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. "Is that so? What difference was there between you and an animal just now? As long as I'm willing, I can make you be an animal for life. Do you want to try it?" Sikong Xiu's face changed, eyes revealing a look of fear. This guy in front of him was simply a devil. Seeing Sikong Xiu keep mum, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You relax. I feel it. Utterly beneath my dignity to use an animal like you. Doing these is purely in order to humiliate you." I'll let you know that the outcome of bullying my brother is very serious. Now you're useless. So tell me everything you know about the Bamboo Grove Void Realm situation. Tell you? Heh. Dream on. Even if I die, I won't tell you anything. The current Sikong Shou was already close to going mad. His dignity was already utterly ravaged. His hatred toward Yi Yuan also reached the peak. But Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "You misunderstood. I didn't have the intention of listening to you speak. What you say, I won't believe it, either. So, I'll see for myself." Sikong Shou froze when he heard that and laughed wildly as he said, "You want to soul search? Ha ha ha, my spirit-controlling sect is most proficient in the divine soul path. My realm is also a lot higher than yours. You actually said to me that you want to soul search? Ignorant fool." Yi Yuan looked at Sikong Shou very calmly and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Is that so?" Bang! Yi Yuan directly stomped Sikong Shou to the ground with a foot. Divine soul pouring into his sea of consciousness frenziedly. Sikong Shou's realm fell greatly, but his divine soul was still very powerful. Logically speaking, it was totally impossible for Yi Yuan to want to soul search. Sikong Shou naturally thought so as well. His soul force also poured out frenziedly, wanting to directly extinguish Yi Yuan's divine soul. But right at this time, a mysterious energy was directly pumped into his sea of consciousness. His divine soul seemed to be instantly frozen, unable to move at all. That sort of feeling was like having his hands and feet bound up. He could only passively watch Yi Yuan's divine soul searching willfully in his sea of consciousness. Sikong Shou was overwhelmed with shame and anger. All of his secrets were displayed in front of Yi Yuan unreservedly. When the spirit-controlling sect disciples saw this scene, each and every one of their faces changed drastically. Yi Yuan really succeeded. This young man in front of them was too scary. Who on earth was he? After a slight while, Yi Yuan's divine sense withdrew, his eyes revealing a ruminating expression. "Yi Yuan, I'm going to kill you. Kill you." Sikong Shou pounced over toward Yi Yuan with a roar.
Ning Tianping flashed,
directly sending him flying with a slap. The current Sikong Shou was already an arrow at the end of its flight. With Ning Tianping's current skills, dealing with him was easily accomplished. "A trash like you wants to kill His Excellency?"
Ning Tianping sighed
disdainfully. Yi Yuan looked at Sikong Shou and said with a cold smile, "Your spirit-controlling sect is really worse than animals. White Light, Tianping, Tiger Heart, kill all of them, spare none." This spirit-controlling sect committed many evils and had utterly no humanity to speak of. This Sikong Shou was even more wicked, raping and looting, committing all kinds of atrocities. This kind of person, if Yi Yuan did not run into him, then forget it. Since he provoked him, Yi Yuan naturally would not be soft-hearted. These spirit-controlling sect disciples were all in very sluggish states, currently because of summoning the guardian sacred beast. White Light 3. People disposed of those few like chopping vegetables. "Big brother, I really didn't think that you could actually search for me, until here. If not for you, I probably..." White Light's expression dimmed. Thinking of that life worse than pigs and dogs from henceforth, he could not help feeling lingering fear. Ning Tianping could not resist saying, "Brother White Light, you don't know how great a price His Excellency expended in order to find you." Yi Yuan glared fiercely and said angrily, "You talk too much." Ning Tianping stuck out his tongue and sensibly shut up. White Light was moved inwardly. With Ning Tianping saying so, how could he still not understand in his heart? "Alright, don't listen to this punk talk nonsense. It's good that you're alright." Yi Yuan patted White Light's shoulder and said. White Light nodded his head and said no more. Between him and Yi Yuan already did not need to say too many feeble words to thank. If Yi Yuan was in trouble, he would likewise throw caution to the winds and go save him. Only after a bout of small talk did Yi Yuan know that White Light did not want to come to the demon divine region on his own initiative, but he was compelled. Against his will. Back then, after he left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, he accidentally stumbled into a grotto. White Light obtained the Tiger Clan's legacy inside the grotto and was also trapped there for as long as several hundred years. Later, White Light's strength advanced a lot and he could finally walk out of the cave. Who knew that walking out from there, he already arrived at the demon divine region. Then later on, Yi Yuan knew about it. When he knew the whole story, his entire person was stunned there. He did not think that he treated Black Pupil as a brother, but Black Pupil took him to be a fool. But after hearing the Black Pupil was tortured to death by the Heavenly Tiger, King White Light also felt at ease. No matter what, Big Brother already avenged him. Big Brother, what should we do now? Did you find any useful clues from that? Sikong Xiu? White Light asked. The urgent matter on hand was for the few people to find a way out. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Bamboo Groove Void Realm has a Void Realm Heart. Void Realm Hearts are a singularity that connects the Heavenspan world and Void Realms. It can continuously draw energy from the Heavenspan world without ceasing, maintaining the Void Realm's consumption. As long as one can find the Void Realm Heart, they will be able to find a way back. White Light frowned when he heard that and said, This Void Realm Heart is so important, so it definitely isn't that easy to find, right? Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, This Bamboo Groove Void Realm is an Empyrean-level Void Realm. Many major sects also have True God Realm powerhouses holding down the fort. Wanting to barge into the place where the Void Realm Heart is at is simply nothing more than wishful thinking. The three people could not help drawing a cold breath when they heard. This Void Realm Heart was so important it was definitely held in the hands of the most powerful characters. Empyrean-level powerhouses, blowing a breath could turn the few of them into dust. Wanting to barge into the place where the Void Realm Heart was at was simply an impossible mission. Your Excellency. Could it be that we have to keep on waiting here? Ning Tianping's expression changed slightly as he said. Yi Yuan said, Not necessarily so as well. The faction in charge of the Void Realm Heart is called Bamboo Groove Holy Temple. Under the Bamboo Groove Holy Temple, there are more than 10 True God-level sect forces. Every 1,000 years, these True God-level sect forces would undergo the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, and the top 5 of the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave will have the qualifications to become the Bamboo Groove Holy Temple's disciple. And these 5 people will also obtain the qualifications to enter the Void Heart Realm to gain enlightenment on Tao. Inside the Void Realm Heart, there were the lifetime comprehensions of the major power who created this Void Realm left behind. So it was not only an important treasure for maintaining the operation of the Void Realm, it was also an excellent place for comprehending Tao. Big Brother, your meaning is that we have to join these sects, then take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. White Light said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Not us. It's me. This Bamboo Groove Void Realm martial artists' legacies are extremely ancient. The divine essence that they cultivate is also different from the Heavenspan world. When you guys arrive at the sects, as long as you utilize divine essence, you'll immediately be found. So, the few of you wait in the Purple Extreme Hall and cultivate well. I'll bring you all back to the Heavenspan world. White Light shrugged and said, All right, Big Brother, your cultivation method is too freakish. So it is better to leave this kind of thing for you to do. He knew that Yi Yuan's cultivation method could even simulate the fiend races. Fiend essence, let alone this Bamboo Groove Void Realm's divine essence. Yi Yuan carried out soul search on Sikong Xiu and naturally knew the exit of the sundered boundary. He let White Light and the rest enter the Purple Extreme Hall. He then headed toward the exit that led to the Bamboo Groove Void Realm himself. On a broad avenue, Yi Yuan was currently walking forward slowly. On the streets, many martial artists were in groups or walking alone. The auras on these people were not weak, they were actually all Divine Lord Realm powerhouses. Yi Yuan knew that they were going to the Shadow Moon sect to take part in the sect assessment. He was also the same. Yi Yuan learned from Sikong Xiu's Sea of Consciousness that among true God level sects, only the Shadow Moon sect was currently recruiting new disciples. There were still roughly 200 years until the next Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave. Yi Yuan needed to break through to the celestial deity realm as soon as possible within these 200 years. Those taking part in the Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave must be at the celestial deity realm, and Yi Yuan seemed to still have a very long way to go to the celestial deity realm. In the previous few years, Yi Yuan had been immersed in alchemy Dao all along, and his martial Dao did not progress much. Over these 200 years, Yi Yuan planned to cultivate with all his might, and strive to break through to the celestial deity realm as soon as possible. Hey, little brother. Which sect are you from? You seem like a new face here. Perhaps a burly man felt bored and moved close to Yi Yuan's side and walked alongside him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I came from a Divine Lord level small sect. Doesn't have much reputation. The burly man smiled and said, So that's how it is. No wonder your strength is so weak. With your strength, it's probably very difficult to pass the
Shadow Moon sect's entrance examination.
Yi Yuan secretly smiled in his heart. This guy's personality was very straightforward. But he could also tell that this man was a straightforward character. Whatever he would say without going through his brain at all. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, I'm just here to give it a try. After all, my original sect already doesn't have anything that I can continue to learn about. The burly man said, Makes sense for you to be able to cultivate to your current realm at a Divine Lord level small sect. It's indeed very not easy. Already. However, the geniuses capable of entering the Shadow Moon sect are all 1 in a million. If you want to pass the entrance examination, you'll probably have to take several hundred more years. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Amen. If it doesn't work out, I'll do miscellaneous work in the Shadow Moon sect. When my strength is sufficient, I'll come and take part in the entrance examination again. The Bamboo Grove Void Realm's territory was vast, sects standing in great numbers. These dozen over true God level sects were Leviathans. But there were still many celestial deity level sects and divine lord level sections. After these sects geniuses had some accomplishments, many people would choose to enter higher level sects. Firstly, their own sect already did not have much room for development for them anymore. Staying would only waste time. Secondly, after these disciples entered true God level sects, once they learned something, they would take better care of their own sect. Hence, those going to take part in the Shadow Moon sect's examination were mostly true God level disciples. Of course, there were also some small sects disciples who were mostly unknown, and were also not too likely to pass the assessment. The burly man's words were not without basis. It was just that he did not know that Yi Yuan's combat power was far from comparable to same rank martial artists. The burly man smiled and said, Haha, I came from the Thundercloud sect. I'm called Han Yong. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you, give me their names. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Many thanks, Brother Han.
Yi Yuan.
The two people were currently chatting when a burst of ridicule suddenly came from the side. Ha ha ha, Han Yong, you also don't take a piss and look in the reflection. Yourself, just the likes of you also dare to take care of people?
I'm bullying
him now, so do you dare to cover him? Yi Yuan looked sideways and saw 3 youths in bright clothing looking at Han Yong with a smile that was not a smile, having a look of ridicule on their faces. These 3 people were very similar between the eyebrows. One look and they were 3 brothers. When Han Yong saw these 3 people, his expression could not help changing. He said in a solemn voice, Zhao Shi, what are you being cocky for? If you have the ability, come over by yourself. I guarantee that I won't beat you to death. Han Yong turned around and whispered to Yi Yuan, This is Zhao Shu, and Zhao Shi, 3 brothers, originating from Devil Elephant sect. They are sworn enemies of our Thundercloud sect. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he immediately understood in his heart. Zhao, she said with disdain when he heard this, you're merely a hair stronger than me. You aren't even a match for my second brother. Yet you still dare to be insolent in front of us three brothers? Your Thundercloud sect is really trash, just sending a good-for-nothing like you out. You can only put on a front in front of some small sections. The words angered Han Yong until his expression turned livid. Zhao Shi three brothers were extremely talented. The three people's strength had always advanced at the same rate. Zhao Shi was slightly weaker, also peak 7th Firmament Divine Lord. The other two were 8th Firmament Divine Lords. Han Yong's talent was actually really good. He just recently became an 8th Firmament Divine Lord. It was just that, in front of these three brothers, it was still a little worse. Zhao Shi, you dare to insult my Thundercloud sect? If you have the balls, fight one-on-one with me. Han Yong did not dare to challenge the three of them and could only use words to go Zhao Shi. But Zhao Shi only smiled and said, after entering the Shadow Moon sect, there's plenty of time to fight one-on-one. But right now, hehe, didn't you say that you're covering for this kid? Now I'm going to bully him. I want to see what you use to shield him with. I'm going to let everybody take a look at how trashy your Thundercloud sect is. What kind of strength you have, you don't have any idea yourself. Haven't even entered the sect and you dare to cover people. Han Yong's expression changed and he said to Yi Yuan, Yi Yuan, I was the one who harmed you. You quickly go. I'll block him. But Zhao Shu laughed and said, isn't it too late to leave now? Your opponent is me. Zhao Shu's figure moved, directly facing off with Han Yong. Han Yong's strength was a notch weaker than Zhao Shu's. With his matchup, he could only accept the challenge passively. If he wanted to run, he could naturally escape. But if he ran Yi Yuan facing the Zhao Trio brothers by himself, then the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. Zhao Shi slowly walked to Yi Yuan and said with an amused look, kid, you're actually not running away. Are you scared, silly? Haha, don't blame me for bullying me. Wanna blame someone? Blame Han Yong, who asked that guy to posture. Yi Yuan himself also felt baffled. Walking along the streets, he could actually get into such trouble too. However, Zhao Shi's strength, he did not take it seriously yet. If he did not provoke him and bickered a few sentences with Han Yong, then forget it. Yet he wanted to come to provoke him. Yi Yuan could only sigh in his heart. Wouldn't die if didn't court death. Everyone is going to take part in the Shadow Moon Sect's examination. We'll all be fellow apprentices in the future. Why is there a need to end up like this? Yi Yuan said with a helpless look. Regarding this kind of lame fight, he was indeed disinclined to take part in. As long as Zhao Shi himself pulled back, he would not stoop to the other party's level too. Zhao Shi laughed loudly when he heard that and said, fellow apprentices? Ha ha ha. Brat, you're thinking too much. With just the likes of your bit of strength, you also want to pass the Shadow Moon Sect's examination? You and I are never of the same world. Hence, there's no way we'll be fellow apprentices. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said. Then, Zhao Shi sneered and said, kid, I have to admire your nerves. Now I'll give you two choices. Number 1, kneel down and yell, Thundercloud sect is trash, 3 times. Second, I'll cripple your cultivation, break both your legs, and let you crawl to the Shadow Moon sect. This kid is also pitiful, to actually provoke the Zhao three brothers. Isn't that so? The Zhao three brothers are well-known genius disciples in celestial deity level sects. That kid is just a 5th Firmament Divine Lord. Do you guys think that he'll choose to kowtow or choose to have both legs broken? It's definitely to kowtow, even if he offends the Thundercloud sect. As long as he can stay in the Shadow Moon sect and do chores, there will always be a possibility of rising again. With a show to watch, quite a few people stopped their footsteps and crowded around to watch They were currently all guessing which option Yi Yuan would choose. Of course, the majority of the people felt that Yi Yuan would choose the first one. After all, in their eyes it was impossible for Yi Yuan to win against the peak 7th firmament divine Lord Zhao Shi. But Zhao Shi's words made Yi Yuan's gaze gradually turn cold. He and Zhao Shi had no grudges nor enmity. But this guy still transferred his anger to him and wanted to send him to his doom because of Han Yong. If I don't choose any? Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhao Shi smiled and said, you must choose, because if you don't choose I'll help you choose the second one. Yi Yuan said, then, I'll choose the third one. Zhao Shi froze and said angrily, I didn't give you a third option, still not choosing. I'll help you choose. Yi Yuan smiled and said, the third one was added by me. Everybody go to the Shadow Moon sect together and participate in the entrance examination. Isn't that good? Zhao Shi's face turned cold and he said in a cold voice, you're toying with me? Yi Yuan said coolly, I wanted to save you a bit of face. Looks like your reputation is still considerable if you were to get beaten by me in front of so many people. How humiliating would that be? The moment Zhao Shi heard this, he could not help letting out a big laugh as he said, you beat me? Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke that I've heard. Kid, I changed my mind. Now, I'm going to cripple both your hands and legs. Let you unable to even crawl. The surrounding people all used eyes like looking at an idiot to look at Yi Yuan. A 5th firmament divine lord pummeling a 7th firmament divine lord. Was he trying to be funny? There was a small stage in between. This kind of fool was actually coming to take part in the Shadow Moon sect's entrance examination too. What a wonder. Zhao Shi was thoroughly enraged by Yi Yuan. He formed claws with his fingers. The world power of 7th firmament divine lord gushed out frenziedly, directly grabbing towards Yi Yuan's arms. Zhao Shi had an imposing momentum. This grab was determined to succeed. Right at this time, Yi Yuan threw out a palm swift like lightning, inconceivably quick. Crack! Yi Yuan attacked extremely precisely, directly disregarding Zhao Shi's world power, grabbing the webbing between his thumb and index finger and crushed fiercely. His fingers snapped at the sound of it. Arg! A scream came over Zhao Shu and Zhao Zhao's expressions changed. Zhao Shu was alarmed in his heart. Repelling Han Yong with one move, he glared at Yi Yuan and said, punk! Let him go. Otherwise you'll die very horribly. Everyone all looked at this scene in incredible shock, feeling that it was preposterous to the extreme. Indeed, subduing the enemy in one move. However, it was completely contrary to what they thought. The powerful Zhao Shi was actually restrained in one move. Yi Yuan gave an "oh." Loosening his 5 fingers, he actually let go of Zhao Shi. The 5 fingers were connected to the heart. Zhao Shi hurt until he broke out in cold sweat. He did not expect to fail miserably in a simple task. The anger in his heart, already billowing to the sky. The moment Yi Yuan let go, his left hand grabbed toward Yi Yuan's throat like lightning. He wanted to take Yi Yuan's life. However, he was fast, but Yi Yuan was faster than him. Crack! Another crisp, bone-breaking sound. The 5 fingers of Zhao Shi's left hand were also directly broken by Yi Yuan. Arg! Zhao Shi's mouth emitted an even more shrill scream than just now, akin to a pig getting slaughtered. Yi Yuan made his move neat and tidily, without the least bit of sloppiness. Zhao Shu and Zhao Zhao's faces changed again, and they said in anger, "Kid, do you not understand our words?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I understood. Didn't I already let go? It was he who courted death by wanting to kill me. I only broke his 5 fingers, so it's already considered courteous." Zhao Zhao's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Kid, you're very courageous to actually dare break my 3rd brother's 10 fingers. If you can leave alive today, my Zhao Zhao 2 words will be written upside down." Bang! His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan raised his feet and directly kicked on Zhao Shi's knee, directly kicking his knee joints to pieces. Another bone-piercing severe pain was transmitted to his brain. Zhao Shi's eyes rolled back and he fainted from the pain. When Yi Yuan heard, he smiled faintly and said, "Your meaning is that I can only stand here and let him kill me? Hoo-hoo, now what do you still have to say?" All around, everyone all drew cold breaths. They were all shocked by Yi Yuan's strength. But they were even more shocked by Yi Yuan's means. He actually crippled Zhao Shi in front of Zhao Zhao. In their view, Zhao Shi underestimated the enemy too much just now. That was why he would be restrained by Yi Yuan. But Zhao Zhao's strength was at the 8th firmament divine lord realm. Yi Yuan's action was undoubtedly seeking death. When Zhao Zhao saw Zhao Shi's miserable appearance, the muscles on his face were twitching. It was just that Yi Yuan's ruthlessness also made him extremely apprehensive. His expression changed several times and he finally said, "Brat, you let go of Zhao Shi, and then I'll let you leave." By the side, Han Yong was long dumbfounded from watching. He thought that Yi Yuan would be dead for sure this time. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was so vicious. Not only did he not die, he even returned Zhao Shi's words to him, directly crippling him. Hearing Zhao Zhao's words, Han Yong's expression changed and he said, "Yi Yuan, don't believe him." But Yi Yuan smiled nonchalantly and said, "Everyone will be fellow apprentices. In the future, we'll be meeting frequently. Falling out too hard isn't good." Finished talking, he directly made his move and threw Zhao Shi over. Zhao Shu's figure moved, hurriedly catching. But at the same time Zhao Zhao moved. His aura was more than 10 times stronger than Zhao Shi's. Han Yong blocked in front of Yi Yuan with a flash without thinking. Bang! The two people forcefully exchanged a blow. Han Yong retreated several dozen steps in a row before barely managing to stand firm. While Zhao Zhao did not budge an inch, striking Han Yong back, Zhao Zhao did not stop in the least bit, rushing over toward Yi Yuan. Suddenly, a youth in white slowly walked out and said to Zhao Zhao, "All right, Zhao Zhao, give me face. Let this matter go like this." When Zhao Zhao saw this person, his expression could not help changing, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yang Fan, this is none of your business. This punk beat my third brother until like this. Could it be that you want me to swallow the insult and endure in silence?" Yang Fan said coolly, "You also know my relationship with Han Yong. If you still don't know what's good for you, then I can only take action." Yi Yuan looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. He originally wanted to teach Zhao Zhao a lesson. He did not expect that someone threw a wrench in the works. But the aura on this Yang Fan's body was very powerful. He was already not far from becoming a 9th firmament divine lord. Clearly, Zhao Zhao was very wary of him. Zhao Zhao's expression changed several times, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll give you face today, but when this kid is unable to pass the entrance examination, I'll definitely take his life then." Yang Fan said coolly, "At that time, it's naturally up to you." Zhao Zhao's face fell and he said to Zhao Shu, "Bring along third brother. Let's go." Yang Fan sized Yi Yuan up, revealing a look of curiosity. But Han Yong laughed loudly and said, "Haha. Fortunately, old Yang, you came in the nick of time. Otherwise, the two of us will die here today. Zhao Zhao, this damn fellow. There will come a day where I'll make him pay the price." Yang Fan shot him a glare and said, "You can really cause trouble." Han Yong cried in justice as he said, "This has nothing to do with me. I was just chatting with younger brother Yi and those few fellows suddenly came out. But speaking of which, younger brother Yi is loyal enough. I like that. I can't shield you, but old Yang can definitely cover you." Yang Fan shot him a glare and said, "This matter isn't over yet. Don't you forget, the devil elephant lineage has considerable power and influence in the
Shadow Moon sect.
Some people, even I can't afford to provoke them either." Han Yong's face changed, revealing a solemn expression. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he understood in his heart. It seemed like there were many factions in this Shadow Moon sect too. But it was also not surprising with the Bamboo Groove Void Realm system. Quite a few people all come from the same sect. They would naturally help one another, provoking the Zhao Trio brothers. A single misstep and it was provoking the entire devil elephant lineage's people. Humph! All in all, younger brother Yi will be my brother, Han Yong's brother. In the future, if anyone dares to bully him, they will have to ask me first, Han Yong said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, then I'll have to thank brother Han very much. Han Yong smiled and said, but speaking of which, younger brother Yi, your strength really makes me view you in a different light. Perhaps you can really pass the examination. In front of the mountain gate, several hundred divine Lord Realm powerhouses were gathered together. At this time, quite a few people's gazes looked in the same direction. That was a woman in a purple dress, skin akin to pale cream color, having arched eyebrows and bright red lips. She could be rated as an unparalleled beauty of a generation. That's the Bailey Qingyan of the Immortal Abode sect? Indeed, ridiculously beautiful. I heard that she's already a peak 9th firmament divine lord at less than 800 years old. This is a true genius. Coming to take part in the Shadow Moon sect's entrance examination this time. It should be for the sake of the Bamboo Groove Holy Temple slots. Right? Yi Yuan was also secretly somewhat surprised. This Bailey Qingyan's talent could virtually be put on par with the Lung Qiuling that he met on the Heavenspan Mountain. Indeed, there were no shortages of geniuses everywhere. But beside Bailey Qingyan, there were still two youths. The auras on their bodies were actually not weaker than Bailey Qingyan. Those two, one is called Duan Qinghong, originating from the Clouds Word sect. The other is called Zhong Hanlin, coming from the Soaring Flower sect. Coupled with Bailey Qingyan's Immortal Abode sect, these three great sects are all the leaders of celestial deity level sects. The three of them joining the Shadow Moon sect at this time, their goal is likely for the sake of the Bamboo Groove Holy Temple spots. Looking is enough, Bailey Qingyan, that kind of beauty, you have no chance. Although you have the appearance of a pretty boy, your strength is too weak. When Han Yong saw Yi Yuan stare at that side, he came up to beat him down. Without any mercy, Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. When was he interested in Bailey Qingyan? Just as they were talking, a disciple dressed in Shadow Moon sect outer sect attire walked over toward Yi Yuan's side. Han Yong's expression could not help change when he saw the person. He then said in a solemn voice, it's Song Ting. He's the Zhao brothers' senior apprentice brother. Song Ting's gaze was dark as he said, brat, heard that you ambushed Zhao Shi, and crippled his hands and legs, making him unable to participate in the examination this time. Yi Yuan attacked him extremely heavily. Even if he swallowed medicinal pills, his injury also could not recover within a short time. With Zhao Shi's situation, he was definitely unable to take part in the test this time. And the ones present currently were only Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu, two people. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, senior apprentice brother. Misunderstood. Song Ting's face fell and he said, you dare to quibble? Yi Yuan shook his head and said coolly, I didn't ambush him, but I crippled him openly and uprightly. Song Ting was taken aback, and then he said in great rage, punk, you dare to mess with me? Yi Yuan said, I was just saying it directly. Why? Is senior apprentice brother going to stand up for Zhao Shi? Yi Yuan knew that they already stepped into the mountain currently. Song Ting did not dare to make a move. Heh, kid. Looks like you feel reassured with someone's backing. But don't you forget, the entrance examination this first round doesn't restrict killing. Song Ting said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu behind Song Ting and said with disdain, with the likes of these two good-for-nothings? Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu were greatly enraged the moment they heard and wanted to attack but was stopped by Song Ting. Punk, you're very gutsy. I heard that you came from a small sect, so you probably don't know how powerful the devil elephant lineage is in the Shadow Moon sect yet, right? But you don't have a need to know either, because you can't walk out of the Shadow Moon mountain range, Song Ting said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said speechlessly, Senior apprentice brother coming to find me is in order to let out harsh words. That's very childish. Song Ting wanted to come and see Yi Yuan wag his tag and beg for mercy. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually rebutted him until he could not get off the stage. This guy definitely did not know how terrifying the devil elephant lineage's strength was. That was why he would be like this. However, that was not important anymore. This punk was dead for sure. Song Ting's expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, Good, very good, punk. You'll feel how terrifying my wrath is. When the others saw this scene, they were shocked until their jaws hit the ground. Apart from the three great sects, the devil elephant sect's strength was second to none. Their powerhouses in the Shadow Moon sect were plentiful, their power and influence could be said to be immense. But now Yi Yuan, a fifth firmament divine lord little fellow, actually dared to provoke the devil elephant lineage. This guy's guts were also a little too fat, right? Han Yong gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, A fine person, indeed. Younger brother, you're really gutsy. Song Ting is already a half-step celestial deity. Powerhouse, as well as half a foot already stepped into becoming an inner disciple. However, he'll probably mobilize the devil elephant lineages connections and make the disciples taking part in the examination this time. I'll target you. Yang Fan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, You kid are also a troublemaker. What's the deal with yielding sometimes? Those participating in the examination this time, quite a few people's strengths are all not beneath Mine. Furthermore, the soaring flower sect's relationship with the devil elephant sect is pretty good. He might have Zhong Hanlin take action to deal with you. At that time, even if it's me, it's hard to resist too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I would rather die standing than live kneeling. Want to make me yield? No chance. Want to kill me? Come at me with your own capabilities then. The examination this time, Brother Han and Brother Yang form a team. I'll be by myself. The moment Han Yong heard, he said in great rage, What are you saying? Speaking of which, this matter was still caused by me. How can you abandon you? If you still say this kind of words, don't blame me for falling out. Yi Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, a gentle voice sounded out by his eyes. Do you have people to form a team? If you don't, why not team up with me? Yi Yuan turned around to look. Who was it if not Bailey Qingyan? Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. Haha, then. Following you is too dangerous. I'd better forsake you, Han. Yong coughed dryly twice and said with a mysterious smile on his face. Is it for real? Bailey Qingyan actually took the initiative to invite others to form a team. That kid's strength is also too weak, right? Why didn't she find me to form a team? It's killing me with envy. Bailey Qingyan's actions stunned everyone. A heavens chosen of this generation actually took the initiative to form a team with a fifth firmament divine lord rookie. It really made people's jaws drop, especially Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin. The looks that those two people cast over were virtually going to kill Yi Yuan. Not just them, even Yi Yuan himself also had a befuddled look and did not come back to his senses for a while. But when he came back to his senses, he said something that stunned everyone even more. Sorry, I plan on entering the mountain alone. Miss Bailey, please seek someone more capable, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Buzz! An uproar burst out all around. Just now, everyone's eyes wished to kill Yi Yuan. But now, everyone used a look of exasperation at his failure to live up to expectations to look at him. Did this guy's brain have an issue? Didn't he see that Bailey Qingyan even rejected Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin? To be able to spend a month's time in the mountain with an unrivaled beauty, that was something that everyone yearned for day and night. Even if they died, that was also worth it. This fool actually refused. With this, it was Bailey Qingyan's turn to have an astounded look. Immediately, a hint of red flashed across her face. He actually refused her. The reason why Bailey Qingyan came to find Yi Yuan was because she was certain that Yi Yuan would not refuse. In fact, she totally never thought that Yi Yuan would refuse. But now, she was so embarrassed. After musing for a moment, Bailey Qingyan said, "Can I have a word with you?" It was hard to get off after riding a tiger's back. Currently, for Bailey Qingyan, this had to work whether it succeeded or failed. Yi Yuan nodded his head and came to a remote place with Bailey Qingyan. "Why did you reject me?" Bailey Qingyan had a baffled look, her words carrying tender bashfulness, full of puzzlement. In her view, no man should be able to refuse her charm. Yi Yuan's mind was like a clear mirror, but he smiled and said, "Miss Bailey, a straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. You feel that my strength is meager and want to make use of me to shake off those two people's pestering. You feel that I hanker after your beauty and would agree to you without a word, or that I can pass the first round assessment under your protection. But I have to say, you miscalculated. If it were others, they would definitely agree without hesitation. But what Yi Yuan thought was a lot more than others. Bailey Qingyan's reliance was not worth a single cent in front of him. He did not need beauty, much less the protection of Bailey Qingyan. So, he could be aloof if he had no selfish desires. While Bailey Qingyan was beautiful, what she had in mind did not have much temptation to Yi Yuan. Therefore, she miscalculated. Bailey Qingyan suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan's mind was ridiculously clear-headed. She understood that Yi Yuan was negotiating terms with her. With your strength, if Song Ting is bent on dealing with you, there's absolutely no way you'll survive. If you follow me, you can pass the first round assessment very effortlessly. Bailey Qingyan was very puzzled. She felt that Yi Yuan did not have reason to reject her terms at all. Song Ting's threat just now, Bailey Qingyan took it into her sight. She felt that Yi Yuan would definitely need to seek protection under such tremendous pressure. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's strength was meager. If she formed a team with Yi Yuan, anyone would be able to tell that she just wanted to shake off Duan Qinghong. Two people. To Yi Yuan, her addition could let Yi Yuan pass through the round even easier. In other words, as long as he followed her, Yi Yuan could win by simply not doing anything. Passing the first round assessment practically did not have the least bit of suspense. But Yi Yuan refused. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "That's my own business. Moreover, Miss Bailey is too self-confident. Passing the first round assessment isn't as hard as you imagine." Bailey Qingyan sneered to no end in her heart. The first round was not hard? That was said to her. Bailey Qingyan. Bailey Qingyan was very smart. She understood what Yi Yuan had in mind very quickly. Yi Yuan clearly saw through her thoughts and wanted to coerce with this, negotiating terms with her. Bailey Qingyan drew a deep breath, but her tone turned cold as she said, "I already said it, I can't take it back anymore. Speak, as long as you form a team with me, you can state your terms." Yi Yuan was speechless. Bailey Qingyan's self-importance was too high. He really did not want to team up with her, but Bailey Qingyan thought that Yi Yuan wanted to coerce her with this. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "I don't have any conditions. If Miss Bailey insists on forming a team with me, why not play a melody on the zither for me and get rid of the loneliness in the mountains?" To Yi Yuan, with or without Bailey Qingyan's addition, it did not matter at all. But the beauty already stopped so low, he really could not refuse. Hence, that was why he agreed to Bailey Qingyan with such an excuse. Yi Yuan learned from Han Yong that Bailey Qingyan's zither skills were unparalleled. It was just that there were scanty few who could hear her zither sounds. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan said so. Bailey Qingyan was slightly taken aback. The flush on her face grew redder as she said with bashful anger, "You despicable villain." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said indifferently, "If you can't even satisfy this bit of request, then forget about it. Bailey Qingyan was helpless and said angrily, "Fine, consider it that I succumbed in your hands. This incident today, this Bailey will remember it." Yi Yuan was somewhat perplexed in his heart. Just playing a song on the zither, was there a need? When the two people returned, everyone's eyes concentrated on Yi Yuan. This guy is so shameless. Looks like he really said yes. That act just now was probably loosening the line to rein it in better later, right? This guy is really despicable and shameless. Yi Yuan and Bailey Qingyan standing together, everyone immediately understood. In their hearts, toward Yi Yuan's impudence and shamelessness, they also had grieving and indignant faces. It was as if a fresh flower was stuck on a cow dung. Even though they all knew that Bailey Qingyan was merely making use of Yi Yuan. Before long, a celestial deity powerhouse stepped out of the sky and said to everyone, "For you all to want to join my Shadow Moon sect, you must pass 2 rounds of examination. This first round is to hunt fierce beasts in the Shadow Moon mountain range. Now you're free to team up, but each squad mustn't exceed 3 people. Fierce beasts killed in teams are only half of those killed individually. This hunt, killing isn't restricted. As long as you all have the strength, you can snatch fierce beasts from other people's hands." Alright, now the first round assessment begin. Following that celestial deity powerhouse's word of command, the martial artists entered the Shadow Moon mountain range in a single file. When everyone saw Yi Yuan together with Bailey Qingyan, they could not help having envious looks. And in the crowd, when Song Ting saw this scene, his gaze was incomparably sinister and ruthless. "Punk, you think that after hiding behind a woman, you can escape the fate of death? Heh. You're thinking too much. Even a genius like Bailey Qingyan also can't stop my devil elephant sex intention to kill you." A ray of cold light flashed past. The swift and fierce sword energy directly dismembered a late-stage rank 4 fierce beast. Yi Yuan hugged both arms and was taking it easy with nothing to do by the side. "Go take the heavenly demon crystal." Bailey Qingyan's face was cold as frost as she ordered Yi Yuan. Looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, she would get angry. Yi Yuan found it funny in his heart. This lass was still angry with him. Ever since entering the Shadow Moon mountain range, Bailey Qingyan had never shown Yi Yuan a good attitude, but he did not refuse, walking over and retrieving the heavenly demon crystal. Neat and tidily, after the demon core within divine rank demonic beasts evolved into heavenly demon crystal, inside the heavenly demon crystal contained the lifetime essence of the fierce beast. Along the way, they already killed 3 late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts. Seemingly intent on exhibiting her powerful strength, Bailey Qingyan practically killed with 1 sword when she encountered fierce beasts. She wanted to see shock from Yi Yuan's eyes, but she was disappointed. Yi Yuan's performance was incomparably calm, but this kind of composure became sitting idly and reaping the fruits of others' labor in her eyes, sharing her achievements with no qualms of conscience. This made Bailey Qingyan very unhappy. "Look at you showing off. Do you really think that I can't take care of you?" Bailey Qingyan sneered in her heart. The next day, the 2 people ran into a late-stage rank 4 fierce beast very luckily once again. Yi Yuan hugged both arms calmly, waiting to watch the show. Bailey Qingyan suddenly said, "I'm tired. I'll leave it to you." This was merely a newly ascended late-stage rank 4 fierce beast equivalent to a 7th firmament divine lord martial artist. For Bailey Qingyan to want to kill it, it was naturally very easy. But now, she deliberately wanted to teach Yi Yuan a lesson. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If you're tired, rest for a while. I'll be right back." Bailey Qingyan was very disdainful in her heart and said with a cold smile, "Pretend. I'll see when you can pretend until, although this Zilong Cloud Eye beast has just entered late-stage rank 4, 8th firmament divine lords. Also have to expend some effort to deal with it. In a while I'll watch you. Beg me to take action sobbingly." Swoosh. Sword rose, sword fell. That Zilong Cloud-Eye beast was virtually cut down under Yi Yuan's sword, without the least bit of strength to resist. When Bailey Qingyan saw this scene, her gaze involuntarily turned sharp, revealing a look of surprise. How can this guy be so strong? If it were Bailey Qingyan herself, she could naturally do it to this extent. But Yi Yuan was just a fifth firmament divine lord. This guy actually had the strength to jump realms and battle. Yi Yuan retrieved the heavenly demon crystal, came in front of Bailey Qingyan, and said with a faint smile, "Miss Bailey, are you rested enough?" Bailey Qingyan's expression was somewhat ugly, and she said in a cold voice, "Have you seen before someone rests so fast?" "No." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Like this, huh? Then let's rest for a while more." As he said, Yi Yuan sat down not far from Bailey Qingyan and sized her up with interest. Bailey Qingyan's brows furrowed slightly, and she said with displeasure, "Looking at what? Keep looking and I'll dig your eyeballs out." Actually, Bailey Qingyan normally did not have such a cold personality. On the contrary, she was different from those iceberg beauties. Her temperament was rather warm. It was just that in her warmth, it exuded pride and keeping people 1,000 miles away, making people unable to look directly at her. But now, when she faced Yi Yuan, she was unable to be calm at all and also could not display that kind of pride at all. Toward Bailey Qingyan's threat, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart at all, but smiled and said, "Miss Bailey, can I ask? So many examinees, but why did you pick me?" Bailey Qingyan gave a cold snort and said, "I felt that you had quite the backbone, that's why I picked you. I didn't expect that you're a despicable villain who takes advantage of others' perilous state." Yi Yuan immediately understood when he heard that. Looks like when Song Ting threatened him, Bailey Qingyan just happened to see it. That was why it would attract her attention. Taking advantage of others' perilous state, is it? Miss Bailey finding me, isn't it in order to make use of me to shake off those people's harassment? Your action mounted me onto the fire to barbecue and provoked that kind of powerful adversary at the same time. Do you think that it's me who took advantage of someone's perilous state, or was it you who harbored ulterior motives? Or is it that you feel that with your charms, I wouldn't refuse you at all?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Bailey Qingyan's expression changed. She did not expect that Yi Yuan saw it so thoroughly. Yes, if it were others, even if they clearly knew that they were being exploited, they would also agree to it willingly. But Yi Yuan would not. That was why there was that scene of rejection. With me around, they naturally don't dare to do anything to you. Bailey Qingyan defended herself through sophistry. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This kind of words, Miss Bailey can use them to bluff a 3-year-old kid. Your 3 major sects are powerful for the 2 of them. To want to kill me, they don't need to personally make a move at all. Moreover, with Miss Bailey's horizons, would you care about the life and death of an insignificant character like me?" Bailey Qingyan looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. She suddenly discovered that this fellow seemed to be quite different from the rest. Although Yi Yuan's age was not old, he was calm when encountering matters, totally different from the average young person. Indeed, she might give a heads up afterward because of today's matter, but would not really be concerned with Yi Yuan's life and death at all. Duan Qinghong, they all getting Yi Yuan killed afterward was also something within expectations. Heh. Looks like this kid still has quite the self-awareness. The 2 people were just talking when suddenly, a cold laugh sounded out. Figure dashed out of the woods. Zhong Hanlin. Bailey Qingyan's dark brows furrowed slightly as she said, "This guy appearing, he clearly did not have any good intentions." Zhong Hanlin used a pair of greedy eyes to look at Bailey Qingyan and said, with a smile, "Junior sister Qingyan, wait until I kill this toad. Then I'll come and catch up with you." Done talking, he turned to Yi Yuan and said, "Punk, you should never have ever formed a team with junior sister Qingyan. That instant when you agreed, you should have known your outcome, right?" When Yi Yuan heard, he was speechless for a while and said, "I rejected her. It was her who insisted on teaming up with me." Zhong Hanlin smiled coldly and said, "That's also one of the reasons you deserve to die. Junior Sister Bailey's invitation you should feel overwhelmed by flattery and honor, but you actually made her unable to step down the stage in front of so many people. You deserve to die 10,000 times over." When Yi Yuan heard, he was amused for a while and said, "Your meaning is that, no matter what, I have to die?" Zhong Hanlin smiled slightly as he nodded and said, "Yes, that moment when Junior Sister Bailey came to find you. You're destined to die. Want to blame your fate for not being good." Zhong Hanlin had a high and mighty appearance, pronouncing Yi Yuan's death sentence. Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart to no end. In the eyes of this kind of so-called geniuses, life was worthless. As long as they were willing, they could determine other people's life and death as they pleased. Putting it bluntly, he was looking at Yi Yuan's strength being meager and that he was easy to bully. If Duan Qinghong was here, he absolutely would not dare to say so. Yi Yuan's gaze looked at Bailey Qingyan and he said coolly, "You're planning on looking on with folded arms." Bailey Qingyan's expression alternated between green and red, but at the thought of Yi Yuan's hateful expression, she felt annoyed in her heart. "Beg me. As long as you open your mouth, I'll take action," Bailey Qingyan suddenly said. Bailey Qingyan's words made Zhong Hanlin had a stunned face. Why did these words sound like coquettishness between lovers? Zhong Hanlin felt jealous, and his killing intent towards Yi Yuan immediately strengthened several degrees. Yi Yuan was taken aback and turned to Zhong Hanlin and said, "You get started." Then, making him beg Bailey Qingyan that was impossible. A man must have a backbone. Bailey Qingyan was taken aback and said in exasperation, "You this guy want to keep up appearances to cover up your predicament. Zhong Hanlin's strength isn't what you can imagine." She felt that she could finally take Yi Yuan down a notch. She did not expect that Yi Yuan would rather be killed than be willing to beg her. This made her feel a loss of face. But Yi Yuan said without a care, "Is that so? Maybe he isn't as strong as imagined." These two people, one chiming in after the other, Zhong Hanlin felt that he was very redundant, and this also made him very enraged. "Reckless and blind thing, you can go die already." Zhong Hanlin gave a furious roar, suddenly throwing out a palm. The powerful world power of Ninth Firmament Divine Lord instantly crushed over from all directions towards Yi Yuan. Blazing Sun Astral Palm. Bang! The place where Yi Yuan stood was immediately leveled to the ground. Zhong Hanlin revealed a look of disdain and said, "Can't stand up to a single blow." An inexplicable hint of sadness flashed across Bailey Qingyan's eyes. She also did not know why she actually had a feeling of emptiness. "This is your strength? Doesn't seem to be much." Yi Yuan's figure slowly walked out of the void and was actually completely unscathed. Zhong Hanlin's face revealed a look of disbelief as he said, "How is this possible?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I said before, maybe you're not as strong as imagined." Zhong Hanlin's face fell and he said angrily, "Punk, don't get smug too early. I didn't use my full strength at all just now. Now I'll let you take a look at my true strength." While talking, Zhong Hanlin brandished his long spear. It was shockingly a celestial deity mystic treasure. His aura surged to the sky. His entire person was like a long spear. The momentum astonishing. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, revealing a rather surprised look. This Zhong Hanlin's strength was indeed formidable. The moment this domineering spear momentum came out, Yi Yuan felt the pressure that came from head-on. With his current strength, he was still not Zhong Hanlin's match. But Yi Yuan was not worried. That evil spirit which Dustless subdued did not even fear First Firmament celestial deity powerhouses, let alone a puny little Zhong Hanlin. He was just about to release the evil spirit but saw Bailey Qingyan move daintily. Soft cloud, heavenly sacred spear. Right at this time, Zhong Hanlin's overbearing spear suddenly thrust out. Mist wave traceless sword. Bailey Qingyan's sword energy was overwhelming, rushing over with a diagonal stab, facing off with Zhong Hanlin's certain kill spear.
Bang!
Two mighty peerless geniuses exchanged blows at this moment. The intense divine essence undulations obliterated everything in the middle. Zhong Hanlin and Bailey Qingyan each retreated more than 10 steps before, barely managing to stand firm. As a bystander, Yi Yuan took the two people's strength into his sights. Even though the two people looked to be evenly matched in strength, Zhong Hanlin fighting to a draw with Bailey Qingyan with his domineering spear, already lost by a hair. Zhong Hanlin completely did not think that Bailey Qingyan would actually suddenly rush out. At this time, his expression was livid as he said, "Junior, Sister Qingyan, you actually attacked me for this good-for-nothing?" Bailey Qingyan said coolly, "You should leave. He's my companion, so I won't let you kill him." Zhong Hanlin's face changed when he heard that and said, "You wouldn't really be interested in this kid, right?" Bailey Qingyan's face turned cold and she said, "That has nothing to do with you. Still not going? Don't blame me for not being courteous." Zhong Hanlin was angered until he stomped about in a frenzy. Carrying his long spear, he pointed at the Yi Yuan behind Bailey Qingyan and said, "Kid, if you're a man, step forward and have an open and above-board battle with me. What kind of man are you considered? Hiding behind a woman?" Yi Yuan had both hands behind his back as he said calmly, "You should be thanking Miss Bailey. Otherwise, you would already be a dead man now." When Bailey Qingyan heard these words, she could not resist rolling her eyes. Why were the words said by this guy so unpleasant? "I saved you currently, alright? It was fine if you were not grateful, you still wanted to posture." Although Yi Yuan dodging Zhong Hanlin's palm just now surprised her a little, she did not think that Yi Yuan had the ability to deal with Zhong Hanlin, let alone talk about killing him. When boasting, at least come up with a draft. Okay? Zhong Hanlin sneered and said, "Is that so? I'm standing right here, come kill me if you have the capabilities. I really want me to kill you." A cold light flashed across in Yi Yuan's eyes and he said coldly, "You really want me to kill you?" Bailey Qingyan was speechless. Interrupting Yi Yuan's words, she said, "All right, Zhong Hanlin, you go. He and I are currently teammates. If I can't even bring him out, it will be very bad for my reputation. Whatever grudges you guys have, talk again in the future. But right now, no way." Zhong Hanlin gritted his teeth when he heard that. Pointing at Yi Yuan, he said, "Fine then, I'll let this punk live a little longer. A month later, I'll definitely take your life." Finished talking, Zhong Hanlin's figure moved, disappearing. Bailey Qingyan turned around and looked at Yi Yuan crossly as she said, "Will you die if you don't brag? Based on your strength, can you kill him?" Yi Yuan just smiled and did not explain much. But this scene was even more of a guilty conscience in Bailey Qingyan's eyes. This guy was clearly hiding behind her, putting up a bold front. There were no words along the way. Bailey Qingyan was very upset with Yi Yuan and naturally could not be bothered to acknowledge him. Yi Yuan naturally would not court a rebuff, so he also did not take the initiative to talk. Even Bailey Qingyan herself could not understand why she would take action to save Yi Yuan that day. On the road after that, when encountering powerful fierce beasts, it was still Bailey Qingyan acting to dispose of them. But Bailey Qingyan was very certain that Yi Yuan indeed had the strength to jump realms and battle. Ordinary newly ascended late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts, he could resolve them. And this also surprised her greatly. With Bailey Qingyan's talent, jumping realms and battling was naturally not an issue. But when she was 5th Firmament Divine Lord, dealing with a peak 6th Firmament Divine Lord was already her limit. A 7th Firmament Divine Lord was absolutely impossible for her to defeat. But Yi Yuan clearly had this strength. No wonder this guy was so cocky. There's a cave here. Perhaps there are fierce beasts inside. Bailey Qingyan said with joy. Along the way, the fierce beasts that they encountered were not considered many, and 2 people forming a team required even more heavenly demon crystals. Hence, that was why Bailey Qingyan would be so excited at finding a place where there might be fierce beasts. Either way, she was bold stemming with superb skills and did not fear fierce beasts either. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Go in and take a look then." The two people did not walk for long when three brass bell-like eyes appeared. In the two people's light of sight, roar! An earth-shaking loud roar echoed out, making the two people's hearts shock. Bailey Qingyan's expression changed and she cried out in shock. "This is a three-eyed jade bristle beast. Looking at this aura, it's already almost breaking through to rank 5. Quickly run." Finish talking. Bailey Qingyan's figure leaped, speeding hastily toward the cave entrance. In the darkness, a black figure dashed over swiftly, catching up to the two in a blink of an eye. Bailey Qingyan knew that she could not escape and could only turn around and deal with it. "You quickly run. I'll deal with him." Bailey Qingyan barked charmingly. Yi Yuan did not escape but looked at Bailey Qingyan in surprise. This lass was actually going to sacrifice herself to save others? At this time, with Bailey Qingyan's hatred toward him, shouldn't it be leaving him behind to feed the tiger's mouth, and then escape by herself? Bailey Qingyan's strength was powerful. Sword Dao laws crisscrossed wantonly within the cave. But, facing the powerful three-eyed jade bristle beast, she was still more than a magnitude weaker. Under the powerful impact of the fierce beast, Bailey Qingyan's orderly style was thrown into chaos very quickly. Suddenly, the three-eyed jade bristle beast's third eye suddenly lit up, emitting a ray of terrifying beam. Bailey Qingyan's expression changed. It was already too late to want to avoid. That guy should have already escaped, right? There must be something wrong with my head. Why would I abandon myself to save him? This was the final thought in Bailey Qingyan's mind before becoming unconscious. Bang! That beam of light directly struck Bailey Qingyan. Bailey Qingyan's body flew out backward, falling heavily to the ground, unconscious to the world. Roar! Defeating Bailey Qingyan, the three-eyed jade bristle beast emitted a heaven-shaking roar once more. It was as if declaring its might. He walked over toward Yi Yuan step by step. The powerful aura was virtually crushing Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan completely ignored him, slowly walked to Bailey Qingyan's side, picked her up and walked over toward outside the cave. Roar! Roar! The three-eyed jade bristle beast was clearly enraged by Yi Yuan. This tiny human actually did not pay attention to him. He raised his giant claw and smacked down toward Yi Yuan. In his view, this claw going down, Yi Yuan would definitely be smacked into a paste. But right at this time, a terrifying aura came out of Yi Yuan's body. This aura, even he felt a chill. Bang! The three-eyed jade bristle beast was directly blasted flying. Bailey Qingyan slowly opened both eyes. Everything in front of her became clear. I'm not dead yet. Bailey Qingyan looked around. There was no one, and also no shadow of the three-eyed jade bristle beast. Who saved me? Could it be that the Shadow Moon Sex powerhouse just happened to pass by here? My injuries are all healed. Bailey Qingyan was full of doubts. She clearly remembered that she was severely struck by the three-eyed jade bristle beast, her injuries very serious. But now, not only was she saved, her injuries even recovered. Of course it was me who saved you. You wouldn't naively think that some savior will appear, right? A voice rang out. Yi Yuan's figure walked out of the cave not far away. Bailey Qingyan was slightly stunned. This guy actually did not run away? Or was it that, after running away, he came back again? Of course, regarding Yi Yuan's narrative, she would not believe even if beaten to death. With just you? The three-eyed jade bristle beast can shred you with one claw. You still want to save me from under his hands? Bailey Qingyan said disdainfully. Yi Yuan smiled and said, otherwise, who else do you think can save you? Bailey Qingyan smiled coldly and said, of course it's the Shadow Moon Sex powerhouse. You take the credit of others, it's in hopes of moving me, then getting into my good graces, right? You're thinking too much. Yi Yuan was speechless when he heard that. Please, it was you who was thinking too much, okay? But since Bailey Qingyan thought so, he could not be bothered to explain. Aether and casually threw a few fruits in front of Bailey Qingyan. Bailey Qingyan's expression changed and she said, These are jade.
Citron fruit.
Yi Yuan said coolly. To be able to have the three-eyed jade bristle beast. Protect it, it's naturally good stuff. We are teammates, these few are yours. Don't say that I don't share profits. Bailey Qingyan looked at Yi Yuan and could not help getting a big shock as she said, You broke through. She discovered to her amazement that Yi Yuan's aura became much stronger. He actually broke through to 6th Firmament Divine Lord in one stroke while she was unconscious. Yi Yuan's realm had long already reached peak 5th Firmament Divine Lord. Finding these jade citron fruits at this time, breaking through was naturally something within expectations. It was just that, in Bailey Qingyan's view, this breakthrough was also a little too casual. Even if one obtained the jade citron fruit, they also could not immediately turn it into strength. Jade citron fruits contained immense spiritual energy. It was even stronger than the medicinal effects of some medicinal pills. If consumed too many, the martial artist would not be able to digest it at all. Even if one was about to break through, they also had to go into closed seclusion patiently to slowly refine before it could convert into strength. But it shouldn't have been too long from when she went into a coma until now, right? This broke through like this. How could she know that after Yi Yuan obtained the jade citron fruits he directly ate them like fruits? With the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's overbearingness, it was naturally all refined, converging into the divine vortex. You refine the jade citron fruits first. This way you should be able to break through to the peak 9th Firmament Divine Lord realm, Yi Yuan said coolly. Bailey Qingyan felt that it was a little too dramatic. Encountering the a jade bristle beast, she even thought that she was dead for sure. Who knew that in a twinkle, not only did she not die, her strength could even go up a level. Bailey Qingyan collected her emotions and started refining the jade citron fruits. After several days, Bailey Qingyan slowly opened both eyes, her gaze revealing excitement. Refining a jade citron fruit, her strength already broke through to peak 9th Firmament Divine Lord. Confronting Zhong Hanlin again at this time, Bailey Qingyan had absolute confidence in defeating the other party. TSK, indeed well deserving of being a proud daughter of heaven. Your effects of refining the jade citron fruit is even better than I imagined. Yi Yuan praised. Bailey Qingyan's talent could virtually rival Lung Qiuling's already. In this void realm, she was absolutely a first-rate genius. Even Zhong Hanlin, they all were unable to be mentioned in the same breath as Bailey Qingyan too. After all, their ages were much older than Bailey Qingyan. Bailey Qingyan had a proud look and said coolly, That's of course, the bamboo groove Holy Temple's slot. I must obtain it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Then when the time comes, we'll become opponents. Bailey Qingyan looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and said, You want to take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave too? Stop joking, you wouldn't think that you're invincible under the heavens after you broke through, becoming a 6th Firmament Divine Lord, right? Yi Yuan smiled and shook his head as he said, Are you all, these geniuses, always so condescending? There's still more than 200 years' time away from the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. Who will emerge victorious is still unknown. But Bailey Qingyan said very calmly, Over 200 years, to people like you can at most promote to become a 9th Firmament Divine Lord. Even if you're exceptionally talented, there's also not a trace of hope of breaking through to half-step celestial deity. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, It's useless to say more for now. Let's wait and see. Bailey Qingyan also considered herself to be important and did not argue. Instead, she asked, There's already not much of the 1 month's time left. The heavenly demon crystals in our hands are not considered many. Is it little troublesome now? Yi Yuan smiled and said, You don't need to worry about this. Someone will come and deliver heavenly demon crystals to us. Did you guys hear? That guy who formed a team with senior sister Bailey seemed to have been kicked out by senior sister Bailey. Of course I heard. So do you want to go and find him too? I heard that people who went to find him were all pilfered until not even pants remain in the end. This guy is also too ferocious. I didn't expect that his strength is so strong. However, he also can't jump around for much longer. I heard that Duan Qing Hong and Zhong Hanlin both went to look for him. Bailey Qingyan capitalized on that. Her strength was powerful. The places she went were all very dangerous. Otherwise, she also would not have run into such a powerful existence like the three-eyed jade bristlebeast. That kind of place the martial artists encountered were naturally few. The moment Yi Yuan and Bailey Qingyan separated, it attracted a large group of people to come over and encircle him very quickly. These people all thought that his strength was meager and purely wanted to take a bit of advantage. Who knew that they tried to steal a chicken and ended up losing the rice, and was robbed clean of heavenly demon crystals by Yi Yuan. Instead, at this time in an open area, Yi Yuan was blocked by more than a dozen powerhouses. These people's auras were all powerful. They were actually all 7th and 8th firmament divine lord powerhouses. Among these people included Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu. Yi Yuan. I'll see where you're going to run this time. Zhao Shu had an appearance like he had cornered Yi Yuan as he said these words smugly. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. When did I say that I was going to run? I'm here, waiting precisely for you all to deliver yourselves to the doorstep. Zhao Zhao sneered and said, waiting for us to deliver ourselves to the doorstep? A toad yawning. What high-sounding sentiments. You wouldn't say that. You're waiting here to snatch our heavenly demon crystals. Right? Yi Yuan nodded his head solemnly and said, looks like you're not too stupid. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, this group of people all revealed amused looks. Did this guy's head have a problem? Zhao Zhao shook his head and laughed in spite of himself when he heard that, and said, breaking through to become a 6th firmament divine lord, is this your reliance? You wouldn't really think that defeating third brother by a fluke you can similarly defeat me, right? Kid, I have to say that you're very naive. Zhao Shu also laughed loudly and said, truly an ignorant fool. Why do you think that Han Yong was so wary of my big brother? My big brother fused water and fire, 2 kinds of laws, and it's hard to find an opponent in the same rank. Moreover, we have so many people, each one has a higher realm than you. How dumb are you to say words that have such an exaggerated opinion of your abilities? The devil elephant lineage's force in the Shadow Moon sect was very powerful. Furthermore, they themselves had many affiliated sects. These people were all the devil elephant lineage's elites. Among these dozen over people, there were even quite a number of 8th firmament divine lords. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said with an indifferent look, is that so? Then you all attack together. Let me witness your strength. I'll only use one hand. Hope that you all don't disappoint me too much. Finished talking, Yi Yuan placed his left hand behind him, with a very proud look. The devil elephant lineage's disciples all had stunned faces. This guy was really crazy. One hand dealing with so many people? Even Duan Qinghong, the 3 of them also did not dare to be arrogant, right? Ha ha ha, the genius Yi Yuan wants to witness the strength of us rookies. Everyone, don't be polite. Take good care of him. He's so impressive, so we mustn't let him down. All keep your chins up. Zhao Zhao laughed loudly and said. When everyone heard that, they immediately let out a series of loud guffaws. This fellow, his strength isn't strong, but his tone is even bigger than the heavens. This is called as having ambition loftier than the heavens, but life thinner than paper, right? Ha ha. Everyone go easier, loosen up his bones and joints well for him. If he's beaten to death at once, it won't be fun. Zhao Zhao waved his hand grandly. Those devil elephant lineage's disciples all had shocking momentums, each displaying their abilities and rushing over towards Yi Yuan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several figures arrived at the same time. It was all blade lights and sword images all around Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan was as steady as Mount Tai. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's right hand shot out like a spirit snake directly, grabbing at that disciple who rushed over from head-on. Crack! That disciple's wrist was directly snapped by Yi Yuan, his weapon falling onto the ground with a clank, while the other people's frantic attacks danced wildly around Yi Yuan. But not one landed on Yi Yuan. Smack! Yi Yuan gave a slap with a backhand, directly flinging it onto another disciple's face, immediately sending him flying out several thousand feet away. The present Yi Yuan already utilized spatial law to a transcendent degree. For ordinary attacks to want to land on him, it was simply even harder than ascending to heaven. Unless their strength was much greater than his, then they could use powerful world power to suppress spatial law. Otherwise, there was only the outcome of being abused. These devil elephant lineage's disciples were mostly seventh firmament divine Lord. In terms of realm, they were only that tiny bit stronger than Yi Yuan. But the thickness of Yi Yuan's divine essence was much stronger than even seventh firmament divine lords. Overwhelming laws, overwhelming cultivation realm. This was a totally mismatched battle. It was only to see tragic screams ring out, causing Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu too. People's expressions became livid. Spatial law. It's spatial law. No wonder this guy dares to be so arrogant. Turns out that he actually comprehended spatial law. Zhao Shu cried out in shock. Zhao Zhao's expression was very grim. Yi Yuan's might far exceeded their imagination. Attack together. Zhao Zhao gave a cold cry, figure shooting out explosively. Zhao Shu's expression also changed, and he followed closely behind. Twin dragons spitting pearl. Swift wind sword art. Among these people it was clearly Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu whose strengths were the strongest. The addition of the two of them made the overall strength go up a large step. However, Yi Yuan laughed coldly, forming a sword with his finger, and suddenly pointed. The two enormous dragons that Zhao Jian condensed with the power of water and fire, two mighty laws, were directly scattered. Following that, he clamped two fingers and actually directly clamped down on Zhao Shu's sword. Zhao Zhao was akin to being struck by a heavy blow, spewing out a mouthful of blood mist, figure flying out backward. Yi Yuan's two fingers were like iron pliers. Zhao Shu used all of his strength but could not pull it out at all. This is the strength of your devil elephant lineage? Really disappoints me. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. Zhao Shu's face flushed red. No wonder whether it was because he used too much force or was it because of Yi Yuan. All in all, it was very humiliating. Previously, Song Ting even said that the devil elephant lineage was not to be trifled with, but they sent out more than a dozen people and actually could not even beat one of Yi Yuan's hand. This result truly made people perspire from embarrassment. Humph! Truly a bunch of trash. So many people and you actually can't even deal with a sixth firmament divine lord. At this time, a cold snort sounded out. The words were full of disdain. Heh, that punk comprehended spatial law. No wonder he's so arrogant. With the strength of these trash, defeat is also within reason. Another voice sounded. Two figures, one north and one south, slowly walked out of the woods. When Zhao Zhao saw these two people, he could not help being overjoyed. Duan Qinghong, Zhong Hanlin, these two people arrived. Then Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended spatial law, the result was also the same. Having the devil elephant lineage's number one person around, Yi Yuan was too weak to stand up to compete with them all. Zhong Hanlin looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Punk, there was junior sister Bailey protecting you the last time. This time you won't be so lucky." Duan Qinghong's pupils constricted slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Zhong Hanlin, what did you say just now?" With the two of their strengths, they naturally disdained to team up with others. Only a proud daughter of heaven like Bailey Qingyan could make them stoop down and take the initiative to form a team. Therefore, Duan Qinghong did not know Zhong Hanlin's encounter at all. Zhong Hanlin gave a cold laugh and recounted the events that happened. Previously, Duan Qinghong's face gradually turned grim. You scram to one side. This punk, I want him, Duan Qinghong said in a cold voice. Zhong Hanlin said disdainfully, it's you who scram to one side. This kid is Mine. Nobody is allowed to snatch him, Duan Qinghong said in a solemn voice. Why? You want to attack. Attack then? Think I'm scared of you? The two people, their ninth firmament divine lord's pressure released, making everyone feel shocked. The two people's auras collided fiercely in the air. Neither could do anything to the other, and they were actually evenly matched. These two people did not place Yi Yuan in their sights at all, as if the moment they made a move, Yi Yuan would submit obediently. The devil elephant lineage's disciples all had stunned looks. What was going on? Yi Yuan had not been dealt with yet, and these two people were actually going to start fighting first. Weren't they afraid of Yi Yuan running away? But when they heard Zhong Hanlin's words, they similarly felt incredulous. Bailey Qingyan, that kind of goddess, actually came to blow for Yi Yuan. This was simply inconceivable. Stop making so much noise, the two of you attack together. Just as the two people were locked in entanglement, Yi Yuan said with a calm expression. The two people turned their heads at the same time, using a murderous gaze to look at Yi Yuan. Punk, you're really seeking death, you know that? Zhong Hanlin said with a grim expression. Yi Yuan said coolly, the self-confidence of you all, these so-called geniuses, are really good. Wonder where your confidence came from, thinking that you can take me down casually. Duan Qinghong gave a cold laugh and said, you'll know very soon where our confidence comes from. Kid, I changed my mind. I'm going to make you a mute first, then settle scores with Duan Qinghong. Swoosh. Duan Qinghong was like his namesake, movement technique as relaxed as elegant as a free swan, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. A folding fan carried horrifying power of law and swept toward Yi Yuan's neck. Zhong Hanlin was taken aback, not expecting to have the initiative taken by this guy. However, he just gave a cold snort and did not take action. A person like him was disdainful to bully with numbers. Yi Yuan's bit of strength was not sufficient to have him and Duan Qinghong join forces against the enemy at all. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and he exclaimed, Law's fusion! How is this possible? Not just him, all of the people looked at Yi Yuan in great shock with looks of disbelief. Duan Qinghong was fast, but Yi Yuan was faster than him. Yi Yuan's sword was drawn like a rainbow. The incomparably swift and fierce sword forced Duan Qinghong into a fluster instead. The two people clashing together, Duan Qinghong was virtually suppressed by Yi Yuan in an instant. How could Duan Qinghong have thought that not only did Yi Yuan comprehend spatial law, but he also fused spatial law and sword Dao law together? Those rays of sword light were akin to the scythe of the death god, making him palpitate with anxiety and fear. What are you still in a daze for? Why haven't you hurry up and come and help? Duan Qinghong was under immense pressure but discovered that Zhong Hanlin was still in a daze and could not refrain from bellowing loudly. At this time, how was whatever dignity of an expert still needed? As long as they could take down Yi Yuan, this fellow, so what if 2-on-1? Zhong Hanlin felt like he woke up from a dream. Brandishing his long spear, he charged over toward Yi Yuan. The two people's strengths were extraordinary in the end. Fighting 2-on-1, they actually managed to block Yi Yuan's powerful sword. Zhao Zhao and brother exchanged a glance, both seeing the look of shock from the other person's eyes. Only then did he know how foolish their three brothers were. Yi Yuan's strength was not what they could imagine at all. Back then, Han Yong said that he was covering Yi Yuan, and then they actually ran to threaten Yi Yuan stupidly. It served old Third Right to have his hands and legs crippled. Looking at it now, it was simply a joke back then. Yi Yuan not leaving, it was not because of Han Yong and Yang Fan, these two supports, but that he did not take the Zhao three brothers seriously at all. Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin, two people, were both middle stage ninth firmament divine lord, their laws' comprehensions were even more peerlessly powerful. Furthermore, the weapons in the two of their hands were both celestial deity, mystic treasures. The power increment was far from what divine lord mystic treasures could compare to. Now, going 2-on-1, they actually only barely managed to fight to a draw, with the Yi Yuan wielding a divine lord mystic treasure. Yi Yuan's strength was simply too terrifying. In a blink, the three people fought for more than 1,000 moves. Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin could not gain the slightest bit of advantage. Swish! Suddenly, Yi Yuan glimpsed an opening and stabbed a sword out bizarrely. Duan Qinghong turned pale with fright. It was already too late to want to dodge. But his movement technique was indeed extraordinary, avoiding his vital points. This sword of Yi Yuan's drew a cut on his arm. Arg! Duan Qinghong screamed and fell to one side. However, what everyone did not expect was that he suddenly moved, speeding into the distance. This guy actually made an expeditious retreat and ran. When Zhong Hanlin saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically. Facing Yi Yuan alone, he felt tremendous pressure. Duan Qinghong, you coward! You'll die a horrible death! Zhong Hanlin bellowed. But Duan Qinghong already could not hear it anymore at this time. Losing an opponent, Yi Yuan's sword art became even sharper. Zhong Hanlin only had the ability to parry but did not have the strength to retaliate. Yi Yuan integrated the spirit-concealing sword into his sword moves. Even though the move was not as powerful as when it erupted, it came and went like a shadow when facing the enemy, impossible to guard against. Very soon, Yi Yuan found an opening in Zhong Hanlin with a long sword poking out like a spirit snake, aiming straight for Zhong Hanlin's throat. With this sword landing, Zhong Hanlin would die without a doubt. Toward Zhong Hanlin, Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of pity. Zhong Hanlin already had killing intent toward him previously. Even if they entered the sect in the future, he definitely would not let him go either. Therefore, Yi Yuan's original goal was to kill people. The surrounding people were infected by this sword, giving off a series of exclamations. Right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. A terrifying aura rushed out between the two without any warning. Even Yi Yuan was caught off guard as well. But his reaction could be rated as fast. At once, Yi Yuan urged spatial law to the extreme, narrowly avoiding this attack. However, this aura was too powerful and it was also a sneak attack. Yi Yuan still could not avoid it completely in the end. Poo work! Yi Yuan spurted fresh blood wildly, his body falling heavily to the ground, already seriously injured. A youth in blue slowly walked out of the void and looked at Yi Yuan with a contemptuous look. When Zhong Hanlin saw this youth in blue, he was immediately wildly ecstatic. Senior apprentice brother Chen Yi. Chen Yi nodded slowly, but his gaze looked at Yi Yuan as he said coldly, "You must have tremendous bravery to actually dare kill my soaring flower sex. People indeed have some capability, but it's just a pity that in front of a celestial deity realm, no matter how high your law's comprehension, it's also empty talk." Yi Yuan glared at the youth in blue and stood up stubbornly, even though he found it somewhat difficult to even stand currently. Celestial deity powerhouse. This youth in blue in front of him was a genuine celestial deity powerhouse. He used a gaze that overlooked the ground below from a height, gazing at Yi Yuan apathetically. Yi Yuan's gaze was icy cold, and he said with a cold smile, an exalted celestial deity powerhouse actually sneak attacked a sixth firmament divine lord. Your esteemed self is truly awe-inspiring. Qian Ye's ambush could be said to be very shameless. The attack of a celestial deity powerhouse. How powerful was that? Even in a head-on crushing, divine lord realm powerhouses were completely not a match too. But this Qian Yi actually chose to ambush, and it was even during Yi Yuan and Zhong Hanlin's great battle. Qian Yi said coolly, "Hanlin is my soaring flower sex genius. His future prospects are limitless. Him entering the sect is already set in stone. You want to kill him? I made a move to stop you. What's the problem?" Yi Yuan sneered when he heard that and said, "Is that so? You didn't just make a move to stop earlier, right?" Qian Ye's brows raised up and he still said calmly, "A sixth firmament divine. Lord, if killed, then killed, it's of no importance to the sect." The moment these words came out, the other people all revealed strange expressions. Of no importance? A peerless genius who fused sword Dao laws and spatial law was actually of no importance to the sect? These words were truly shameless. He. A trash like you can even enter the sect. I can't?
Ye Yuan
Gritted his teeth and said sarcastically. Qian Ye's brows furrowed slightly and he said unhappily, "You said that I'm trash." Qian Yi was an outstanding person of the young generation and had long promoted to an inner disciple. He was a pillar of the soaring flower lineage. Now, he was actually said to be trash by someone. An exalted celestial deity powerhouse sneak attacked and actually couldn't even kill a sixth firmament divine lord. I say, are you trash or not? What use does the sect want a trash like you for?
Ye Yuan's sharp retort rendered Vin Ye speechless.
Yi Yuan comprehended spatial law and was extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations. Wanting to sneak attack, one must reduce the undulations of space to freezing point. This was still when Yi Yuan and Zhong Hanlin were currently fighting, the majority of his mind placed on Zhong Hanlin. Otherwise, if he wanted to ambush, it would be totally impossible. But even so, he still failed. Yi Yuan's sensitivity to spatial law exceeded his imagination. Qian Ye's expression was livid as he said in a solemn voice, "Razor-tongued brat, but it doesn't matter because you won't be able to speak anymore very soon." Finished talking, Qian Ye's celestial deity realm pressure suddenly erupted, and was about to take action against Yi Yuan. Suddenly, a graceful figure dashed out swiftly, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. Qian Ye's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "Bailey Qingyan, you want to get in my way?" Bailey Qingyan's expression was calm as she said, "Before completing the first round assessment, he's my companion. No one is allowed to kill him." Qian Ye's expression changed and he said with a cold snort, "With just you." From when he saw Yi Yuan fighting Zhong Hanlin and Duan Qinghong alone, he already decided to kill Yi Yuan. Such a monstrous existence would surely break the Shadow Moon sect's current structure. Currently, the Bamboo Grove martial conclave was at hand. He would not allow such a thing to happen. The entrance examination this time, he just so happened to be picked to be in charge of supervising and protecting these disciples. But he did not expect that he encountered such a thing. Hence, he decisively made a move to ambush Yi Yuan. While talking, Qian Ye's aura grew even stronger. Bailey Qingyan's power improved greatly, but it was still too weak in front of Qian Yi. Yi Yuan's face fell, planning on letting Dustless take action. That evil spirit was currently Yi Yuan's trump card. In this foreign sect, Yi Yuan did not wish to expose him prematurely, so he did not take action all along. As long as Dustless made a move, finishing off Qian Yi was also a cinch. But that way he would not have a backup plan anymore. The soaring flying lineages and Cloud's word lineage's strengths were definitely far beyond this. Once they knew his trump card, it would be much easier for them to want to plot against him. Looking at it now, he had no choice but to take action. Suddenly, his heart stirred and made Dustless withdraw again. "Bailey can't. Then what about me?" A woman in a martial arts outfit slowly stepped out of the void, making Qian Ye's expression choke up. That instant when this woman appeared, he knew that he could not kill Yi Yuan today. Her looks could not compare to Bailey Qingyan's, but her disposition was similarly extraordinary. The martial arts outfit added some heroism. She was not the least bit weaker than Qian Yi in terms of imposing momentum. "Zhang Shuyan, I didn't have the intention of touching Bailey Qingyan. You move aside. The person that I want to kill is that kid." Qian Yi pointed at the Yi Yuan behind Bailey Qingyan and said. Zhang Shuyan sized Yi Yuan up with curiosity and said coolly, "The person that Bailey wants to protect is what the person that my immortal abode sect wants to protect." If you want to kill him, pass me first. You, Jiang Shuyan, are you waging war with our soaring flower lineage? Jiang Shuyan pursed her lips and said with disdain. So what if start a war? You said it as if our immortal abode sect is scared of you. Qian Yi was angered until his expression was livid. This woman was notoriously difficult to deal with, no idea why she showed up here today. But no idea what the hell was wrong with this Bailey Qingyan to actually want to protect Yi Yuan no matter what. Really depressing. Jiang Shuyan saw Qian Yi being quiet, and so she said with a cold smile, Qian Yi, don't you forget your identity. The sect asked you to come to protect these examinees and not to kill them. I say, if I reported this matter to the sect, would the law enforcement hall come to find trouble with you or not? Qian Yi stared fixedly at Jiang Shuyan, gnashing his teeth in hatred as he said, Consider yourself ruthless. Kid, consider yourself lucky today. The next time you won't be so lucky. Inside the Shadow Moon sect, the various major faction strifes were severe. Although Yi Yuan was talented, wanting to kill him was too easy. In short, he would not give Yi Yuan the chance to grow up. Yi Yuan did not give any impression of weakness and said through clenched teeth, You got it the other way around. Next time you won't be so lucky. Qian Yi was taken aback when he heard and laughed in spite of himself as he said, Haha. All right then, I'll wait for next time. Hanlin, let's go. After Qian Yi left, Jiang Shuyan's face fell, and she said in a cold voice, What are you all stoning for? Leave behind the heavenly demon crystals. Scram! How could the devil elephant lineage's disciples still dare to stay? Each end, everyone scrambled away. After everyone left, Bailey Qingyan had a look of joy like a little girl who saw her big sister. Pulling Jiang Shuyan, she said, Senior apprentice sister, you really came to in time. Otherwise, this guy is dead for sure. But Jiang Shuyan's face turned cold and she said, You lass, to actually not even want your life anymore for a man? Are you crazy? Bailey Qingyan's pretty face turned red and she refuted, Senior apprentice. Sister, where are you going with this? He's just my companion. Yi Yuan also cupped his fists and said, Senior Sister Jiang, many thanks for taking action to help. Senior Sister is indeed mistaken. Miss Bailey and I are just teaming up in this assessment. There's nothing else. Hearing this, Bailey Qingyan's heart felt very uncomfortable. This guy really did not understand the relationship between men and women at all. Jiang Shuyan's pretty face turned cold, and she said in a cold voice, Best that there isn't. Punk, don't blame me for not warning you. Stay further away from Bailey. Otherwise you'll die very horribly.
Yi Yuan sprang sfuroed.
His good impression of this Jiang Shuyan immediately plummeted heavily. He did not have the intention of pestering Bailey Qingyan, but that Bailey Qingyan insisted on teaming up with him. Yi Yuan believed that with the immortal abode sex strength it was impossible to not know about this intel, but she still warned him. When Jiang Shuyan saw Yi Yuan's expression, she said with a cold smile, Don't think that you're impressive because your talent is high. Sometimes talent is also a kind of original sin, regardless of whether it is the soaring flower sect, the Cloudsword sect, or our immortal abode sect wanting to kill you is as simple as crushing an ant. Just like earlier, if not for Bailey, if not for me rushing over, you would already be a dead man now. While you can only hide behind a woman, indignant but powerless. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold. That trace of favorable impression towards Jiang Shuyan also vanished into thin air along with it. These words were rather incisive. Your pride is because you have a powerful faction at the back? Then I have to say you're very pitiful. Your lame sense of superiority isn't worth mentioning in front of me. Also, what relationship Miss Bailey and I have isn't your turn to care about yet. She only belongs to herself, Yi Yuan said coldly. Except, Jiang Shuyan did not get angry because of Yi Yuan's words, but she sneered and said, This is that pitiful bit of self-esteem of yours? Relax. Very soon you'll see how cruel reality is. The Shadow Moon sect doesn't lack geniuses. Bailey, let's go. Senior apprentice sister. The assessment hasn't ended yet. But Bailey Qingyan was not willing to go and made an excuse. Jiang Shuiyan's face fell and she said, the heavenly demon crystals in your hands are already sufficient to pass the assessment. There's also no need to stay anymore. Finished talking, Jiang Shuiyan gave no chance to explain and forcefully brought Bailey Qingyan away. After everyone left, Yi Yuan spewed out another large mouthful of blood. Qian Yi, is it? Today's grudge? I've remembered it, Yi Yuan said with a chilly gaze. How powerful was the blow of a first firmament celestial deity? That was only the case for Yi Yuan. If it were others, they would already be dead until not. Even dregs remained at this time. That instant just now, Yi Yuan employed spatial law directing the vast majority of the force out. That was how he escaped death by a hair's breadth. The perils involved were hard to describe. Divine Tao realm, each major realm was a layer of firmament. The world power of martial artists went from a quantitative change to qualitative change. From a small world, transforming into a genuine world, evolving myriad life, becoming the sovereign of a world. Celestial deity realm powerhouse was when one started giving birth to myriad life. When the small world truly consolidated, all life was about to form. It was also when one broke through to the true God realm. Hence, the celestial deity realm, even just a first firmament celestial deity, that was also an invincible existence to those in the divine Lord realms. For Yi Yuan to be able to avoid this attack, it was truly incredibly dangerous. Alone by himself, Yi Yuan found a secluded place to heal up his injuries. After several days, a month's time was up, Yi Yuan walked out of the Shadow Moon mountain range. Returning to the mountain gate once more, the number of people in the plaza was clearly significantly lesser. This examination did not forbid killing. Quite a number of disciples lost their lives at the maws of fierce beasts or died at other people's hands. Those able to live were all powerhouses. Of course, if not for Chen Ye's forceful intervention, Zhong Hanlin, this so-called genius, would have to remain in the Shadow Moon mountain range forever. That old man in charge of the assessment slowly opened his mouth and said, now hand over all of your heavenly demon crystals. After verifying, this old man will naturally announce the rankings. Bailey Qingyan's and Yi Yuan, two people's heavenly demon crystals, had been under Yi Yuan's custody all this while. At this time, Yi Yuan slowly walked out of the crowd and handed the storage ring issued by the sect to a miscellaneous affairs disciple. Seeing Yi Yuan come out, soft discussions immediately started in the crowd. It's that guy. Senior apprentice sister Bailey took the initiative to team up with, he's really lucky. Really entered the second round lying down. One-time luck is useless. The second round is the true test. With his strength, it's totally impossible to pass. TSK. Spending the night together with senior apprentice sister Bailey in the mountain, make me die and I'd also be willing. The news of Yi Yuan and Duan Qinghong's great battle did not spread. This concerned the Soaring Flower lineage and Cloudsword lineage, two major forces' reputations. How could they dare to simply talk about it? Although the Devil Elephant lineage was strong compared to the three great factions, it was still much weaker. Moreover, this also concerned the Devil Elephant lineage's own reputation. Such a powerful faction was actually defeated in Yi Yuan's hands alone. How could they have any face? The Devil Elephant lineage already issued a gag order that everyone was not to mention that events that happened that day. Bailey Qingyan was also in the crowd. Looking at Yi Yuan's back view, her expression was complicated. The gazes of Chen Yi, Duan Qinghong, Zhong Hanlin, and the rest also kept on following Yi Yuan, full of enmity. The moment Yi Yuan took the field, he practically became the center of everyone's attention. That old man looked at Yi Yuan with a curious look on his face. What in the world did this kid do? Why would so many people pay attention to him? Very soon, everyone handed in their storage rings. After a bout of checking, the old man called Qian Yi to his side and said, "Qian Yi, you announced the results." Qian Yi bowed and said, "Yes, Deacon Hong." But, when his gaze landed on the name list, his expression could not help becoming very ugly. The first place was shockingly Bailey Qingyan and Yi Yuan, this combo. This damn fellow, how did he get so many heavenly demon crystals? He and Bailey Qingyan teaming up, the heavenly demon crystal quantity that they acquired in the end is actually more than the remaining top 5 added up. Qian Yi was reluctant to accept it in his heart. One had to know, under the situation of teaming up, not only did the number of heavenly demon crystals have to be greatly discounted, one even had to share equally with their teammates. This way, for teams to want to get first place, it was doubly difficult. The normal situation of teams were all those disciples whose strength were not strong, because they had to face uncertain danger. Disciples who truly had strength felt it beneath their dignity to form teams. Why? Could there be a problem? Deacon Hong asked when he saw Qian Yi keeping mum for a long time. Qian Yi's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "And no problem." He recollected his mind and started reading out the results. First place, Bailey Qingyan, Yi Yuan, heavenly demon crystal quantity, 223 pieces each. Second place, Zhong Hanlin, heavenly demon crystal quantity, 83 pieces. Buzz! An uproar burst out below all at once. That Deacon Hong also had a stunned face, looking at Qian Yi in disbelief, suspecting whether he read wrongly or not. 223 pieces of heavenly demon crystals. Furthermore, this was teaming up, this number was too much. Furthermore, this quantity of heavenly demon crystals was converted into late stage rank 4 heavenly demon crystals. 10 pieces of middle stage rank 4 heavenly demon crystal could exchange for the heavenly demon crystal of a late stage rank 4. This was also to say that these two people hunted down at least 1,000 rank 4 fierce beasts. Doing to this extent in a month's time was simply fantastical. In the past, the first place was merely 80 to 90 pieces of heavenly demon crystals. Bailey Qingyan's pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief, with an incredulous expression on her face. Suddenly, her beautiful body shuddered, suddenly thinking of something. Her pupils involuntarily constricting. This guy wouldn't have gone to Silk Cloud Canyon, right? Silk Cloud Canyon was a very dangerous place in the Shadow Moon sect. To Divine Lord Realm martial artists, it was equivalent to a forbidden area. That place had tens of thousands of Blackwater salamanders. Those Blackwater salamanders, the weak ones, were rank 3, but those of rank 4 were absolutely no less than thousands. What was even more frightening was that there was even a rank 5 existence. In there, Bailey Qingyan suddenly remembered that she and Yi Yuan had once gone to the Silk Cloud Canyon's entrance area. Back then, Yi Yuan wanted to go in to take a look, but was stopped by Bailey Qingyan. Thinking about it now, it was only there that Yi Yuan could hunt so many heavenly demon crystals. Wanting to obtain so many heavenly demon crystals, one must have encountered a beast horde. Otherwise, even if one hunted day and night, it was also impossible to obtain so many heavenly demon crystals. Except, once one fell into a beast horde, was there still hope of survival? Yi Yuan hunted so many Blackwater salamanders, wouldn't it alarm the rank 5 Beast King? For some time, Bailey Qingyan was full of questions. Wait a minute! Deacon Hong's expression suddenly turned dark, and he stopped Qian Yi and said, "How can there possibly be so many? Is there a mistake?" At this time, a miscellaneous affairs disciples who counted the number hurriedly stepped out of the ranks and said in fear and trepidation, replying, "Deacon Hong, this disciple absolutely didn't count wrongly. Inside this storage ring, there are a total of 321 pieces of late-stage rank 4 heavenly demon crystals, 2,050 pieces of middle-stage rank 4 heavenly demon crystal. Converted to late-stage rank 4, it's a total of 526 pieces. Then splitting 50-50 between two people, its 263 pieces. Deacon Hong received Yi Yuan's storage ring and counted it. Sure enough, there was not a piece more and not a piece less. But this result made him extremely shocked. Such a large quantity of heavenly demon crystal, this was unprecedented in the history of the Shadow Moon sect. He could not help looking toward Bailey Qingyan and asked curiously, "Bailey, girlie, what's going on here?" Bailey Qingyan was just about to open her mouth when Jiang Shuyan suddenly cut in. Deacon Hong, Qingyang encountered a beast horse in the mountains. She fought in a bloody battle for as long as half a month by herself before, slaying so many fierce beasts, and her cultivation also had a breakthrough in this battle. I believe that not long after, she'll be able to reach half-step. Celestial deity. The moment these words came out, everyone's eyelids twitched fiercely, including Bailey Qingyan. While in a corner, Yi Yuan was directly overlooked. No one would think that he, a sixth firmament divine lord, could be of any help. However, regarding Jiang Shuyan's shameless action, Yi Yuan did not have much fluctuation. Firstly, Bailey Qingyan blocked in front of him several times, helping him out of his predicament. Although this kind of help did not have much effect on Yi Yuan, it at least protected him from showing his trump card. Yi Yuan made clear distinctions between kindness and hatred. This favor, he accepted it. Secondly, Yi Yuan knew that his words carried little weight. Even if he said it, no one would believe either. Of course, Qian Yi, they all might guess some details, but would they help him speak up? Obviously not. As for Jiang Shuyan's goal of doing this, Yi Yuan also knew in his heart. She was simply borrowing this to raise Bailey Qingyan's status and overpower the other two lineages while elevating the immortal abode lineage. Although doing so had no cause for much criticism standing on Jiang Shuyan's viewpoint, it was a little too shameless. This kind of magpie in dove's nest method made Yi Yuan very uncomfortable. However, Bailey Qingyan was very anxious and was just about to speak, but saw Jiang Shuyan turn back with a warning gaze. Bailey Qingyan immediately swallowed the words back. She was very smart. How could she not know Jiang Shuyan's goal? It was just that doing so, she had a guilty conscience. Bailey Qingyan could not help looking over in Yi Yuan's direction but discovered that Yi Yuan was like an old well without ripples, his face not having the least bit of change, as if this had nothing to do with him at all. But she knew that Yi Yuan must be angry. Encountering this sort of thing, who would not be angry? This was not just a matter of reputation, there was also the issue of future benefits. Geniuses would naturally obtain more resources, and losing this chance to rise to prominence, Yi Yuan's road of ascent would undoubtedly be much harder. As for Qian Yi, they also could not help having gloating faces when they heard this. Yi Yuan suddenly threw out a heavyweight bombshell, catching them off guard. If Yi Yuan was paid close attention to by the sect, it would be difficult for them to want to put their hands on Yi Yuan. In contrast, although Bailey Qingyan's talent was monstrous, it was not monstrous to Yi Yuan's extent yet. The talent that Yi Yuan displayed made them feel tremendous pressure. Choosing the lesser of two evils, Jiang Shuyan doing so was exactly what they wanted. Deacon Hong had a look of realization when he heard it and said, "So that's how it is. I didn't expect that last Bailey's strength was actually so strong. This matter, I have to report it to the sect to know." As expected, Deacon Hong decided to report this matter to the sect. Finished talking, he even looked at Yi Yuan rather disdainfully. This kind of fellow with meager strength actually followed Bailey Qingyan and one lying down, getting the strongest battle achievement of the Shadow Moon sect's entrance examination, really hit the jackpot. "All right, continue reading out the results," Deacon Hong said coolly. Qian Ye's mood instantly became much better, but his vigilance toward Yi Yuan also grew stronger. Sixth firmament divine lord, and he could do it to the step. How dreadful would it be after he grew up in the future? But he believed that Yi Yuan absolutely could not live long. He could tell that Jiang Shuyan was not aware of Yi Yuan's astonishing achievements beforehand. Her action was equivalent to offending Yi Yuan to the core. With that kid's temperament, he absolutely would not walk closely with the immortal abode lineage. In this case, Yi Yuan had offended all three major lineages before even entering the sect, as well as the devil elephant lineage. The devil elephant lineage's strength was not weak at all. The results at the back also did not have anything to pay attention to anymore. Everyone was marveling at Bailey Qingyan's strength and lamenting at Yi Yuan's dogshit luck. Alright, everybody, rest for 3 days and enter the second round. Assessment, Deacon Hong said in a clear voice. The moment it ended, Bailey Qingyan pulled Jiang Shuyan to one side and complained, "Senior apprentice sister, how could you do that? You're making me unjust and disloyal like this." Jiang Shuyan smiled coldly when she heard that and said, "Justice and loyalty? Can justice and loyalty make you become strong? The Bamboo Grove Marshal Conclave is about to arrive. You must let your strength become stronger, and have to suppress your opponents ruthlessly. And this kid's appearance will make the final result very difficult to predict. If he can't break through to the celestial deity realm, it's still alright. But if he really breaks through, in the 200+ years, at that time who can be his match? If not looking on the account of your face, I'd have killed him at the Shadow Moon Mountain range." Bailey Qingyan had an indignant look on her face. But when she recalled Master's great trust toward her and thought of the sect's ardent hopes, it was seriously hard to choose. She thought of Yi Yuan again, feeling very depressed in her heart. Why did he have to swallow his pride and endure in silence, and not argue for himself? What in the world was this guy thinking? She desperately wanted to go and apologize to Yi Yuan, but Jiang Shuyan guarded her without leaving a step, making her unable to leave at all. Chapter 1793, Those who find it hard don't know, those who know won't find it hard. Asterisk asterisk. After 3 days of rest and recuperation, the disciples taking part in the examination were all full of high spirits, returning to their peak states once more. Deacon Hong turned in the direction of the sect and directly bowed down. Shadow Moon sect disciple Hong Shao respectfully invites the Jade Light Drum. While talking, Deacon Hong took out a small flag, poured divine essence into it and directly plugged it into the void. Rumble. The void immediately emitted intense tremors, rumbling sounds lingering on incessantly. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, a huge drum slowly emerged from the void. Arg! My ears! I can't hear anymore. The humming sounds that the huge drum emitted shocked until everyone's eardrums hurt. Those slightly weaker ones even directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Their internal organs already injured. This is the melody of great Tao. Yi Yuan's brows raised up as he marveled a little. Regarding this kind of mysterious feeling, Yi Yuan was not foreign to it. Back then when he preached on Tao at the Fiend Race, he had once triggered Great Tao Heavenly Melody. The sound that this jade light drum gave off achieved the same wondrous effect with different means. It was just that the Great Tao Heavenly Melody that Yi Yuan triggered belonged to Alchemy Tao, while the jade light drum's melody of Great Tao was extremely aggressive. Clearly, it was a Tao with extremely strong offensive power. Yi Yuan was secretly startled in his heart and said, "Looks like this Shadow Moon sect is indeed extraordinary. This jade light drum should be a top-level true god mystic treasure. Its power unimaginable. Just the slight aftermath of the vibrations of the drum surface have such power." Toward this kind of great Tao melody, Yi Yuan accepted it calmly. But Bailey Qingyan and the rest secretly revolved divine essence, blocking this impact. Gradually, the jade light drum's vibration noises subsided. Everyone immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Deacon Hong's gaze swept over everyone slightly and said majestically, "The people who vomited blood just now can leave." Those people who vomited blood were all incomparably depressed, but they could only leave helplessly. I've long heard that the jade light drum's power is boundless, but I didn't expect that it's actually so terrifying. If it's unleashed, probably even celestial deity powerhouses can be instantly killed too, right? Regarding the Jade Light Drum's power, these people were all extremely shocked. 2. After those people left, Deacon Hong continued slowly. Now, the second round. Assessment begins. No matter what method you all use, as long as you can make the Jade Light Drum sound out, it's considered passing the assessment. People who pass the assessment will become my Shadow Moon Sect's inner disciple. People who fail will become Miscellaneous Affairs disciples. If you aren't willing to become a Miscellaneous Affairs disciple, you can also leave. However, this old man warns you all first. Live within your means. Your attacks, the Jade Light Drum will return it with several times the force. Might directly collapse your physical bodies. Deacon Hong's words made the group of disciples feel slightly alarmed. This Jade Light Drum's power was seriously too terrifying. Striking the drum without cultivation attainments was equivalent to seeking death. Alright, now, you all cast spells in reverse order according to the results of the first round assessment. Deacon Hone said in a clear voice. The first one to take the field was a very lean guy. Only to see him leap up, arrive in midair. Back in his hand a metal rod came into his hands. Limitless astral cudgel. The lean man brandished the metal stick and smashed over toward the Jade Light Drum. Bang! Only to hear a scream. The Jade Light Drum did not sound out, but his right arm that gripped the stick directly exploded into pieces. When Duan Qinghong saw this scene, he said scornfully, "Heh! Really foolish. Does he think it's beating an ordinary drum? Choose a metal rod and it can sound out." When Han Yong saw this scene, his expression changed slightly too and said to the Yi Yuan beside him, "Fine lad. That kid just now, his strength wasn't weak. He's actually crippled just like that." Yi Yuan said coolly, "What this Jade Light Drum tests isn't strength, but comprehension toward Tao. Using brute force will only accomplish the very opposite. The stronger the brute force, the greater the countershock force. He only had one arm crippled. It's considered light already. If you went up, your entire person would probably explode into nothing." Han Yong chuckled and said, "I wouldn't be as stupid as him." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "There's naturally no problem with you're passing the test. But it's impossible for you to want to win Zhao Zhao." Han Yong's expression choked up, involuntarily revealing an aggrieved look. Their Thundercloud sect and the Devil Elephant sect are sworn enemies. Han Yong and Zhao Zhao were also lifetime enemies. It was just that no matter how hard he worked, he kept on being unable to surpass Zhao Zhao. This had always been his heart knot. Yi Yuan, don't smack the face when hitting people, don't rake up one's shortcomings when picking on people. You being like this, you make me very depressed." Han Yong said gloomily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'll teach you a move that can let you overpower Zhao Zhao. What do you think?" Han Yong's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "For real? You don't fool me. Otherwise, we won't be brothers anymore." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Fool you for what? This round is as easy as turning my hand over to me." The moment these words came out, not just Han Yong, even the Yang fan by the side also revealed skeptical looks. The two of them did not know Yi Yuan's stunning performance in the Shadow Moon mountain range and naturally did not know Yi Yuan's true strength. "Yi Yuan, these words are a bit too conceited, right? Even though you got first place in the first round, the second round's Jade Light Drum, even to the first place, it's absolutely not easy to." Yang Fan said. These words were said veiledly, but actually it was saying that Yi Yuan actually took advantage of people in the first round and was not a true winner. How your strength was. Did you not have any score in your heart? Blowing your own trumpet here, why didn't you take a piss and look at your reflection as well? Yi Yuan did not refute, but said to Han Yong with a smile, "If you trust me, I'll teach you. If you don't believe, then forget it, take it as I didn't say anything." Han Yong's expression flickered incessantly. Honestly speaking, he was a little skeptical. But overpowering Zhao Zhao was also his long-cherished wish of many years. Suddenly, He gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, you say, I believe you." Yi Yuan nodded his head and whispered a few words in Han Yong's ear. When Han Yong heard, his face could not help revealing a dubious look as he said, "So simple? Can it work?" Yi Yuan nodded and said with a smile, "Those who find it hard don't know. Those who know won't find it hard. This round's assessment isn't as difficult as you imagine." Han Yong's face revealed a strange look and could not quite make up his mind. For some time, at this time, the test was also progressing in an orderly manner. But up to this point, not a single person passed yet. Some people also did not dare to go all out when they saw those in front getting injured. Slam! Finally, when more than 40 people took the field, someone sounded the jade light drum for the first time. It was just that this sound was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. Whether or not it was counted as sounding was also hard to say. Ding Yuan Tier 0. Pass the test. At this time, Deacon Hong said in a clear voice. Clearly, Deacon Hong could decide the ranks of the people who passed the test. Through that small flag, Tier 0 could virtually be ignored. But being able to do it to this step was also indeed not easy. The people who took part in the test at the back, those who passed also, gradually increased. But the vast majority were all Tier 0 or Tier 1. All the way until the top 100, only then did a Tier 2 disciple appear. Chapter 1794 Drumming Method that made people don't know whether to laugh or cry. Asterisk asterisk. Zhao Shu, Tier 3. Passed the assessment. Zhao Zhao Tier 4. Passed the assessment. The moment Deacon Hong's voice fell, it immediately aroused a wave of exclamations. Zhao Zhao actually reached Tier 4. Him being called the Devil Elephant. Lineage's number 1 person indeed wasn't simply boasted out. In comparison, Thundercloud sect's Han Yong is much worse. The genius that the Thundercloud sect nurtured this time is too weak. The grudges between celestial deity level sects were not some secret here. Everyone all came from celestial deity level sections. Regarding Zhao Zhao and Han Yong's matters, everyone was very clear. Han Yong's expression was very ugly. He thought that Zhao Zhao would at most be peak Tier 3. He did not expect that Zhao Zhao actually reached Tier 4. This way, the pressure he was experiencing was very great. It did not matter if he lost, but people would say that the Thundercloud sect was inferior to the Devil Elephant sect. In reality, the two great sects each had their own merits. It was just that the Devil Elephant sect developed rapidly these few years, and already faintly showed trends of overshadowing the Thundercloud sect. Therefore, Han Yong did not want to lose even more. Zhao Zhao landed from midair and deliberately passed by Han Yong and said with a sneer, "Han Yong, I've already broken through to Tier 4. I know that. You're not convinced, so don't get lower than this." Han Yong's expression changed and opened his mouth, wanting to refute. But he truly did not have any confidence. Putting out the big talk now, if he could not achieve it in a while, that would be even more humiliating. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. "You rest assured, when Brother Han goes up in a while, he'll only be higher than you and not lower than you." The Zhao three brothers and Han Yong were implacable enemies. He came down only because he wanted to show off a bit to Han Yong, so he did not notice that Yi Yuan was actually still here. Hearing Yi Yuan speak, Zhao Zhao's expression could not help changing, his eyes revealing a look of fear. "Humph! With just the likes of him? Don't I know how capable he is?" Zhao raised his neck and forcefully argued. He was afraid of Yi Yuan, but it did not mean that he was scared of Han Yong. After fighting for a little less than half of their lifetimes, could he still not know Han Yong's strength? Yi Yuan said coolly, "What this jade light drum is testing is potential and not strength. Your strength is indeed greater than his, but it doesn't mean that your potential is greater than his." The moment Zhao Zhao heard, he said disdainfully, "Just him? If he can surpass me, I'll pluck my head off for him to kick as a ball." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need for that. If he can surpass you, yell in front of so many people that the devil elephant sect is no good 3 times. Do you dare or not? When Zhao Zhao heard Yi Yuan's words, his expression could not help but become stifled. This was betting with the sect's reputation. It was not up to him to not be cautious. When Yi Yuan saw his appearance, he said coolly, "Looks like you don't have much confidence in yourself. Therefore, when people haven't appeared on the stage yet, don't posture here. There are plenty of people stronger than you." Seeing Yi Yuan stump Zhao Zhao with a few words, Han Yong could not help being greatly excited. He naturally knew that he could not beat Zhao Zhao, but being able to make him feel deflated, he was also very happy. Zhao Zhao smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "You're goading me? Du, you think that I'd fall for it so easily?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Regardless whether I'm goading or not, you're a gutless loser. You don't dare to bet. Isn't it still because you don't have the confidence? You look, I dare to say that if I lose to you, I'll commit suicide in front of the Shadow Moon sect's mountain gates to atone for my crime. But you don't dare." Zhao Zhao's expression became incomparably ugly. "Of course you freaking dared to say so. How could a peerless genius who fused spatial law and sword Dao law possibly lose to him? This guy was even stronger than Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin. Ha ha ha. You're indeed a loser, to not even dare to agree to this. If you don't dare to agree, then scram to one side. Don't be an eyesore here. Is tier. For very impressive." Han Yong also laughed loudly and said, being looked down upon by Yi Yuan, he felt like he had no temper. But being despised by Han Yong like this, he could not quite endure it anymore. "Han Yong, I dare to bet." "Then do you dare? If you lose, you'll also shout, 'Thundercloud sect is no good 3 times. Do you have the guts?" Zhao Zhao said with a cold smile. Han Yong's expression choked up when he heard this. It was as if he had his throat clutched. When Zhao Zhao saw the situation, he said to Yi Yuan with a cold smile, "See, it's him who doesn't have the guts. Not that I don't have the guts." The moment Han Yong heard this, his head heated up. He said, "Compete then. Who's scared of who?" Zhao Zhao was startled inwardly, but he thought about it. It was impossible for him to lose to Han Yong. His face could not help turning dark as he said, "Okay, I want to see whether or not you can really turn into a phoenix from a hen. I'm gonna make your Thundercloud sect lose all of its face in front of everyone." This matter was settled like this. But Han Yong's heart was racing. He truly did not have much confidence in winning Zhao Zhao. "Yi Yuan, you went a bit too overboard. If Han Yong loses, he won't be able to even lift his head in the Shadow Moon sect in the future. He'll become a common target for scorn," Yang Fan said in a solemn voice. Clearly, he was enraged. Yang Fan and Han Yong's relationship was very close. Seeing Yi Yuan incite the wager this time, the fury in his heart blazed. If Han Yong lose, the Thundercloud lineage's people would thoroughly cast him aside and view him as the sect's traitor. In the future, he'd be alone and helpless in the Shadow Moon sect. This was not as simple as yelling 3 times. The future implications were too great. Saying something unpleasant, this wager might directly ruin Han Yong's future. Furthermore, Yang Fan really could not see any hopes of victory for Han Yong. The method that Yi Yuan said he would teach Han Yong, Yang Fan was very pessimistic about it too. If casually teaching could defy the heavens, then wouldn't the Shadow Moon sect's assessment become a joke? Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "You turn it around and think about it. If Han Yong wins, Zhao Zhao and brothers won't be able to lift their heads in the Shadow Moon sect in the future." Right at this time, a miscellaneous affairs disciple shouted, "Next one, Han Yong." Han Yong's expression changed, a pair of legs like they grew roots and actually did not dare to walk out. When Zhao Zhao saw this scene, he was even more certain in his heart that Han Yong could not do it. Originally, Han Yong was already inferior to him. Yi Yuan lightly patted Han Yong's shoulder and said with a smile, "Remember, use the method that I taught you to drum the drum, you won't lose." Han Yong's heart was somewhat racing as he said, Can this really work? Yi Yuan nodded his head with an indifferent look. Now that it was hard to dismount from a tiger's back, Han Yong was aware that he had no way out already too. Stealing his heart, he leaped and arrived up in the sky. Han Yong suddenly turned around, back facing the jade light drum, his abdomen ballooning more and more. When everyone saw this scene, their faces became extremely fascinating.
Yong!
An earth-shaking drum sound spread out, shocking until everyone's eardrums hurt. Everyone who was still laughing before, after hearing the drum sound, their faces all changed drastically. As long as one was not a fool, they would be able to tell that this drum sound was the most sonorous one up to this point. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one would have thought that Han Yong's fart actually struck the jade light drum so resoundingly. Ouch! Han Yong let out a scream and actually could not stand steady, falling down from midair. But he did not feel pain. Scrambling to his feet, his face appeared flushed because of excitement. He ran in front of Yi Yuan and said with an excited face, "It was actually really useful. You didn't bluff me." Yi Yuan scolded laughingly when he heard this, and he said, "Turns out that you felt that I was bluffing you all along." Han Yong choked and said embarrassedly, "I didn't mean that." Ho-hoo, suspicion is also normal. After all, this method is rather fantastical, Yi Yuan said with a smile. By the side, Yang Fan was shocked until he did not speak until now. His gaze, when looking at Yi Yuan, was full of incredulity. This guy's pointer was actually really useful. Deacon Hong looked at this scene with a stunned look. This was still his first time seeing someone use this kind of utterly absurd method to pass the assessment. Han Yong, Tier 5, passed the test. These words were like a heavy hammer, smashing onto Zhao Zhao's heart. He gritted his teeth and said in a clear voice, "Deacon Hong, I'm unconvinced. How can he be considered to have passed the assessment like this?" Deacon Hong's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "Are you questioning this, old man?" Zhao Zhao was startled inwardly, but he defended himself strongly through sophistry and said, "Deacon Hong, if letting out a fart can pass the test, then wouldn't our Shadow Moon sect become the laughingstock of the world?" Deacon Hong frowned and said, "Past means past. The jade light drum won't deceive people. Keep on being long-winded and I'll revoke your qualifications." Zhao Zhao's face changed. How could he still dare to say any more? Han Yong said with a smug look, "Zhao Zhao, weren't you very proud of yourself earlier? Didn't you say that I can't possibly surpass you? Now admit defeat." Zhao Zhao's expression was grim as he gritted his teeth and said, "You beat the drum with such a ludicrous method, to actually still have the nerve to mention the wager." Han Yong seemed to have long predicted his attitude and said with a sneer, "Something that even Deacon Hong has confirmed isn't up to you to deny. Whether or not I pass the test, that small flag can naturally ascertain it. Hence, are you going to go back on your words now?" Zhao Zhao was pushed to the edge of the cliff all of a sudden. Quite a few people around all cast strange gazes, all looking at Zhao Zhao with disdainful looks. The two of them wagering that was witnessed by many people. Now, Zhao Zhao was actually going to go back on his word. Zhao Zhao gritted his teeth and said furiously, "I'm reneging, so what can you do to me?" But Han Yong smiled and said, "What can I do to you? Heh. Everyone saw it. The people that come from the Devil Elephant sect don't keep their words. No strength, and he still dared to bet with me. He loses and doesn't acknowledge his debt. Such a sect is truly laughable. This Zhao Zhao, I didn't expect that he's so shameless." The Devil Elephant sect's face is utterly lost by him. Lost and doesn't admit it. Who would still dare to walk close with such a person in the future? Han Yong's words immediately aroused a wave of contempt. Zhao Zhao's expression was ugly to the extreme. He currently found it hard to dismount the tiger after getting on its back. Whether or not he admitted it, the sect's reputation was ruined by him. Just as he was at a loss on what to do, a figure suddenly flashed past. Slap! A resounding slap landed on Zhao Zhao's face. Song Ting looked at Zhao Zhao with a grim expression and said furiously, "You, fool, are you nuts? To actually dare agree to such a wager?" Zhao Zhao was full of grievances in his heart. How could he know that Han Yong actually used to fart and surpassed him? Zhao Zhao was just about to defend himself with sophistry, but heard Song Ting said icily, "You what you? From now on, you're not my devil elephant lineages member anymore." Zhao Zhao's expression changed and he said in a panic, How can this be? Once rejected by the devil elephant lineage, he would not be able to get protection within the Shadow Moon sect in the future. Inside this sect where geniuses were abundant like clouds, it was very hard for him to gain a foothold. Song Ting sneered and said, "Otherwise, how do you want to resolve this matter?" Zhao Zhao choked the moment he heard this. It seemed like this was the best way to resolve the problem. Zhao Zhao's expression was ashen. He suddenly discovered that his future became gloomy, and the prime culprit was actually a wager. The wager that was originally in the bag, in the end, he actually lost. Han Yong watched the show by the side, enjoying it thoroughly. For so many years, Zhao Zhao had always suppressed him, making him virtually unable to catch his breath. Did not expect that he only used one opportunity and thoroughly brought this fellow down. Without the devil elephant lineage as the patron, the Zhao three brothers would die very horribly, just like the words Jiang Shuyan said when she warned Yi Yuan. Even Yi Yuan's talent could not stand firm, let alone a measly little Zhao Zhao. At this time, Han Yong was jubilant in his heart. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was also filled with gratitude. Actually, the thing that Yi Yuan taught him was very simple. It was to let him continuously perform great circulatory cycles within his body with world power, finally sinking it inside the dantian. When it accumulated to the limits of the body, then let it out in one go. Although Han Yong did not understand why very clearly, he did it. At the thought that he suspected Yi Yuan previously, he would feel very ashamed. Yi Yuan was intentionally helping him get rid of Zhao Zhao here, but he doubted Yi Yuan's intentions. Yang Fan suddenly opened his mouth and said to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, I apologize. To you." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, "You were worried about your bro, that's why you did that. Would I fail to make a distinction between right and wrong? There's no need for this apology." Yang Fan looked at Yi Yuan in surprise, secretly alarmed in his heart. This kid's heart was clear as a mirror. "Yi Yuan, I discovered that when Zhao Zhao was talking to you previously, he seemed to be particularly scared of you." Yang Fan found it weird just now. When Zhao Zhao was facing Yi Yuan, he became like a different person from before, as if Yi Yuan was a dreadful monster. This feeling made him feel very preposterous. Even though Yi Yuan broke through, Zhao Zhao should not reach the extent of being afraid, right? That guy was taught a fierce lesson by me and Bailey Qingyan in the Shadow Moon mountain range. That's why he's like this, Yi Yuan said ambiguously. Yang Fan felt enlightened in his heart, but Yi Yuan's words made him feel even more puzzled. Could it be that there was really some unclear and unknown relationship between Yi Yuan and Bailey Qingyan? The assessment continued. The people remaining were all strong players. Quite a number of Tier 3 and Tier 4 figures appeared. It was just that there was not even a single Tier 5. Only all the way until Duan Qinghong made a move did he firmly take Tier 5. Zhong Hanlin and Duan Qinghong were almost on par, similarly the standard of Tier 5. This way, Han Yong was actually ranked at 3rd place thus far. This was what everyone never thought of. Next, Yi Yuan. It was Yi Yuan's turn, but he did not move and said to Deacon Hong with clasped hands, "Deacon Hong, can this disciple request to be the last to be tested? Is there a mistake? This kid is also posturing too hard, right? To actually want to contend for the finale with Bailey Qingyan. Ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Who does he think he is? Yi Yuan's request immediately caused a series of boos. What the finale represented was strength and status. Yi Yuan was a freeloader. In everyone's eyes, what right did he have to be the finale? Jiang Shuiyan's brows furrowed when she heard that and said, "What does this guy want to do? He's using this method in order to fight for vindication. This kid is also too childish, right?" Bailey Qingyan was similarly at a loss, not knowing what Yi Yuan was doing. "Here." Deacon Hong frowned slightly and said, "You and Bailey Lass are tied for first place as long as she has no objections. There's no problem." Finished talking, everyone's gazes looked over toward Bailey Qingyan. Jiang Shuiyan was just about to speak when Bailey Qingyan agreed without hesitation. "No problem, I'll go first." Jiang Shuiyan stomped her feet angrily, secretly thinking that this girl was so worrying. Was this the time to yield out of courtesy? Bailey Qingyan took a stop out, arrived high up in the air, akin to a fairy. Maiden descending upon the mortal world, her beauty transcendent. The disciples below all revealed worshipping looks. Bailey Qingyan gave Yi Yuan a glance with a complicated expression but discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking at her with a smile, involuntarily making her stupefied. What medicine was this fellow selling in his gourd? This scene was another flavor when it landed in everyone's eyes. Bailey Qingyan collected her mind, divine essence surging on her body. Suddenly, she cast out a silk ribbon, which flew over toward the jade light. Drum like lightning. Yong! Thus far, the most sonorous drumbeat spread out. The shockwave coming of the jade light drum rippled out like breaking a dead branch from a tree, leveling the trees in the several-mile radius to the ground. Seeing such a shocking commotion, everyone's countenance also changed visibly. This strength was even above Duan Qinghong two people. Deacon Hong's face revealed a look of approval as he said with a nod, "Not bad. Not bad." Bailey Qingyan, high-grade tier 6, passed the test. Jiang Shuiyan's face revealed a relieved smile. With this, their immortal abode sect suppressed the other two lineages until they could not even lift their heads anymore. Furthermore, Bailey Qingyan's performance also provided powerful proof for her breathtaking first round. Now, who would still suspect that was not done by Bailey Qingyan? Most likely, even Duan Qinghong, they all also would not suspect it, right? Her gaze looked over toward Yi Yuan away, and she could not help sneering. "Foolish fellow, think that you can snatch away Bailey's limelight like this? Even though you comprehended spatial law, your realm is too low. But the Jade Light Drum's requirement for cultivation realm is very high." Although she witnessed Yi Yuan's powerful strength, Jiang Shuiyan was not optimistic about Yi Yuan. She, as the Shadow Moon sect's disciple, naturally knew the Jade Light Drum's power. The higher the realm, the deeper the comprehensions toward Tao, and the louder the drumming would be too. Although Yi Yuan's attack power was high, his realm was too low. If he used full strength to attack the Jade Light Drum, he would only suffer an even stronger countershock force. Hence, Bailey Qingyan's first place was already locked in. Yi Yuan wanting to be the finale, this action was merely the laughable dignity of a man. Bailey Qingyan's performance made everyone marvel with admiration, and also made Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin feel ashamed of their unworthiness. They had always been pursuing Bailey Qingyan previously, but her potential was more than a level stronger than theirs. Bailey Qingyan said to Deacon Hong with clasped hands, "Thank you, Deacon." Deacon Hong nodded his head as he smiled and said, "Bailey Lass is indeed pretty good. High-grade tier 6 among all of the former seasons. Assessments, it also ranks among the best. It's just a pity that it missed by a step and didn't break through to tier 7. Bailey Qingyan said, "Qingyang will cultivate even harder in the future and won't let the sect down." Deacon Hong smiled and said, "Amen. Cultivate well. The Bamboo Groove Marshal Conclave this time. Hope that you can have a place." Bailey Qingyan nodded slightly and floated down. Jiang Shuiyan went up to welcome with a smile and said, "Bailey, you indeed didn't disappoint me." But Bailey Qingyan's attitude was somewhat cold as she said coolly, "Senior, apprentice sister, there's still someone who hasn't taken the stage, don't be happy too early." But Jiang Shuiyan said without a care, "Although that kid's talent is high, his realm is too low after all. Even if he's stronger than Duan Qinghong it's also impossible to surpass you." Bailey Qingyan shook her head slightly but did not dispute. She kept feeling that Yi Yuan doing this had a deep meaning. Most likely it would not be that simple. Furthermore, it was clearly impossible for Han Yong to surpass Zhao Zhao. But he broke through to Tier 5. And Han Yong's relationship with Yi Yuan was very good. Could this just be a coincidence? Last one, Yi Yuan. After repeated calls, it was finally Yi Yuan's turn to appear on the stage. However, he did not come out yet and there was another wave of booing. Clearly, everyone was very disdainful of his finale that overestimated his own ability. This guy is really utterly without shame. This bit of strength also dare to snatch the finale. Heh! Miss Bailey is magnanimous and doesn't haggle over it with him. This guy even went from bad to worse. Sixth Firmament Divine Lord, don't even know whether or not he can make it. Sound and he dares to snatch the position of the finale. Originally, Bailey Qingyan was a genius at the same level as Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin in everyone's eyes. But now, Bailey Qingyan's status in their minds already far surpassed those two people. The present Bailey Qingyan outshone the others. Coupled with that kingdom-toppling looks of hers, she already became the goddess in everyone's hearts. A goddess that could not be profaned. But Yi Yuan, this guy actually dared to blaspheme the goddess and snatch her.
Finale position.
Towards these questioning voices, Yi Yuan naturally paid no attention to it. He slowly walked out of the crowd but did not fly up high to the sky. Then he just flicked lightly, carrying a light breeze, blowing towards the
Jadelikt drum.
This movement was like brushing off dust. Relaxed and natural. It was just that this action made everyone feel very perplexed. Even Deacon Hong's face revealed a very doubtful look. What is this guy doing again? Have to admit, he really knows how to gain notoriety by doing something sensational. What he did just now is already beating the drum? No divine essence undulation at all. This guy knows that he's going to reveal his true colors and gave up. Yong. Just as the ridiculing voices grew higher than the previous wave, an earth-shattering drumbeat sounded out, overshadowing all of the sounds all at once. In the entire world, only the jade-light drum's drumbeat was reverberating. The faces of everyone present all changed visibly. The sound of this drum was actually identical to Bailey Qingyan's. That power plowed once more within the radius of several miles. Everyone all used incomparably horrified gazes to look at Yi Yuan. But even more were confused faces. Was this drumbeat just now really done by Yi Yuan? But how could that kind of casual and light action cause such a big commotion? The drumbeat gradually subsided. Everyone was still immersed in the midst of shock. Because no one could have thought that Yi Yuan could actually accomplish exactly the same as Bailey Qingyan. Among them included Jiang Shuiyan and Duan Qinghong. They all. Deacon Hong's pupils constricted as if understanding something. Yi Yuan, high-grade Tier 6, passed the test. He looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing a gratified look. Deacon Hong thought in his heart, this child is different from the others and already saw through the jade-light drum's reality, simplifying things by cutting out the superfluous, triggering the resonance of the jade-light drum. With the power of great Tao. It looked casual, but it's actually no idea how many times more profound than others. Other people saw 100 steps away, but he already saw 1,000 steps away, except it looked like he still held back somewhat, but don't know why is that. With Yi Yuan not displaying his full strength, he was unable to judge Yi Yuan's limits. But without a doubt, Yi Yuan was a genius too. At least, he was not beneath Bailey Qingyan. He originally thought that Yi Yuan was just a supporting character who only worked his way to first place by following Bailey Qingyan. Looking at it now, it was ridiculously wrong. So incredible, Han Yong said in shock. although after he reached Tier 5, he had long changed his views on Yi Yuan. When he saw Yi Yuan reach high-grade Tier 6 effortlessly, standing shoulder to shoulder with Bailey Qingyan, he was still extremely shocked. Yang Fan had a strange look. He previously still thought that Yi Yuan boasted, without coming up with a draft, and that his behavior was flashy with substance and could not get close with. Looking at it now, he was really blind. Yi Yuan saying that it was a breeze for him to pass the assessment. It was really accomplished with the greatest of ease. Too effortless. A casual flick and it was high-grade Tier 6, too relaxed and casual. Yi Yuan slowly turned around and looked over in Jiang Shuiyan's direction with profound meaning. Jiang Shuiyan's entire body turned stiff and was actually floored by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum. Jiang Shuiyan's face felt fiery hot. Yi Yuan used this light flick and gave her an incomparably resounding slap. A moron could also tell that Yi Yuan seemed to have plenty left in the tank. But he got a high-grade Tier 6. This move of Yi Yuan's had a deep meaning. Firstly, Yi Yuan helped Bailey Qingyan achieve the title of first place, repaying Bailey Qingyan's friendship and loyalty. Secondly, Yi Yuan used this flick to tell everyone that Yi Yuan did not rely on Bailey Qingyan to get first place. He was very strong. Thirdly, Yi Yuan was telling her, Jiang Shuiyan, you cannot suppress my edge. As long as I, Yi Yuan, am willing, I can surpass everyone at any time. This was a blatant declaration of war. The entrance examination ends here. You all will be my Shadow Moon sects. Disciples starting from now. No matter which sect or faction you all belong to. In the past, now, you all only have one identity, that is the Shadow Moon.
Sectes disciples.
Entering my sect, everything will be the sect's interests as the top priority. If there's any act of betraying the sect, kill without amnesty. Now, you all ascend from the mountain gate, there will naturally be someone to fetch you all in. Deacon Hong's voice reverberated in front of the mountain gate. The disciples all had fearful expressions, clearly frightened by Deacon Hong's words. Yi Yuan was very indifferent and did not have any surprised look. The Shadow Moon sect seemed to have many factions, the forces intricate and complicated. Actually, that was just tacit allowed by the sect in order to increase the competition between disciples and accelerate their strength increase. But if someone jeopardized the sect's interests, the sect would definitely annihilate them at all costs. The Shadow Moon sect would not nurture geniuses for other sects. There were 43 inner disciples who passed the examination at the end, and 102 miscellaneous affairs disciples. These people officially entered the sect. Under Qian Ye's lead, the Shadow Moon sect's main peak towered into the clouds, unable to see any end in sight. Yi Yuan climbed up the steps along with the crowd, as if arriving at a fairyland, and the spiritual energy thickness also became increasingly stronger as the height of the mountain got taller. Just the spiritual energy concentration at the halfway point was already God knows how many times stronger than ordinary high-order imperial cities. The Shadow Moon sect had a main peak and 9 subpeaks, presenting the appearance of 9 stars twinkling around the moon. All were majestic and grand. Yi Yuan could feel that this place was absolutely a rich land that fostered great talents. The 9 subpeaks were under the charge of the 9 great skill-imparting elders. Disciples who entered the sect all have to be assigned under the name of a skill-imparting elder. Of course, it was just belonging under them. Skill-imparting elders were all true God-level existences. Ordinary disciples could not see them at all. However, each skill-imparting elder had a rank 6 cultivation method in their possession. If one could stand out in their performance, they could become the skill-imparting elder's personal disciple. At that time, they would be able to learn a true God-level cultivation method and martial techniques. This was what all of the disciples dreamed of. Of course, in a large true God-level sect, disciples ranging in the tens of missions, wanting to become a personal disciple, that was doubly difficult. This is your identity token. Kid, I have to admire you. Before even entering the sect, you already offended the 3 great factions and our devil elephant. Lineage. Do you know how many elders and deacons the Shadow Moon sect has that all come from these three major factions? Song Ting threw the identity token to Yi Yuan and scoffed with a look of amusement. Yi Yuan received the token and discovered that Tianying two words were written on the back. Presumably, he was assigned to Tianying Peak. According to Han Yong, Tianying Peak was the weakest sub-peak. The strengths of the disciples were the weakest, resources were the most deficient, and cultivation method and martial techniques were the most scarce. Looks like he was indeed targeted. Shadow Moon sect did not lack geniuses. His performance was also not stunning enough in order to help Bailey Qingyan achieve her aim and was unable to catch the sect's attention. This was also what Yi Yuan had expected. It was just that being assigned to whichever subpeak did not make much difference to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan put away the token and said coolly, "What has that got to do with me? Only second-rate disciples like you will be interested in this sort of thing, right? Second-rate? Hey, you actually said that the Tianju Peak's disciples are second-rate." Song Ting deliberately said it very loudly. The surroundings immediately cast a series of unfriendly gazes. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "What I said was that you are doing this kind of welcoming new disciples thing. You're definitely a second-rate minor character in the sect. Don't you say so, senior apprentice? Brother Song? You're not young anymore as well, but you can't even break through to the celestial deity realm and are still just an outer disciple. Didn't say that Tianju Peak is second-rate, I mean that you disgrace Tianju Peak." The more Yi Yuan said, the uglier Song Ting's expression became. Those unfriendly gazes also immediately became amused. Calculating it, Song Ting was indeed an old youth already. With his talents, even if he broke through to celestial deity realm, it was very hard to promote to an inner disciple too. Yi Yuan's words poked Song Ting's sore spot. Yi Yuan being assigned to Tianying Peak, he originally came deliberately to give Yi Yuan a blow and regain face in the passing. He did not expect that he suffered a huge loss of face. This kid's mouth was so venomous. "Brat, you just be smug," being remembered by the three great factions at the same time. "I hope that you can live for a month." Song Ting gritted his teeth and said with a grim expression. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "No need for senior apprentice Brother Song to worry. I'll live very well." The main peak was extremely far away from the sub-peaks. Yi Yuan arrived at Tianying Peak through the transmission array and immediately had a feeling of falling to the human world from heaven. Compared to the main peak's splendor, this place was clearly much shabbier. "Yi Yuan, I really feel unfair for you. With your talent, you should at least be on the top 3 sub-peaks. That bunch of fellows abuses their power to bully people and actually relegated you to Tianying Peak." Beside Yi Yuan, a short and skinny young man said with an indignant look. This young man was called Sang Yu. He came from an unknown small sect. His strength was not bad. Peak 7th Firmament Divine Lord. During the second round's assessment, he even reached Tier 2. Among the disciples that came out of small sects, he was already a dragon. Among men, logically speaking, he should not have been relegated to Tianying Peak, but he became the only inner disciple sent to Tianying Peak. The other 41 people were all relegated to the other 8 sub-peaks. Regarding this kind of unfair treatment, Sang Yu was naturally unhappy about it in his heart. However, Sang Yu admired Yi Yuan greatly. That simple and casual flick shocked him deeply. Similarly, coming from a small sect, Yi Yuan's potential was clearly much stronger than him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If it's gold, it will shine anywhere. I heard that Tianying Peak's skill-imparting elder came from a small sect. But didn't he also enter the ranks of true God realm, becoming the ruler of a region?" Sang Yu smiled bitterly when he heard it and said, "Even so, Tianying Peak is still the most run-down sub-peak, ostracized by the other 8 peaks. In the Shadow Moon sect, Tianying Peak could be said to be a land of exile. No one was willing to come to this place. Those who came here were mostly not wanted or disciples without factions. And arriving here was also basically equivalent to having one's future cut off. It would be very hard to have great accomplishments again. Yi Yuan patted Sang Yu's shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother, upon entering the Shadow Moon sect, you already forgot who you are." Finished saying, Yi Yuan walked over toward Tianying Hall. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Sang Yu's entire body trembled. Yeah, his sect was just an unremarkable divine lord-level sect, deficient of resources and severely lacking cultivation methods. But he relied on his own efforts and walked until today step by step. He thought that entering the Shadow Moon sect with his talent he would be able to soar to the heavens in one bound. But the current situation was too far from what he imagined. So he felt indignant, felt wronged, felt that the future was bleak and dark. However, looking back, even if he arrived at Tianying Peak, his current situation was also far better than before. Hence, what was he still not satisfied with? As long as he took out his past efforts, he would be able to stand out among his peers one day and viciously slap those snobs. To martial artists, while resources were important, what was more important was to have an unyielding heart that sought Tao. Losing one's true self, then the future would really be bleak. Rousing the dreamer from his sleep with a word, "Yi Yuan, thank you." Looking at Yi Yuan's back view, Sang Yu's gaze became determined once more, just as before. "Senior apprentice brother, we're new disciples here to receive cultivation abodes. This is my identity token." Shadow Moon sect was established on a spiritual vein. The sect opened up many abodes on each subpeak and laid down array formations providing for disciples to cultivate. The better the aptitude of the disciple, the better the cultivation abode they would get, and the faster the cultivation speed will naturally be as well. Tianying Peak was where the spiritual vein was the thinnest among the 9 subpeaks. The spiritual energy was naturally also the thinnest. That disciple took a look at the two people's identity tokens, his brows involuntarily raising up, and he threw the tokens on the table with a thud as he said lazily, "You're called Sang Yu, right? Tianying Peak still has one last low-grade level 2 abode. This is the abode's token, go on." Sang Yu put away the token and said joyfully, "Thank you, senior apprentice brother." Senior apprentice brother. Then what about Yi Yuan? That disciple raised his eyelids and said with a fake smile, "Him? That was Tianying Peak's last abode already. This junior apprentice brother will have to be inconvenienced and go to other stray peaks to open up an abode. Yourself." As he said, he took out an array flag and placed it in front of Yi Yuan with a smile and said, "This is the Spirit Gathering Formation's array flag. You go to Firecloud Peak right now. As long as you find the eye of the spiritual vein there and open up an abode, then deploy the array flag, it will naturally be able to gather spiritual energy and become your own abode." Sang Yu's expression changed when he heard that and said, "How can it be so? Coincidental? Senior apprentice brother, I heard that opening up an abode is very dangerous. That place is all desolate mountain peaks, fierce beasts, everywhere. Quite a few disciples have been buried there." That disciple's gaze turned cold and he said, "Dangerous? Opening up an abode is dangerous? This main peak, 9 subpeaks, several hundred stray peaks. Which one wasn't opened up by Shadow Moon sect disciples? Why is there an exception when it comes to him?" Sang Yu had just received Yi Yuan's pointers and was endlessly grateful toward Yi Yuan. He could not bear to see Yi Yuan take the risk and could not refrain from saying, "Senior apprentice brother, why don't you take a look again? Perhaps there are still vacant abodes on the stray peaks in this vicinity." The moment that disciple heard, he said in a great rage, "Insolence! Ask you to go where? That's where you go. What's with all the crap? I said don't have means don't have. Could it be that you want to replace me on duty?" Sang Yu was merely a newcomer. How could he dare to argue? He said with a guilty conscience, "Dare not." Senior apprentice brother, how about this? Give my abode to Yi Yuan. I'll go open up an abode. That disciple's face fell and he was just about to fly off the handle but heard Yi Yuan pick up the array flag and say coolly, "All right, don't need to be long-winded anymore. This guy has clearly been bribed by people already, deliberately making me go to Firecloud Peak to open up an abode, then get killed by fierce beasts. You're just looking for a rebuff by telling him these." Sang Yu's face changed only then, coming to a realization. That disciple's expression similarly changed and he said in a cold voice, "Punk! You dare to talk to your senior brother like this?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance scornfully and said coolly, "You already want to kill me, so could it be that I still have to speak to you politely? Moreover, who the hell do you think you are, to be fit to be called as my senior brother?" That disciple assigning abodes was merely a ninth firmament divine lord, so Yi Yuan did not take him seriously yet. That disciple's expression turned cold and he said with a cold smile, "Very well. Looks like it's a very proud newcomer. Then I'll let you take a look at whether I'm fit to be your senior brother or not." Within the radius of Shadow Moon Sect's main peak and subpeaks, it was forbidden for disciples to kill one another. But with a valid reason, taking action against a disciple for a bit was no issue. That disciple saw that Yi Yuan was merely sixth firmament divine lord and actually dared to be insolent in front of him. So he was also genuinely angered. No wonder senior apprentice brother Qian Yi wanted to teach this guy a lesson. Looks like this punk was used to being condescending. While talking, that disciple's ninth firmament divine lord aura suddenly released. A slap smacked over toward Yi Yuan's face as quick as lightning. "Yi Yuan, be careful." Sang Yu did not think that this guy would attack the moment he said so. Was already too late to want to stop it. The other party was ninth firmament divine lord. His strength was more than a level stronger than him. Slap. An incomparably resounding slap transmitted over. That disciple was directly slapped, flying out. Is there a mistake? My eyesight isn't failing, right? A sixth firmament divine lord smacked a ninth firmament divine lord flying with one slap. Even though there were only a few disciples in the hall, this scene still made them extremely shocked. That disciple held his face, his teeth already knocked out. Looking at Yi Yuan, his eyes were full of fear. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with an indifferent look, "Those people got you to do things, didn't they tell you not to provoke me? You're the disciple, assigning abodes and have the authority to assign where disciples go. Originally didn't plan on refusing either, yet you were looking for a beating yourself. Then I can't be blamed." Done talking, Yi Yuan took the array flag, turned around, and was about to leave. "Wait a minute, Yi Yuan. I'll go together with you," Sang Yu suddenly said. He turned to that disciple and said, "That whatever dogfart abode, I don't want it anymore. You give me an array flag, I'll go to Firecloud Peak too." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and said, "They are making me go to Firecloud Peak, because that place is definitely very dangerous. You have no need to take the risk with me." But Sang Yu had a calm look and said smilingly, "My strength is inferior to yours, but it's more or less an assistance. Moreover, opening up an abode, I'll just take it as a trial." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he understood in his heart. Sang Yu was a smart man too. He gave a pointer or two and he already found his original heart. Cultivating was sailing against the current to begin with. If this Sang Yu thought that he soared to the heavens in one bound after entering the Shadow Moon Sect, that would be wasting his talents. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Let's go together then." Looking at the two people's departing back view, that disciple had a venomous look on his face. The Firecloud Peak is a desolate land with countless rank 4 fierce beasts. There are even quite a few rank 5 existence. There are already no fewer than several dozen people among the disciples who wanted to open up an abode. I don't believe that you guys can still return. On Firecloud Peak, it was indeed desolate and bleak, with traces of fierce beasts everywhere. The powerful undulations coming from the surroundings made Sang Yu's complexion somewhat pale. Yi Yuan, this fire cloud peak is truly riddled with perils. Those guys really want your life. Sang Yu immediately understood those people's intentions after arriving at Fire Cloud Peak. He vaguely knew that Yi Yuan had conflicts with the three major factions, but he did not expect that those people were actually so vicious. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "As long as the ordeals that others give me can't kill me, it will all make me stronger. This will become a nightmare for them." Sang Yu's expression turned austere. He discovered that he was too far apart from Yi Yuan in terms of heart realm. Under Yi Yuan's influence, Sang Yu's mind also gradually settled down. "What should we do now?" Sang Yu asked. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Familiarize ourselves with the environment. First, let's walk toward the place with the richest spiritual energy. Since it's an undeveloped stray peak, then we naturally have to choose the best eye of the spiritual vein." Sang Yu nodded and said, "The spiritual energy in the southwest direction seems to be rather thick. Let's go over and take a look." Yi Yuan nodded his head and headed in the southwest direction together with Sang Yu. Along the way, the astonishment in Sang Yu's heart grew more and more. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed made him dare not to look straight at him. Those ordinary rank 4 fierce beasts could not take a single blow at all in front of him. Even the late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts comparable to 8th Firmament Divine Lords were also not enemies that could last one exchange with Yi Yuan. Only those peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts could tussle with Yi Yuan for a while. But in the end, they still could not escape the fate of being slaughtered. After separating from Bailey Qingyan, Yi Yuan tempered himself in the Shadow Moon Mountain range. Presently, his realm already thoroughly consolidated, his strength improving further as well. Sang Yu originally thought that Yi Yuan being able to smack a 9th Firmament Divine Lord flying with one slap more or less had some elements of luck involved. Only now did he know that that 9th Firmament Divine Lord was too weak. That 9th Firmament Divine Lord was completely too weak to stand up to competition compared to these peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts. And these peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts were similarly finished off in one blow in front of Yi Yuan. With one comparison, the level was immediately established. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Sang Yu's mind. Recalling the scene of the entrance examination, his eyes revealed deep shock. Everyone was mocking Yi Yuan, thinking that Yi Yuan only got first place by being stained with Bailey Qingyan's light. Looking at it now, it was simply Bailey Qingyan getting stained by Yi Yuan's light. Sang Yu naturally knew Bailey Qingyan's prowess, but he believed that no matter how formidable Bailey Qingyan was, it also would not be so effortless when facing peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts. During these past few days, he personally saw Yi Yuan slay 3 peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts alone. This kind of combat power already exceeded the scope of a 9th Firmament Divine Lord. It turned out that Yi Yuan was the number 1 person in the entrance examination this time, and this glory was shamelessly usurped by the Immortal Abode sect and Bailey Qingyan. But why didn't Yi Yuan contend? Sang Yu's mind revolved like lightning, thinking of many things in an instant. The spiritual energy in front seems to be somewhat different, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Sang Yu said in surprise, "Different?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "The spiritual energy here should be the thickest place in the entire Fire Cloud Peak already. But in that area, spiritual energy is extremely thin." Sang Yu was startled and said, "Such a great distance. You can feel it?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Let's go over and take a look. There might be an unexpected find." The two people gradually approached. Sure enough, Sang Yu discovered that the spiritual energy seemed to have disappeared all at once, suddenly becoming much thinner. What's going on here? Logically speaking, this position should be the eye of the spiritual vein. Why is the spiritual energy so thin? Sang Yu said with a frown. He did not notice that Yi Yuan's gaze gradually became bright. Don't know if it's the cloud's word lineage or soaring flower lineage. They really gave us a big gift, Yi Yuan said in surprise. Sang Yu felt puzzled and said, a big gift? The spiritual energy here is so thin. Why would it be a big gift? Yi Yuan smiled and said, have you heard before of obstructed tillage? Spiritual eye. Sang Yu's entire body trembled when he heard that and said in panic, You're talking about the obstructed tillage spiritual eye whose spiritual energy thickness is even above level 9. Yi Yuan smiled and said, that's right. In a spiritual vein there were numerous spiritual vein eyes. They were divided into a total of 9 levels according to the concentration of spiritual energy. But above level 9, there were still some extremely hard to come across spiritual vein terrains. Obstructed tillage spiritual eye was one of them. These spiritual vein eyes required an extremely complex environment before it could form. Furthermore, it was very hard to identify. Even if ordinary saw it, they might not be able to recognize it too. Of course, this could not stump Dustless. Obstructed tillage spiritual eye has the spiritual energies eruption, obstructed by a special terrain. In the course of time, it will produce extremely thick spiritual energy. Once opened, the spiritual energy concentration would be far above level 9. Heh, don't you think we picked up a great bargain? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Encountering an obstructed tillage spiritual eye, he was very delighted too. He was currently very eager to increase his strength too. Being able to encounter this kind of obstructed tillage spiritual eye would hasten his cultivation speed 10 times over. His luck was really not the ordinary kind of good. Bang! When Yi Yuan laid down the last divine essence stone, the originally thin spiritual energy suddenly spewed out frenziedly like a volcanic eruption. That violent spiritual energy was akin to materializing, visible to the naked. Sang Yu's face revealed a look of wild elation as he said with a big laugh, ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, this time, it's really all thanks to you. I didn't expect that we actually ran into an obstructed tillage spiritual eye. Under such berserk spiritual energy, me breaking through to become an 8th firmament Divine Lord is also a matter of within these few days. He originally felt that Yi Yuan coming to open up an abode was too dangerous. That was why he came to help. In the end, he did not help much and got a great bargain for nothing. Yi Yuan smiled and said, with this spiritual energy's concentration, our cultivation shouldn't have any worries within 1,000 years. However, we have to cover up the eruption of spiritual energy here. Otherwise, it will definitely attract the coveting of observant people. Sang Yu deeply felt that way too and said with a nod, what you said is right. But wanting to block such berserk spiritual energy is probably not easy. Yi Yuan smiled and started bustling around again. After several hours, the spiritual energy in this place returned to tranquility. On the surface, it did not look any different from the other places again. But under the tranquility that turbulent and surging spiritual energy made each of their pores relax and open up. Looking at Yi Yuan's bustling figure, the shock in Sang Yu's heart grew stronger. This guy was simply unfathomable. The two people were currently busying about when Sang Yu suddenly felt his heart palpitate. Several horrifying auras suddenly appeared from all directions. Following that, 3 fierce beasts with different forms slowly walked out of the dense woods from 3 directions. A deer-form fierce beast said in human language, heh, didn't expect that. There's actually a spiritual eye with such thick spiritual energy on this Fire Cloud Peak. Very clearly, these 3 fierce beasts had already unlocked spiritual wisdom.
Yi Yuan.
This 3 rank 5 fierce beasts. Sang Yu instantly turned deathly pale. The joy of encountering the obstructed tillage spiritual eye immediately evaporated into thin air. Yi Yuan was still busying about with his own things and did not seem to have the intention of paying attention to these 3 fierce beasts at all. A wild boar similarly spoke in the human tongue. Kid, in order to reward you, your grandpa pig will personally eat you. Another giant bear said, "Damn fat pig, old dear. This place has nothing to do with you. Get further away. Damn black bear. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you really think that Grandpa Pig will be scared of you?" The three fierce beasts did not place Yi Yuan and Sang Yu in their sights at all, as if this place was already their territory. At this time, Yi Yuan slowly stood up and said with a look of relief, "Finally. Done with it." That giant bear said, "Haha, this kid has some capability to actually completely conceal this spiritual eye. Completely can't see anything strange from the outside. Alright kid, quickly run. Grandpa Bear gives you 10 breaths of time. If you can escape, that's your life being tenacious." Yi Yuan ignored him and said with Sang Yu with a smile, "The remaining is opening up the abode. Stop stoning. Quickly get to work." Sang Yu was about to go crazy. How could this guy's nerves be so thick? Didn't you see that rank 5 fierce beasts talking to you? That old deer laughed loudly as he said, "Ha ha ha. Damn black bear, you are. Being ignored by a rank 4 punk. Truly disgraceful." The giant bear was angered when he heard that and said, "Brat, Grandpa Bear is talking to you. Did you hear me?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Damn black bear, you were talking to me." The giant bear had black lines on its head. This kid completely did not know what being scared was. "Damn brat, to dare make fun of your Grandpa Bear. Be careful that Grandpa Bear smacks you into mush with one smack." The giant bear was greatly enraged, and slowly raised its enormous bear claws, assuming a posture of smacking toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The three of you guys took a liking to the obstructed tillage spiritual eye. If you guys want to cultivate here, can as well, but you have to protect the abode well for me. Otherwise I'll kick you all out." Yi Yuan's words made the three fierce beasts thoroughly dumbfounded. Sang Yu listened until his scalp tingled. Yi Yuan was crazy, right? To actually provoke 3 great rank 5 fierce beasts. Ha ha ha. This brat actually wants us to guard his door. Looks like he's really a fool. Grandpa Bear will send you on your way. The giant bear laughed loudly, smacking a slap toward Yi Yuan. This slap was truly daunting to the extreme. The might of the celestial deity realm could not be stopped. But right at this time, an incomparably cold aura suddenly appeared. The moment this aura appeared, it was actually even stronger than the giant bear's palm. Bang! The giant bear's large body was directly sent flying out. When the other 2 fierce beasts saw this scene, their eyes were full of astonishment. How could they have thought that Yi Yuan actually still had such a powerful evil spirit following around him? Sang Yu looked at that evil spirit, a chill running down his spine. He did not think that not only was Yi Yuan's own strength powerful, but there was also actually still such a terrifying evil spirit following by his side. Roar! The giant bear roared and said angrily, "Damn brat, to actually dare sneak attack me. You're dead for sure. A mere evil spirit, you think that you can rest easy without a care." Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Big stupid bear. You alone isn't enough. Get the 2 of them to attack together. Although the 3 of you are a bit weak, it's enough to guard my door for me." Yi Yuan's words made the giant bear even more infuriated. "Punk! Grandpa Bear will tear you to pieces." While talking, the giant bear waved its terrifying giant paw, clashing together with the evil spirit. This time he brought out all of his strength. However, the giant bear discovered that he was wrong very quickly. Outrageously wrong. Yi Yuan's words just now were not a false statement. This evil spirit was too strong. In a few rounds, it beat him until he did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. Crying out strangely, the giant bear shouted, "What are the 2 of you still stoning for? Don't you guys want to cultivate here anymore?" When the wild boar and old deer heard this, they exchanged a glance and also joined in the fray. With 3 fierce beasts attacking together, the situation finally took a turn for the better. However, the evil spirit under Dustless's control was seriously too strong. His ghost Tao 100 runes was used at the highest level, forcefully raising the evil spirit's combat power several levels. 3 rank 5 fierce beasts were actually suppressed firmly by an evil spirit. By the side, Sang Yu was long dumbstruck with amazement from watching. This evil spirit's aura was logically speaking not as strong as the 3 fierce beasts, but his combat power was abnormally terrifying. Sure enough, around freaks were all freaks. It was just that he could not figure out why would a rank 5 evil spirit submit itself to Yi Yuan? 3 beasts and a ghost fought intensely for a full 2 hours, fighting until the entire Firecloud Peak was thrown into chaos. On Firecloud Peak, wails of fierce beasts would transmit over from time to time. The giant bear shouted, "Not fighting anymore! Not fighting anymore! We admit defeat." The 3 powerful fierce beasts had bloody noses and swollen faces at this time, wounds all over their bodies, their auras incomparably disorderly. They were finally beaten into submission by Dustless. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "How is it? Agree to guard my door for me now." The 3 fierce beasts exchanged glances and actually could not make up their minds for a moment. They were Firecloud Peak's kings, but guarding the door for a human was too shameful. But they also could not resist the temptation of the obstructed tillage. Spiritual eye. How frustrating.